That's crazy. So for Hamza's gonna be dealing with that mass. Hamza's wrestling. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a huge ADP fan. I was always sold on because his technique's a little unorthodox. He's a little wild. So he has some catch up with his ass. And motherfucker just wins. He's so tough. That's why to me, like, this is such a great fucking fight. Such a good fight. But the way Hamza, different animal, kind of puts together his wrestling, puts together the way he puts that together in the cage. ADP is close to that style, that explosive from 10 feet out, grab you, not let go until he gets what he wants. That's why it's a great fight. Because ADP has a fight like Hamza, and Hamza has a fight like ADP. If you look at Hamza's fight, again, this is going to be the knock on it. Fan base to be very you know, that was kind of bad. If he fights like that, which he's not going to, they're odd makers are going to sway towards DDP. But again, his fight against Robert was a real deal, man. Nobody. What, Robert Whittaker? Bro, he fucking dog walked. What do you think, Rabbit? Do you think that cardio is that big of an importance? Do you think that what he's doing with Sam and Army is
Why are we saying what's his name? When we were talking about the origin of
like one that we all know. Yeah. Too fast, too furious.
Yeah. I essentially why if it was that same Azaria is like way over.
For a second, I was looking at you, looked like Monica.
We're talking about the
I was looking at you from the side. Like, you got that look to him, you know? Like, what? No, you got that look to you. Like, you be waiting on that thing. You really win? You got that, you know what I mean? Like, doesn't he have that attitude a little bit today? Yeah. You seem a little sassy, man. Sassy, yes. You was out streaming all night? No. Yeah, just how support this? No. I wouldn't have heard of this. No, you didn't. I'm glad to see it. Just give me the hot dog.
Technically related.
No, we got that in the back. Hey, pull a rampage in the hot tub. Just chill on hot tub streaming.
Old Testament
With your hot dog?
so much and contemporary real life.
You want more today, huh? Why? You've been looking at his hog on there? That's right. It's a good size hog.
And on the other hand,
You gotta keep it man, huh? It just confirmed. Together a whole routine just for different parts of your body. Like incredible. Wow, is this in your backyard? This is Thailand. Oh my fucking rampage. Top off, ready to rock. You look like you were doing something.
Any kind of claim out of Israel.
That is, you still pulling checks. It's just the boys doing it.
Hypothesis of the origin of
Look at all these clips on his kick stream. So he'll go in the hot tub, 3-4 girls deep, and then it's just process elimination. By the end of the stream, we'll know which one he wants. So he plays this game. Yeah, he calls it Russian roulette. So he looks like 4 Russian girls. I'm gonna start watching. Dude, I'm in, man. It's just content. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. I thought it was you and the boys like drinking fun lights stuff. What the fuck? I don't know how kick or switch or where the fuck it's called works. This is fantastic content. What do you look for right here? If you're searching different eclectic group, what do you look for? So where'd you pull that Asian chick from?
Judea and Samaria, based on the Bible, whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it.
She's like a mad ham or what? No, let me get this out.
If on the other hand you say that
I need some good. I got friends who runs a whorehouse. She got a friend group like my girls. Promotion. That's what that is. That's our first model one time. So you call it. I just want to go on stream one day. She said, yeah, it's fine. You just bring your bikinis. And then is it just you? No, but I don't think
stayed everything. Yeah, I would have stayed.
You're so mad at that guy.
Yeah, like because I saw the whole thing happen.
He pushed
The cameraman. So the story is.
You said, don't touch. That's my cameraman. That's my quarterback.
Yeah, man, you gotta protect the cameraman.
Yeah, but also when you're in a bar that's that crowded, the cameraman.
No, he pushed.
Yeah, it's crowded bar.
No, but he should have like two girls trying to get at my cameraman. Apparently my cameraman looks good. Girls hit him all the time.
Oh, yeah.
But he had a girlfriend. He had a girlfriend. You should hold her. No, he wanted to be with me. Anyway, these two girls got mad because he went talk to me. He's like, oh, I'm sitting there watching everything.
He's like, bitch, I'm at work.
Yeah, he's like, no. I heard him kept saying, no, I looked over. I just glanced over those two girls, like all in his face. And then one time, the girl was trying to touch me. He said, no, I got a girlfriend. Get away. And then next thing you know, the show.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what he stuck up for. Let me ask you this. What time did the shark eat in the first place?
Man, I don't know.
He gets the fishbowl margaritas. He gets 4 straws whenever guys want to come to the drink with him and hang out, ask about fighting, and they all shit on it.
Bro, I just be winging it. I'm going to start doing some set content. I just be set content. Set, like a set.
Where you build set.
Do some stuff. They want me to do a dating show.
Oh, I love that. Like Flavor Flav. Oh, you're making me feel some love, dude. Yes. Hey, that's all time. Dude, regular age island. They all bring like Love Island. Regular age island in the room, and you get to interview each one. Are you taking your first girl on a date? Even Buster's? No, I'm not dating. I'm partaking to Buffalo. No, I'm partaking to Paradise. No, Chili's. Maybe I agree. No, nice steak dinner. Oh, you feeding me? Yeah. Meat up. I thought it was bad. I thought you were hungover being sharp. I told him not to go to Island. Oh, it's going to be a big island. Big island. You know what Epstein Island over is? Fuck all that. Yeah, you know what you're ready. That place is dope, though.
Good morning, Mr. Parrish. How are you? I'm well. Are you ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
All right, go hit it hard, girl.
Right.
See you tonight, God willing. Get your 100th win. Tonight's your night.
That's the night.
That's right.
I just don't get why the older dudes want to keep, doing that.
That's basically the story why we
You're looking at one, bro, we love it. We love fighting. You guys have stuff, and I want to hear this. Hey, but here's my thing. I get you love fighting, but you're making so much money doing all the other stuff. You don't need to do it. The other guys, I understand. Like the other guys, yeah, do your thing. I get it. Vitor, Jake Paul, that shit, whatever he wants to do. Evander Holyfield, the older cats that don't have anything going on. I get it, because that's all. You did it. You fucking made it free. You crawl up to the fucking sewer. You made it to the other side. You're making money.
It's like, when you're a professional athlete, you gotta retire early. Most people don't retire like 60, 65, right? You know, yeah, so if you love something, just want to keep doing it. That high up, knocking somebody out, and it's something you do. That's what they get. It's
in the high tar, not for me. Qualified legend. I was enforced.
Welcome, Marty.
Good
Good morning.
Football, yeah.
How are you?
Just being a football player, a fighter, being a comic, like a bunch of different stuff. When it goes away, I'm okay. Because I don't identify just as that.
Good to hear.
That's different. It's easier for you to want to pursue fighting. I'm good.
tell me about this in the company. I think about it sometimes.
All right, I'm all right. How are you?
Get the fuck out of here. You sit here all day.
Good to hear.
I am good.
Just like fighting, you gotta get reps in. The problem I had is when you have a name and you're doing it, you're not just going to open mic. Like I couldn't just go to open mic and practice my shit. I had to do it at the comedy store. It was like, oh, shop great. Yeah, bitch. I just started. I don't want all you guys here. Like, let me work my shit out. Like, you lose that luxury, especially Rampage. So if you're gonna start doing it, it's a crutch.
Why did just invite a bunch of like your friends that great out of those small places and just do
You
it?
don't know if it's real or not. Your friends are thinking the funniest guy there. You don't know what's work. It sucks.
It's true. I tell you right,
It's not good about that. It's not good.
wait, what would you talk about at a comedian? You're trying to make a bunch of jokes.
Really?
You would see everything I would say about you. Yeah, because you already know. But I already tell you great things about you. I got so much material to be about your short ass. Oh, bro, you be chasing the torches around the city. You make all of us look crazy. I'm gonna get you a nice 9, 8.5 girl. Put you on the street, make us all look good.
You know what Rabbit should do because he's good at roasting? He should go on Kill Tony.
What's that? You don't know what Kill Tony is? What keep it hot? Kill Tony was on his own shit. Big ass. What do you have? Is that a brag?
Yeah, it's me. Okay, good. I like that. Black Buffalo's amazing.
It's just like Black Buffalo. You want a little something? Nice one there, spit out.
No, I got one for you, Rabbit. You swallow it. Good. You could spit if you want, but if that's your choice, that's your choice. That's your choice. Let us know.
So I'm gonna just say, is the dip?
Yeah.
But they make it so you don't have to spit it
No,
out.
yeah. So what do you do with it?
You swallow. Years out. Not my side. I do that. See, you got 20 cents.
Now I'm getting it. That's it. Have you ever smoked?
All of you.
No,
Never.
never.
I tried
something.
something. The original drum. And it was like a blockbuster.
You walk around with the little R2D2. You're breathing still.
Well, I mean, it's worse than cigarettes. It's worse than cigarettes. I just hate the way cigarettes smell. I started back smoking. I was a fight before it.
Anyways, I myself are now writing a small
Straight smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, I was smoking the base one. I was back
a little bit.
Damn, vapes are so bad. I sits on that little thing all day. He's like, oh,
And one of the arguments
refrain.
France's approach
just
to
see how the liquor would
they find very
tip all day long. He's
for example, Rabbi Barrel
Like you do. See, look.
I just didn't know the fact you don't want to kill Tony. What is it? Kill Tony started as
what has been criticized
out of act. We have a panel of comics, and they give 1 minute material, and then they, tell how they did, get critiqued by the 3 professional comics, and then they would like roast each other.
never to brand for any
Crush.
You gotta have a joke.
Yeah, like 5 or 6 times. So if Rampage gave you a topic, you'd have to roast us right now? No, it'd be like, let's say Rampage tried stand-up on Kill Tony for 1 minute, which I don't advise us. But then they critique your stand-up, and then they'll roast each other back.
I am so
But so,
delighted that I am
the live Kill Tony, like the roast of Tom Brady, that's Tony Hinchcliffe.
I am so happy to
Well, the roast of people that watch things on that.
Everybody's
You're talking about the bald guy, the white guy. That's Jeff Ross. Yeah, Jeff Ross. He's like 60. He used to be the godfather of roasting. Tony Hinchcliffe's the new roast.
stuff like that.
That Tom Brady show was crazy. They put together a heat. That's Tony Hinchcliffe. They put all that together. That's called Kill Tony. That Tom Brady. His show's called Kill Tony. Not him. His show's Kill Tony. And that's what he started. They sell great. And now you go kill the show. You would kill it. You would crush it. Trump was on the show. No, that's Shane Gillis. And then Adam Ray is playing that's Tony Hinchcliffe right there. And then the Redman producer who used to be.
We have rules to involve in speculation. We have
No way. But this all started like 10, 15 years ago at the comic store. 5 people
badly and so on.
and now they're
Points out lots of historical
This
flaws
one's good.
in
Yeah, we need this. We need to do once a month. We need a Jackson podcast roast.
and he says that it's not
No, you are.
I'm not really the cuff. I don't do a whole podcast.
and not even accurate.
No, you don't want that. I'm going to roast.
Really, the father
Interesting. Well, real quick, before we move on this subject, because I got so much other things I want to talk to this guy about, I would call him like the voice of you're the next up and coming one. You're like one of the three white guys gonna disagree with you. Why? Your views are insane. You're like you're like the baby Jesus version. You know? Yeah, there's definitely better guys in space. In MMA, kind of smarter guys like Thomas, Strickland, Hall, Pete Carroll. But you talk about real journalists like Mighty Mouse is a monster. He's a monster, but he's on the Jacks podcast. Yeah, but you're talking about journalists like real professional journalists. But I've also just that brings up to my attention. You've been a little critical lately about not critical content, no, not critical, but you've been I want both. Yeah, but I heard you say something about I want both because like content creator. I love Dana. Yeah, I think there's this beef with that. I love Dana. But when he goes on, these influencers podcasts, he's like releasing news and asking questions. They're not like fans of the sport. They like watch it. Like I watch fucking can they later? Yeah, whatever. So I just wish he would do that. It's getting all the views. Those guys, the full set boys on, they're great. I don't know, but then also do the real journalists like Thomas and Pete Carroll. Those
a lot of people
it's real journalists. But if they know the sport better than you, so they have to bring in new eyeballs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you both because you're leaving behind the fan. Yeah, and so you're doing this new fan base, slap fight, influencers, which is good, but it's so superficial. Yeah, like all they ask about is Conor McGregor and John Jones. Well, ask about Tony Norman. So are we gonna get left in the dust? Yeah, you're just gonna put it tight. How's that? What's the game plan with that? You know what I'm saying? Like voice of the minute, right? Or with Tom Aspinall, it's like, what's going on with Tom? Like if you could redo it, would you have allowed John to hold out this long and then Tom just sit on the fucking sidelines? And then the White House fight, are you gonna have Alex Mira fighting John Jones and then what are you gonna do with Tom? You're just gonna fuck him over. But no one's gonna hold his feet to the it's not gonna hold his feet to the fire. How dope would it be? Dan's like, listen, I'd love to hear it. But those guys aren't gonna ask that. No one knows. Do I expect them to? It's not their fault. We'll break down the White House. I mean, that's a great subject. Do you think John Jones should fight out here at the White House? Conor McGregor versus Michael Jackson. No, in the UFC, I think they're gonna do a BMF title at the White House, right? Because Trump loves that shit. And so it's either be Conor that gets his shit together and do the BMF title, or do Conor versus Chandler for BMF. Let's say Conor keeps his own stick out there and keeps his shit together. I don't think he does. I like BD. Yeah, big stick together. So let's say he just doesn't come along. Well, then they're gonna do BMF and then have John versus Alex Mira. BMF title and Tom gets fucked. And you have Strickland for that card, Strickland. Strickland coming in. You don't know how bad it was. So all the American fighters that just praise America and always come out with the American flag, Sugar Sean, they're all getting that part. Wow, we're gonna have America's fighting from other countries. We kind of have to. The skill level in America right now is not great. Really, we only have one champion. There's no male champion. I think about that. And then think about the younger demo. It's like, who's the big prospect? Cognizance have all those. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's coming up? Like, MMA in America's not great right now.
So his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office.
By heavyweight,
Almost
Russian,
readable. I don't
middleweight, DDP, South African, 170. You have,
I've never met anyone who's actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But
at
nevertheless,
170, your champion's JDM, Jack Gilman, he's Australian.
which is more
55 now.
academic,
Billy Tucker,
feel to it.
you know, do you feel like Ilya at 5? You got fucking Rob.
Part of course, that I hope they have to walk away from kind of aggressive feel.
Don't check 25.
We are amazing.
And then, there's just no reasons. There's nothing. There's
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the
No, you're American. Like,
spin to it, so you'll see that
it's like you look at the NBA, it's like, fuck, man, you know, it's not racist. It's just like, damn, we need to step our game up in America. Like, where's all the athletes going? Because remember, they thought, UFC was first on the scene. They're like, oh, now those guys who go to the NFL and NBA can come over to UFC.
Leidens und gelehrten Geschichte
And none of those guys have NBA. And they also have no scouts. The thing about the UFC has no scouts. Nobody, making sure these guys come over to the UFC, MMA. We don't have scouts in MLB, NFL, NBA. They're just like, yeah, hopefully they get paid for the sign. There's nobody like, helping these guys out.
it's not true.
There's no professional scout for this. And like wrestling, like for example, in back then, it's like their country sport. So like everybody's a wrestler. By the time they get some training, they come over here, they're ready to solo around. But if I'm the UFC, I'm like a legit scout, like the fucking Denver Broncos have, like the Lucky Bucks have. And I go to the nationals, the NCAA's wrestling, like, yo, dude, we're gonna pay you this much to start training for the next 3 years. Because that's where your studs are at. But none of them are coming over. Jason House from Rabbbi, he wanted to do that. They tried to do something similar to this with the embassy, but it didn't really work out. It didn't work out. You can't get like, you gotta start early. 3-4 years, so by the time they come out of college, they're ready to rock, you know. So you don't think you're going to first time. You went to WWE, he offered him, he went to WWE. Kind of like, fuck that. Now I heard he's coming back to MMA, but all right, see you in 4 or 5 years. He tried football too. Yeah, he played for Buffalo Bills for the summer league. He did good, but then he didn't sign with the main team anymore. He didn't like it. No, it's just it's a different dynamic. So people don't understand sports. I'm not a professional sports athlete. I played professional paintball. It's not, you know, anywhere near to this, but it's not the same. Your dynamic, your training, your nutrition. I've never seen it at that point. So we're trying so many different sports. It's tough, especially because it's biggest kids in advance. These guys in the NFL. Those were in the NFL since they were 8. So you gotta catch up to that. Now, fighting, you can do that. If you're big, especially heavyweight division, it's not deep. So if you're a big, strong, athletic guy, dude, and you have a wrestling background, all right, you already got a huge asset going for you. Just let's work on your shot, especially at heavyweight. You can do it. You know what? You're right there. I just put down in words. I was celebrating that. You should go to this conference. They did for like the magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Tell them about the stem cells. Very, very and I'm there now. I feel like I'm highly unusual. They're massive. We have been, they're like 19 to like 25. And they're surrounding by the SEC, bro. They have hundreds of players that are massive. But it's happening all over the NFL. But it's happening all over the MLB. If you look at the All-Star game, like there's these fucking Puerto Rican kids, and they're all like 6'6", 6'7", shortstop, second base. What the fuck is this? Like there's an influx of big hitters. Pitchers now 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". People get bigger now. Like my heavyweights are bigger now. Even like the second base. They're all fucking big. Everybody walks around bigger. Everybody walks around a lot bigger than they used to. And then they got so much weight on them. Everybody's taller now. They're just bigger. Yeah, they walk around bigger. They are bigger. Like Alex Beer is my size. He's taller. He's 240 right now. Motherfucker fight at 85. Like I probably can give you that right now. At 240. Too small. Like that. Just a different animal. We're allowed to have an awfully. No, we're supposed to. He knocked somebody out. I was speaking with Mark Johnson. I was watching that Buffalo Wild Wings. It has signing. And he knocked somebody out. Do you want to fight next? Like Brendan Schaub and Brooke like that. Brendan Schaub. You know when you're like chilling, relaxing. I was like a few beers deep. And I was like, oh, I like Terry Close. Like anybody next to Brendan Schaub. Like, it's my night. No more wings. You know, fuck my whole night. I don't react to that. How would you fight somebody like take his ass down? Take him down. He's not that tall. Like I shot some things. He's not that tall. He's just thick. Thick pound. And so with the power, got his ass out in the third round. My people want to fight. I don't give a fuck. I'm okay with taking some shit. By the way, just trying to get him. Give me my way. Yeah, I think about it sometimes like that. About heavyweight. I'd be a small heavyweight. You'd be a small light heavyweight. Fuck off. You seen Yuri and fucking Clive? They're tall. They're like 6'4", 6'5". Yeah. Cleo Roundtree, he's thick. He's been in here. I mean, him and Rabbit have been testing their skills up stronger. And we proved that I'm strong. Yeah, that's a perfect thing. I don't know. We're not proving that. We had that other sport. Why you don't prove how strong I'm between you and Shaw right now. Let's figure this out real quick. Let's see. Rabbit right now holds the record. He beat everybody, including Cleo Roundtree. Rabbit. That's the first thing they were hearing. I told him I have to test him right now. Yeah, he was off the chart.
Undercutting their business, and they go to the local court, and they say,
oh my God, it's 164.8. It's really high. No, it's very high. I didn't stand up. I didn't stand up until I was just no. Can I stand up? No, I didn't stand up.
and they pull out the charter.
Oh, he just broke that. Oh, my
Push out
name.
the document.
What are you at?
And that can be a
Oh, sweet music. 172. I'm cramping too, bro.
No, let me get
What's the record so far?
I did like this. I didn't fucking go down.
Yeah, go ahead. Do it at 76.5. Bullshit. What's the record? I'm cramping. Were you really good? Yeah, I'm cramping. What was his number on the behind the range show? When I beat that, 176. Yeah, he just beat your record. What Cleo? Wow.
What kind of property?
I gotta have him redo it though. He's strong.
Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard
No,
this idea?
you gotta make sure I'm first time money. Are you on action right now?
So widespread net,
Yeah.
we're allowed to own land.
Fuck the problem.
What the
fuck? I saw you at Bradley Martin. You were like, I've never done any stories, just that's not true. And he's like, bro, that's terrible. I love that clip. I love that clip. Yeah, like, hey, steroids, I get it. Yeah. That's all I'm on. Then I'm not on steroids. I'm on peptides.
One of the most
I'm on peptides. Because your daddy, BBC 157 and T. You're a me all that. BBC.
is exactly that movement that I'm doing for my innovation.
I want to be
I don't want for the government to say I'm so
Oh, okay. You did want the BBC. What, Doug? You get it in the mail or what? Where you gonna buy it? What do you do? Going with it?
But
I wish I had an actually like that big too. I gotta go get it. Let's get it. Then, or you just trying to go get it. Yeah, he does. But I mean, I don't care to be like not old, naturally. I'll take it, whatever it is. I'll sit for that. No, every Friday or what? I love it. I love it because I'm drinking. I sleep good. Sometimes it hurts, right? If you don't shower and it hurts, it's tight. It's like you gotta spread your skin. You gotta ease it in. Well, you have, that's the biggest key with that. You gotta go slow. So you're not, you're on it too or no? Okay, then why don't you go to me? No, BBC. I've never eaten BBC. BBC.
You gotta raise your hand.
Treat like that.
I thought you got something different.
Stop. No.
Yeah, but that's wrong. It's natural. Your body produces it, so it's natural.
Sure, man. Hey, Iliad's a bird. Is he dodging
We
armor?
also have a much higher rate of.
I would say he's dodging. I think he's being a businessman. If I was a manager, I'm doing the exact same thing. Armin's his toughest fight, and he's still a favorite in the fight, but it's his toughest fight. But if you're Iliad, your team, you're like, bro, Patty, and I don't think it's an easy fight, but it's like, all right, Patty or Armin? Armin's a fucking problem. And Patty, it is what it is. That's a little more clout than Armin. So, you know, drink number one. If I'm Iliad, yeah, give me Patty. I make way more money. You know, and let's say he fights Armin, say he were to lose. That Patty fight, you're gonna make him the same money. So I'm doing exactly what Iliad's doing. I'm fortunate for Armin. I'm doing exactly what he's doing. Business. If I'm him, I'm even going even a step further. I'm going Patty, just in case you that'll go fuck it. Delay as much as I can so I get all the pay-per-view points, become the biggest star. Yeah, Armin's fucking tough, man. He's tough. He's a tough fight for him. I think the one thing as a fight, I don't think anybody can beat him, but Armin has the best shot. His style is to get the best shot. Armin's a fucking monster.
Because it's wrestling.
Yeah, cardio. As a fight fan, it's cardio. For me, I mean, I watch fights with Armin every night, and I just sit there and I try not to get too crazy because they're like serious. Him, they all watch the fights. They look at footage. They like really enjoy this, and they really study. So they study for Armin literally watches every fight 5 times. Rewind it. I'm not going to give away anything. I'm sure every fighter does this. He'll pick out 2 or 3 moves, and then he'll try to go see if they did those 2 or 3 moves in any other fight. And if they haven't, he'll say again. If they haven't, he doesn't worry about it. If they have, he'll put it like yes or no. Yes or no. And he'll be like, no, they repeat this. And sometimes I'll be watching a fight, and I'll be like, what are you looking for? And it's really interesting. And once again, if I'm doing too much, tell me and I'll stop. But he'll be like, every single time this guy wants to throw a kick, he'll take a step back, right? And then he'll like watch this, but then he'll watch the entire fight with no volume. Yeah, that's just being a professional. And he's just studying tape. The NFL does that. Yeah, he does that. And it's so crazy. literally just does it. He'll turn off the audio because I don't want to hear the announcers. And then, like, he just sits there all night studying looking for tendencies. That's crazy. Yeah, I would never
separate.
Yeah, you're dating active. But why would you? You remind me of kind of like Armfight. You're so explosive off the break. You would go in for a knockout. Armfight is going to come in there with so much energy. But a lot of guys, like, they have coaches who so the coaches pick up tendency in practice. They'll be like, hey, when he shoots his head to the outside, make sure you go for this. Like, so if he's not doing it, his coaches should be doing it. Some fighters, like, I just want to fight, let me know. Yeah, it's on the coaches. But then guys like Armin, certain guys, they like to watch that study more. Armin currently for this camp for Hamza is doing it for Hamza fights and people, teaching people whatnot. And he's not doing it for himself personally. What do you think Armin does? Let's say they make a happy fight and it's not for another 3 or 4 months at least.
They also have the graveyards, obviously,
me personally, and obviously if I had a personal relationship with Dana White, maybe my answer would be different. Where the UFC has a manager, hypothetically speaking, if I already waited this long, I would hope that I could withstand a little bit more waiting period and then go straight to a belt. But I think taking a smaller fight just to stay active, lose no matter what, because you waited so long already. And I just think I can see both sides. But I think I don't know if that shit would be good, but it would be a bad idea to ask, like, hey, I know you guys doing the Patty thing. Am I for sure next, or am I gonna have to take a fight? That's what I'm saying. So I had the phone. I would ask that. So Dana goes, we're doing Patty. We're doing Patty. How about you? So let's say they're doing Patty. If I'm wrong, I'm like, so can I wait? If they say no, what are my options? If they say it's a Gaethje, Hooker, those are good odds for it. Yeah. I know Armin's been in communication with the UFC and he wants to fight. So they also had him as the backup too, which is good. He said he made weight. That scared. He was hurt. It's the number one rule of the UFC. The number one hard rule don't miss, especially for a title shot. That's from the brass. That's from Dana White down. Number one, don't bow. So I'm professional, and then they're promoting it as a top world title fight. We miss weight, the title this way. So then the UFC's fucked up and all that money they put into it. And you weren't disciplined enough to make weight. They just lose trust.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I am saying you sound
Elliot Tamario has said that he wants to be maybe potentially 3 belts. I saw a video with Hamza saying 3 belts, like very different division. Like a lot of fighters seem like they're chasing these big goals right now, and that's where the money's at. Do you feel like the divisions are kind of getting discombobulated right now? For Islam, it makes sense. For Joe Perez, still like he has some work to do, but for Makhachev, it makes sense. So Joe Perez, he can definitely capture 85, 85's a different animal because like I think whoever wins out of Hamza and whoever wins that can go for 3 belts because like I said, DB's bigger than Hamza. So light heavyweight, he's fighting like that. So it makes sense for DB. Like heavyweight's not as far stretch for him. He's a big boy. You know I love if you had Hamza here right for whatever 4 weeks and then like DB for 4 weeks. Let me know. Not really. Really? Yeah, I mean I like DB as a fighter. I know you have fighter. Otherwise you can shoot when we get out there. Because from a person that likes content, like because also he's kind of a boogeyman too. Yeah, I don't know much about his style's different. He's dope. I think one thing I do like about DDP is the way he fights is very exciting. So as a fight fan, I'm like, oh, you don't know what's gonna happen. So I like that. But lately I've been trying to learn from Rampage and TJ, not picking a side, but I've been trying to work with the same guys and then bring in more guys that they're friends with, like the Armin thing for example. Worked with it for a little bit. I said, what can we do to help Camps and other fighters and bring them to the US and expose them on social and kind of help them collaborate with the brand with Jackson. And it's like, as far as it's fun. I try to have big sides. Yeah, we have a few. We have Camps on, we have DDP, like both Armin. I love Patty. Have you had Patty in there? No, I want Armin. That motherfucker is so special. Checks everybody. There's a certain, I've interviewed so many guys, and then when Patty walks in, Rabbit just similar, he has the sauce. He has the sauce, right? When fucking Patty Dillon walks in, you're just like, no, fuck. It's just, you have to pay attention on it. He knows all his angles. I mean, they were hoping would be. Really?
Why?
Connor, because the landscape's different. The closer you get it, the better you get the champion. Why can we never get another Connor? Because it's just a model's different. It's too saturated. There's not enough stars. The UFC's learned that never, let's say Patty wins, like, oh, I want to go fight Jake Paul. That wouldn't happen again. It's just the beat is different. It's just a different But Patty's the closest we can get to that. Ilya can't get close to him.
What do you say?
Yeah,
exactly.
Kind of, but he's from Georgia, right? He's from Georgia.
The notion of this is
Kind
that
of raised in Spain. Went to Germany. It's a big fucking side. It's not his fault. But the Americans, I don't know what his views are. It's my favorite in America. But Ilya could maybe, but Ilya doesn't have that Connor, like, magic that Patty has. There's nothing, you guys are born with it. You're born with it. Patty's born with it. Connor's born with it. It's you guys trying to do it. But it's just not, Patty has, he has it. There's no reason for the UFC to do it. I thought he lost one, but
religion generally, especially Christianity, does have the same amount of like invasion into daily life.
the judges gave it to that. How do you look at this right now? So the boogeyman atmosphere, you walk in here, you see Hamza, you see Armin, they're both here. They're all not looking at them. Pretend I was watching Suarez.
More like cow, you find the carcass dead on the road.
Oh, he's scared. Like me, when I first met you, swear to God, because when I first met you, I like stiff out. Dude, I was young, I was 3 years old, and he was like, you don't. No, that guy was made to fight. Just different. It's just classes started, midnight classes ended. Sometimes certain days at a time wouldn't leave the gym. And that's in combat sports like wrestling and fighting. That's what we do. I asked Armin, I said, Armin, why is it that you're in combat at the camp? Bring that level of star here. Armin said, if this guy comes here and trains the way he needs to train in peace, distractions and work on good everything on energy. So no minutes out when nothing would make me feel good. So it's like they all are there to support each other. We don't really have that type of chemistry too much anymore in the US where American fighters are trying to help American fighters. We see everybody. What do you mean? Everybody. Tell me one group that has that same. The closest we have is AK and Greg Jackson for a while. That's probably the closest. When were they? But, you know, John was picking sides. Shenanigans. I think the Cowboy, like, there was kind of a fraction. I feel like that's the hard thing with the news because now you see you have 5 building a jiu-jitsu school out there. Or we with the boxing division coach Bruno Rampages and here always being a rock and making sure the team's good. I think the biggest thing with a gym is having that. The coaches need good. Good work for the fighters, and if you don't have it, it's hard to keep the flow because the guys that are up and coming don't go twisted like that. My team, once it fractured, just don't start getting paid. So I had to deal with Echo. I'm watching my fight.
Another
I'm like,
mention
what
of order, right? Was the
the fuck are we doing? Like,
right?
the
Exactly. Like
guys, they might not. Yeah, that's kind of weird. So once a month, here on targets, it's work that here because you're dealing with a million personalities. Most of those coaches were fighters are fucking crazy. You know, fighters are fucking crazy. So you're dealing with coaches, formerly fighters, and they have egos. You deal with all these other industries, how they manage fighters, how they work with everybody. They just want out all those things. You work with Snell. Yeah, Snell is the dog. He loves Randy. Blake Snell is that's my guy. One of the best pictures ever met. Me and my guy watch him. Two times I young over with him. Who's hard to deal with?
So here's too many good fighters.
Fighters just because there's so many components that go into them. Like a surfer just goes out and surfs. Like a fighter has a Muay Thai coach, a kicking coach, a jiu-jitsu coach, a nutritionist. Baseball, he's on a team sauna. Yeah. It's a fighters, it's a lot. And there's just so many different personalities. It takes like 6 coaches to develop a ready to do all that. I mean, they have a fight coming up. It's about them, only them. But think about it. You come here when Blake Snell was here for the last couple of years. Blake Snell comes here. But that's how trains. He's out with Randy. He's out with Ryan Jack. Snell. Throws the ball so fast. He's even hurt this year, but he's coming back after the All-Star break. All the time.
Yeah, so
Or he's just throwing down on the mountain.
Beard is a good guess, but we have
Ellie Dela Cruz, remember when he was here? Ellie Dela Cruz here with Armin, with Chickle, and then we all went to a moto race, and Armin's like, what is baseball? And he goes up to Ellie Dela Cruz, he goes, and then they all kind of became friends. So, I mean, even the content we have, open area now is fixing the top baseball player with the top MMA fighter with the top skaters. You know what? I think that's a problem. They're just kind of dying out. I just think the whole landscape changed. Like, you know, the younger demos coming in, they only watch things from. And then also the UFC, granted, money-wise, they're making more money than ever, right? $1 billion profits, which is all good for them. But if they made a deal with them, because in order to get that $1 billion deal with ESPN, we're buying like 45 or 50 some fights a year. So now the product's more actually. So you get fight nights. People I'm in the sport. Look at the card. I am
responsible for protecting
so no one's people stop watching.
prior
It's just going down. It's watered down. You and I were fighting. That paper was fucking sick.
But
You're
the
getting
thing
you're going
is
to
like
fucking
these guys are like
your boys.
supposed
It was an event.
they're not
The
like
Super Bowl. Every
nights or
at least
something like
once a month
that
you'd have this big
fighting
event.
they're like
Now
members of society
because they
they're
have
like
to
church
provide
regulars.
they have to
These are
provide
all
nights.
sort of the
Do you like your contender series?
This baseball
All
not
these joints
especially
contender
happens
series
before
guys
start.
shooting contracts. So they're pushing out the bench. You're getting these young kids you've never heard of. So the profits
Like I put
water
it in a fight.
But again, they're making more money than God. Shut the fuck up, Sean. I'm balling.
There's clearly
Go
a
down.
hierarchy.
Nobody
A little bit smaller.
I don't think so. I also don't think he gets a fuck. He knows this. He's smart. His team talks smart. They're not listening to you being like, did you hear Shams at this business model? I don't fucking know.
Handy photograph. Handy illustration.
I don't know. I like to talk shit. Like, just about fighting and the rules of fighting. It's like, cost difference when you're taking from the flash and put it here. It's insane. It's just cookie cutter. That's a day. There's 300 people in there. That's such a flash. People are like, oh no, it's cool. I like to hear the coaches talk. Shut the fuck up, man. This sucks for the fighters. Yeah. Nobody. That's the back of your point, though. But maybe a little bit now with more influx of these. Because what are we becoming? Boxing. How's boxing? We have to get fucking money. Nobody's watching. You ever seen the crowd at those big events? They could get killed. You probably mail hostage to be there. So yes, it's a fucking train wreck. So boxing, because boxing just gives you. Name another fighter on the Canelo. Cheers, Crawford. Go. There's nobody in there fucking knows. That's boxing. Boxing gives you one fight, you pay $80. What made the UFC different is if you bought UFC 200, 100, UFC whatever, 163, you knew I can serve for the prelims. I know all of them, and they were so much fucking fun. That's what made us different. But damn it, all these fights now they're slowly going back. This weekend's hard. 318. You have Nelson Corey Max Hall. Russell or fight night fighters. Yeah, UFC 300 was amazing. I had the time of my life watching that every fight. The prelims to the main card was insane. This it used to always it's such a gift. UFC 300 from 270 under. I guess this is the dream. I grew up on this shit. With WWE, with all these things, they have better enterprises, they have TV. Dana's credit keeps been doing it for I think he's doing UFC as far as it can go. They're growing international, China and Russia and all that shit. And that's where they're growing. That's why Dana's done his job. So Dana's a little bit like, I'm gonna go fuck with slap fight. I'm gonna go over here to boxing now. So he's kind of checked out. More power to him. The exact same thing he's been doing. How long? Nobody's here. They were fighting off the coach. They still do it, but nobody watches. The Contender Series drops viewership, drops all the way. The Contender Series, by far, as far as like young talents, by far, most they would watch. He was a fucking genius. You know what the Contender Series recently, you can't cover fights, my favorite video. It's got like 500 views on YouTube. This is the only segment where it has 2 million. UFC, we're getting the numbers right now on the Ultimate Fighter, and we're going to get rid of amazing having here this morning. But you can see that the energy is like DC. When it used to be the energy was the fighters, and all we're getting is DC and chill. Like if I'm a manager, I'm a lot of people. Why do I fucking watch it? It's no man's land. Now the best way to get the UFC is Contender Series. Just make sure you fight hard, get a finish. So things are going hard in the back. And he gets right there. Sean O'Malley. There's a ton of guys from Contender Series. You want to look yeah, so much time. Whoa, we fucked up. You know, he wants a piece of the company, like what he's doing with Bare Knuckle. He has these issues, and then you have like they're too much power. Yeah, they're being kind of I would say, guided now by an organization that knows how to deal with power and talent.
That what makes you grow. You just tell them, like,
how we're going to organize our
I joined and so
sit down.
I have the top 4 out of 5 papers of all time, or on the top 10 of all time, even for books. And here's a wild thing to say, Connor's
Everybody's got a chip in.
richest guy that fight UFC. He was underpaid. He's the most underpaid fighter in UFC history. Let that sink in. That motherfucker was bald. The most underpaid ever in UFC history because he demanded so much attention. The money they paid off was fucking one of the endorsements because the UFC's get all those pay-per-views and they can sell them and insert whoever fucking F3, Rain, Diet Coke, whoever the fuck they want. So it increases their bottom line. Well, then Connor's get this fine number. So it's also underpaid fighter. I think now they realize, like the WWE too much power. Yeah, you gotta have multiple celebrities, multiple stars, wrestling on different nights, fighting on different nights, never stacked. And then that one time they're all stacked, call it WrestleMania. You got UFC 300, and they're following that same trajectory. Yes. That's how they got the comment. Wait, you guys won? Well, someone else won it for us. The lawyers and shout to the over. It's over. They said the antitrust was real. And you guys won. Yeah. I thought it was all. So this is the antitrust lawsuit that a bunch of the boys started being a real lawyer. They settled with the UFC. They wanted like $2 billion, and then the judge they settled for like I think like 500 something million. But then mine in his case, it's a certain time period. All my fights are only fights for that time. So I don't know if Anderson Silva's getting talking about out there. I know what I'm getting. I'm like, if I'm getting that, Anderson Silva makes so much fucking money.
Bro, I was in the beginning.
It just amazes me how maybe this PMFW has become kind of like legend or something. I love how
You're getting a good thing. I'm getting it's better than kicking the dick.
what's going on.
I just want to see our one Corvette. So I'm going to down payment on the car every other weekend. So this is
Okay.
I remember you loading up the car. Oh, yes.
Very good.
He moves the craziest trucks, craziest cars. Wait, so you're going to get money no matter what? How do you know after the attorneys take money who gets what? The attorneys aren't taking
What
money.
is this picture even
They're doing it just for the fighters. How many fighters take it? Because there's like, I think 200 notes on the list that are attorneys. They got their payment. So the bargaining, but they said that can only go up higher depending on how, because there's some people that are still in the UFC, especially some of the commentator stuff, that probably aren't going to take the money, but that money gets delegated to those people who take it no matter what. So our money could go up. I don't expect the money, so we have to figure it out. Yeah, I was talking about a way you have the pay-per-view card, like you had.
I'm glad it's the right one.
Just not out to horse, right out with donkeys, or there are some there routes
I'm gonna try to be like, down there, I'm gonna be one.
You know, they buy a t-shirt or get enter for free, but right now, horsepower.
That's for sure.
$50,000 odds, whoever gets that, $10,000 cash, that gets I enjoy it because I'm monthly.
So you can win a couple of $40.
Yep.
But you have to buy multiple t-shirts.
No. We had some, it gives you a better chance to win it, but our last one, we bought like a shirt and a half. We on Sunset Studio right now, we're giving away a brand new bagger that we're buying the Harley from Hungry Cowboys. So if you buy a Hungry Cowboys Sunset Studio t-shirt on sunsetstudio.com, you get automatically entered to win the bike.
I want to do a raffle.
Do it. Rampage has a half a drop. come in something very special.
This
Can't
is
say yeah, but you have that t-shirt dropping.
This is one
Yeah, so
of
he's got some stuff popping off. Listen, we have a lot of stuff going on right now. What is the best way for people to follow you? Look at what you got going on. Just my Instagram at Brent Shop. Podcast. And then you moved to Texas. Is that official? Oh yeah. So you did you your Rogan's back house? No, I heard it. Yeah, that's the rumor. Wait, I didn't want to bring it up. They said you moved to your you were teaching the Secret Service. You hired like Anderson teaching the White House. Yeah, that's fucking dead serious. Oh, I wish. I wish I was in here to see this fucking house. I wish I was in that. No, I'm not here. My own house. Outside house. I'm big traffic.
Whether or not
No, he lives over in Austin. I love Lincoln traffic. That's what they all say. I wish I lived this fucking back there. You already know what's happening. Yeah, that's my guy. I'm the man fuck over here. Well, I'm on the show.
it's hard to believe.
He's the goat. Without him, there would be no. I mean, think about it, he's the most, I would say, listened to person in the world daily and weekly. And all he talks about is MMA and loves MMA and is still hosting the UFC show. Like, that's so crazy. That's like people don't understand it. He literally puts MMA in a different stratosphere just by being involved in the sport. Yeah, UFC is going to be in a world of hurt once that guy stops. What happens to him? He's going to stop. It's going to get scared.
Are they like chased out everywhere?
You have to.
Like,
I don't like traveling either. I'm not even close to this level. I turn a lot of shit down. So for him, he's like, I don't want to do international. I want to be home with my family. That's why he'll go. Other ships, you don't even have to leave all the time on the road. Other ship is like, it's his comedy.
Very fair, very good. That's
He
very
has to be owned by some cold.
separate but all.
I think so. But he
Yeah,
like,
there are great areas.
yeah, but so cool.
Later, it's already.
I watch those conspiracy videos on TikTok all that time. It's like Joe Rogan, cold leader. I'm like, that ain't true. And then I watch it. No, I know, but they just make up something like anything. Yeah, it's so funny. I don't think it ever stopped being that famous. You know, anything they definitely do. But anybody, I don't really make hate on you. You know, but you guys experience too. Like when you have Bryce Mitchell, you deal with hate, right? If you're gonna put yourself on camera and talk, like just come to the damn talk.
That's a fair assessment. Let it also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they
Listen, anybody who knows me in the MMA space, from one of my emails to Khalil Rothschild, they all know what we do here and what I do, so I'm never worried about it. It says the internet, everybody has something to say.
communities where they are walking with a synagogue, a mikvah, a restaurant, they have to live close together. So they tend to be
It's just different. Why? And what is my
mid-sized villages.
Jewish?
So they're very
Well, you kind of have like the same numbers. What's a bell pepper? What's a pepper? They always say we look the same. They all Can I ask you an honest question? Who would win in Street Fight? Joe Rogan?
However, the only way to do that is their identity.
I think it's real. Literally, like, episode
Years
of
away
cooking dudes that just lost his shit. That's how this goes. Be careful. Sure, fuck no, it's all natural. He's the king of
Perhaps a subset like that.
We've had him on the pod, I just think he's had a manic episode. For whatever
Without
reason, he pointed it out. Like, it depends on it. It depends on all it smells. He smelled like all, like, he smelled like candy. You know, he doesn't shower, doesn't do shampoo. Just like fuck you, like mustard, like man. Yeah, like he just is. Like he just came out of the fucking forest. Yeah, she was pretty. Pretty kids, you need like a good dude. Such a bad idea. In order to give a fuck or entertain him, he goes so hard. Can I say this? I'm not going to out push this first encounter, but I know somebody
time,
simply married, let's say not
one of us
here.
in our group asked his wife, like,
But the ones that make history tend to be rather
Oh shit,
negative.
I can't smell it.
Okay.
she didn't know. Like something in the life of a girl, I'm a professional fighter. Like, I'm just not gonna just
When
it's just somebody that's close to me. I'm not gonna say, I'm not gonna.
It's something like that. I'm trying to think last time, like, yeah, I usually do 2 or 3 15 like that.
how they're going to be at the
Smart,
they go back to
and that's what.
One of the things that happened, unfortunately, after that revolution in 1789,
I get tired.
first
You're bigger than me. I'll grab them.
You're softball too.
it was
I'm
a
a softball.
massive
No, man.
watershed
You're
moment
Project
in
Man.
history
I'm
where
like,
No, no.
I'll grab them. Like, no, it's
I want to train you.
and what ended up happening was
I put on my
he
youth.
had like all the
couple months ago.
spring-loaded
I've done this one 5 years.
that
I've done
allowed
it
him
again.
to surge ahead
And I'm
in
gonna
all
do
kinds of
it. Did you
areas
see the video?
especially
don't watch
in
this shit.
business,
bro, he
because
went in there and grabbed
they had a huge desire to be illiterate.
How would it go? You know what I'm saying?
And so,
You know what I do?
the decade or two after 1789,
about coming. You gotta get it out, right? It's something weird about it. You gotta get it out. And I just like making people mad.
this is ridiculous. This is our country.
Yeah, I just don't think I have the balls.
For so long, but nevertheless, let them get information for us in the area of money was right to allow you interest on money go back to Jews.
And then I'll throw in a few
Go to Napoleon, they
No,
complain.
I gotta write a book. You know, one night, I have a problem sleeping, right? So this is years ago. So one night, I couldn't
Positively
sleep. So I
disposed
wrote
to building our country with the rest of
I wrote it, and then I sent it to one of my friends, one of my friends that keeps it real. The whole internet knows you're funny. You don't need to worry about that. We all know you're funny. But you gotta just stand up, Stanford. Like, there's people who would kill it out here, and then Stanford's just a different thing. That's the time. Like when you go on the stage, what's the first thing you would say? What the fuck y'all doing here? And I would laugh. And then you're big, right? You're gonna howl. What do you see now? Talk about BBCs. Yeah. See, I'm not talking about it. I ain't got a BBC, but who in the crowd is? I know what y'all thinking. Yeah. You know I got it's small. I'm small. Sorry, ladies. Sorry, I'm not what you wanted, ladies. It's more like Asian bitches. And then you play the Chucky Andrew song. I wonder if you know. And then you bring out your whole roster from the last 2 years. Yeah, you would kill it. You would kill it. We should take it to everybody next week. All right, so much time. Why? Just show up. Because you want the expectations. You want like real comedy. I was writing some stuff. I could do it for my stream. I just invite a few people. I could do it.
Do a bunch of these, you'll join the Germans
Get the
and
audience
get a chance to
already.
So, of course, with Sanhedrin,
I did three stand-up comedy sessions that everybody from.
very good
Yeah, I
answers.
killed it.
And he said,
The
okay,
only
so
reason why I
that's it.
stopped this
Settled.
is like,
You like this, like everybody else.
When you're committed.
So basically, that was your shot at Jewish history.
I'd rather have you in the house, have someone who understands what's going on in the world. Is it real?
That is the
6'6",
basis.
240.
Okay.
Yeah, but he needs too much. He's not here. You want to hear like that dynasty. You got your Santos and your jigs just all around just like. This is my first set.
So they had some focus on it. And he very carefully.
Oh, no way.
water.
during the medieval period,
Self-explanatory.
you
Yeah, some
applied that
martial
moniker
artists
to
like,
a
you know,
particular
those
piece of geography,
Taekwondo guys,
or
they're really good at
specifically in
Taekwondo.
a category to
They don't really like Bruce Lee, right?
Welcome.
which is associated
How are you?
with biblical ancestors.
What's going on, Taliban?
Someone bring that up. Show me the best.
How's your day going? Taliban, can you hear me? Yo, Taliban. Taliban. Yo, can you hear me? How are you? Taliban, how are you? How is your day going? How's your day going? Audie, what are you doing? I almost banned that person because I thought it was them.
Huh?
I almost banned that person because I thought it was them.
Oh, well, you're saying Taliban, so I was like getting a Taliban mode.
Yeah. That was their name.
Rabbi, I know, I'm here. I'm just like,
That's Bruce Lee
I'm just together
not from Paramount. Identify the guy from where he's from to be able to teach in the U.S. Yeah, sure. Show me the
Ninth
first
century,
Absolutely
maybe
not.
5 to 10,000
You know, he's done.
population.
Don't get wrong. Great
By the time you
businessman.
get to
Pioneer martial arts. But it was never like a fighter. Like not a real fighter. Chuck Norris is more of a legit fighter than Bruce Lee. Yeah, fights. Fight shit like Chuck Norris. Yeah. Bruce Lee invented that.
very, very significant.
Sure.
So,
Oh, yeah.
so far, somehow it's where exactly is that place? Like Mr. Krantz was at where is the Yirmiyah? So Yirmiyah is around the 6th century before the Common Era, where Yirmiyah and Ashkenaz. Sort of know where our going up in which is a little
Content of Hamza and Armin training with Sam during the week, plus they've been doing some awesome stuff. And they have their full camp with all the next week. We have Albania,
Ashkenaz.
Stingray, he was like my he fought Rothschild son. Have you ever seen him fight at all? Yeah, but he said because he was telling us a story because he was at All-Stars when Hamza first came.
How do
And
they
they were
get
training because
to
they Hamza was
around here
training with all the big boys.
we're jumping.
I wanted to train, let everybody worry about his party. And everybody's talking about his party. That's right. But for the listeners and myself,
Somewhere,
so he's DJ's guy.
and now we get to
You
the
want to
thousands
that's right. Now go on
years
later.
later. So I don't written writing
Oh my God. The one that slammed the meat. That's on. The one that slammed me. Before we go to Sam, who's slamming meat at your house? He's slamming meat. I'm the one that's slamming my meat at my house. Nah, not what I saw. You're slamming your meat. You're slamming my meat. Okay.
and from the land of Ethiopia, most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz.
That's another one.
So we definitely have Southwest right? This is Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and so like, correct. If you were to look at this garage, where would Ashkenaz have? Correct. Figure out what's going on. Yeah, it's probably somewhere between those guys that lie down. There is a place called Ashkenaz, Cuba, and it's probably somewhere here. Okay, so let's do this one last one here. Rabbbi, of course, occurs in a different puzzle altogether. Here, and you're right, shell eggs are looking.
I would
So
extend that.
shell
See,
egg
this
is
first.
so we have Russian Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about
I'm a huge DDP fan. I wasn't always sold on because his tech such a good fight. But the way together is kind of explosive. If you look at all complex fights, that was
We've got a region here which is a lot of
towards
which is identified with
But
Spain.
again,
That goes to
this fight against Robert Whittaker.
which is a region of southern France,
It's taking it to the next level. That's kind of just the missing link to this.
places like Tulle,
Ukraine water to the Great
Marcus,
Problem Whitaker.
the world at the time,
Whitaker.
associated with
I
slaves.
know.
It may be the word for Slavs in English, although most Slav, like that, as they don't know the word is Slava. Lord, Slava is right, like Lord. But it does translate to existing. So that's usually part of the world. Later, they're Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. This particularly
That just has support.
I went to bed early last night.
No, you didn't. I'm the influence right now. I'm glad to see it too. Have you
Yeah,
seen him in the hotel?
yeah.
I have not.
And you did it. Okay, so let's go to a which is how to use
You were bored today, huh? Why you been looking at his hog on the internet for like good
topics for the rest of the hour.
Inside's on.
We
What do you think
have
about Conor McGregor?
two stuff. We are literally
It's just confirmed I thought all along. And training it back and putting together a whole routine just for different parts of your body.
subgroup. I mean, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Spartan, for example, or Yemenite Jews. Then I'll give you 5 bucks. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes. Neat, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have 2 traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did we get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary, kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who was a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is from his capital city of Aachen, and I read once that this is said to contain his actual. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that it's actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, who was the pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources, Jewish communities in and in particular, his grandson does not actually look very fall. Is Cordier down here, looks a little bit unhappy. He looks much more involved than he does. But Charles de Gaulle in particular was very involved with the Jewish community, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is literary traces this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small and establishing themselves. Mr. Krebs. Yes. Three votes that were each that Spain in one is a vote that was by pirates, who were sent us abroad. But the Spain said that the Spain cruelty he put both seven in the first century was after the destruction of the Mikdash. He gave them no skippers, and they went and they landed at Lyon, France, and strangely enough in Bordeaux, although to get to Bordeaux there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way. And that those are the establishments. It's a full story and amazing, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these this period of these three kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters, and they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You'll have the right to show you one of those charters, and I want you to analyze things to accept these charters or not. The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, Rhineland, late 19th century, they ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about your genetic record? Here we're getting to these stages $5, because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created nationality Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery from renovation to the city center. Jews typically lived in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, Jewish quarters almost always right there downtown. Usually right next to the cemetery laid out. And here's actually some of the former exhumed at the time. Now they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community of stock that it could be done, and the Jewish geneticist said, we're not going to get too many out. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right? The 1300s. Including massive free bones will be reinterred in other. They couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jaw. So, in other words, made a massive deep dive genetic study of the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, the finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not so permanent, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to say, you know. So yeah, the teeth are distinct, not part of the amazing things about their diet. Also, for something we all saw our genetic experiment that was done this the early 20th century in England. This is the Castle Point Shop Center in the English city of Norwich. Which was the site in fact, some of those bones, which were, taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually, what they must have looked like. There are two reconstructions of an adult and a child in the bottom of this Norwich well to determine their eye color, and in fact, the incidence of red hair, which was something program, so that we knew a lot about them. They said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23 they're overwhelmingly were thrown into this well in the room, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish group. We buried them in the Jewish community, but see that they were for Jews to have. Okay, but they're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, the characteristics which are not commensurate Near Eastern origin. Right? If it was aim after av for generation, but we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are sort of like convergences for the body. No, so that's precisely because you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see it. It was right there. So that's the point that we what is a Jew? Let's do this. Think about who is a Jew. One thing we can say for sure, a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. I can't put a number on that, but I would would probably suggest, well, Ashkenazi Jewish. Right? We shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole, when we get to the bottom. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews, of course, literary tradition settled in. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how the start out the Jews in ancient Israel. And we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning for you in this room, 7 out of 10 in America are of Ashkenazi. So you have in the ancient period examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. Malka people attested not only in Jewish sources, but also for generations. Italians, again, not necessarily willingly. That would show a beautiful stone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also North Italian, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at time, around 100, you have what's called a founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazi Jew. That's why some amazing studies have been done that indicate that most Kohanim have that is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor. By someone else. This is the year 800. Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. Tell me again. happening to get that? Genetics just doesn't get the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set. That 46% of people who are Ashkenazi and Levia come from 4 women. But no, 4 women who lived around year 8 in northern Italy. Why Italian women are half of people called self-ladies. So, well, it's really possible, right? A lady can marry a Buick. Right, so if a woman converts, get into a massive question, which is not very stable, but it's conversion, right? We have a basic idea of when we mikvah is genetically how Ashkenazi was are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? Here we get the Erfurt, and they are remarkably consistent with each other and in the study so similar after 700 years, constant in dog, constant in marriage. Again, it's tiny, that's the bottom. Right? The founder event is when you have a tiny Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount. Lactose intolerance, only cousins with each other, and that's they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how any arguments between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? Beside them today, and people would think they fit. Like that. Let's say 800 so on is when we start the counter event, and then I probably should not made these curves. It's basically like a straight up and has been Spartan after, especially 1492, with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. 15 to 45% of their DNA consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews, Italian, infusion of Italian DNA, and if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? Some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the family and so on, moving there and establishing a model, they confirm each other, and it seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there, and also, okay, questions, arguments. Well, again, when we look at Erfurt, they had about 20 different people, not a mass. But when they broke down, German, French, or whatever the European at that time. It's just as a Jew. What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back far to him. All Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak Avinu. No, I can't say that. Jews are either the product of a goes back to the 4th century, 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to Parshas Bo. But it's very hazy there because we don't even know what to do with it. We don't have big samples of other people also. There's a huge amount of people moving around different parts of the world. History to write based on genetics. Here we have a copy of the Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews. I shouldn't say that. That's no law. They put it on the recording. But, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarian. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Lecky. There's a book, yes, Khazari. We're going to see that in a second. What is Khazari all about? Yeah, it came from this region in Central Asia. Let me just close this a little bit. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Khazari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing on and he decides to hold a debate between the Kuzari. When he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism.
What is it?
I'll give you a little bit of the hint and a lot about what we don't know happened.
Tommy John.
We'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Kuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy, it's a book of religion, the religious philosophy, and history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people know from many sources prominent in the city of Kiev, which is actually a history book, historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it, which was Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers that came holding the for 500 dinars. I'll give whatever kind of story you want. I don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fact there and report on Khazaria, usually in a negative way. The detail is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll walk. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. Over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is a massive treasure trove of documents that was discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about it. And this is a document which sometimes is called Teta.
Everybody loves you.
Teta. Here's what it's like a bit. Take a bit, sorry.
Oh, look.
Someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door. story of how, and there's you guys answer the door, or parent answers the door. Basically, what do you look for? That's that? Or what do you picture for? And the chief rabbi indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community was even right the Hebrew representing. But it's the Hebrew document. It's the community. No, I just write in Hebrew. Yeah. We're so down the cusps. This, I think, we should have done cusps. No, it's definitely it's an effort. It's definitely it says we have read it. Exactly, because he's an important guy. He's the president of the Jewish community. The president of the Jewish community. It tells you something about the nature of the Jewish Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem to say, yeah, there's Jews living in Middle Central Asia. Necessarily knows how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document. Is the original title of it, and what it refers to is how great Prince Volodymyr in Kiev back in the year 938. And amazingly, the Russians have should really say Ukrainians that was happening in Kiev. The mayor, who was like a pagan, a worshiper, rivers, things like that. He says we can't stay more because it's year 988. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000, the modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity, and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get Muslim, anyone gets fine. What do Muslims drink? Alcohol, right? Muslims drink alcohol. So what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, we will not give up our cups. So and then there's a little comment which is probably added by a Christian monk afterwards saying, and also here they're European experts, which is hard to believe. I think the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. He says, wow, Judaism. So great. but it's I of the Kuzari, outcome. Okay, they stones that seem to have really clear signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how we don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shel Stomper, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asks three basic questions. He asks, like, why would they, in the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it's probably did happen, maybe. A big question is how Jewish were they?
So
All
just
the evidence indicates they were
dine up here.
not.
Okay. I'm at the improv bar. And that I haven't said to me. You know what he said to me? This is like a Donnell comes up to me. Maybe I was going out that part, but it goes. It was
Actually, the acceptance of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted this as a show my son.
you always say that you don't know with your work. It's been like,
Writes this book, The Adventures of the Jewish People.
you know how hard it's been.
Ashkenazi Jews.
So you know, flying on wherever else. And they put those tortellinis out. And they bring the breakfast out for people. It's like they go, it's too fantastic. I once $200 and I would do it again. So I had a buddy postmated. I was with him when he postmated him. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm gonna be late. The wings aren't even ready, man. I mean, yeah, they're good. No, not really. Wings guy. Who's not a wings guy? That doesn't even make sense. What I mean is, I would never order them. But it's not like I'm like, you know, what about the advertising? You know, it was certain to me around there. If I say, you know, garlic calamari or something, I don't know, man. Maybe it's like, dude, give me a break. This with
Should I be able to figure out what you're thinking?
Yeah, well, at least to get it below this, below myself. It's far near your face. Okay, but what I'm saying is, on this scenario, I guess at the end of the flight, when you're getting up, you might want to be you're like his body over, like, yeah, sure. It's coming out. I wish I would have brought the note from the flight attendant because you took a picture of it. I said, yeah, that's right, email. But yeah, this flight attendant, I posted about it. I said, I just can't think nothing to do. It's the thing. If there was a way to fix it, you say something. I was like, you can't enjoy. So, no, I did not. You went first. I think he's over. If he says something, you're just gonna hurt his feelings. If he gets upset, it's like, all right, bitch. Well, that's why I say you don't say anything at the beginning of the flight. That's a real public service you're doing. You can tell him, man, yeah, it's clear game, it's social assassin. You're the ones that has to keep. So tell someone really difficult. I can't help it. I feel like I waited 12 years for prosecution. They arrest for shit against the government. Really help. Is that what you're saying so far, Mark, for the podcast? Across the road. Oh, shit. I like that social assassin thing because I remember one time
last photographs I
after 12 years, I said, man, your wife has never said
all
nothing.
over Israel.
He goes, no, I go, yeah, like ricocheting off the windows. Wow, it's a long ricochet. That kind of thing I'm good at. Maybe
Photographs of the hostage.
no, I wanted to really. Yeah, love somebody like that. I'm with Eric on this. I would. It was my. Well, first of all, I wouldn't be with that person. I wouldn't be with that person. I totally agree. Yeah, but you can tell me.
It's absolutely.
No, the only friend would let you have a look at, for like all day. Yeah, but that's that kind of shit. But if I had a. I could marry somebody who had those kind of pressure. I'm talking about, I could marry somebody that was, to me, yes,
On the flight,
but more so what I'm saying. Not marry somebody, not be with around somebody. Come on, one thing you like, maybe that was. Anyway, it's kind of like, it's just, Sydney, sweetie, I don't know what's going on. I do. That's a huge thing. After I don't know, really?
Yes.
No,
This is a practice.
I don't fuck around like that.
For you, it says,
I don't fuck around. You're not comforting. Look.
He was the father of
I only,
and he was
I've only been with people that were like, wow, we never had
this terrorist.
And it's always right where she's on. Well, I mean, that's not it, but yeah, I mean, I know you're that guy that smelled like pure hummus shit. There was a next to, or would you rather have a guy like a dude that just that? I'd rather have shit. Rio. You gotta say the Rio. The way you said it made it seem like season 2. So I just I'm dying. This is back there. So I'm at the Hero bar and I see a comic that I haven't seen in a while.
A lot of you are not able to get to me.
Up to him and I said, "What are you been at?" He's like, "Nah, it's been on it, but you know what? I'm feeling good. I'm back.
I want to just run this show.
I'm up for this show. It's called." Now, I think I looked at him and I said to myself, "I'll tell you what I did. But after you tell me what you did." Right. So what he said, he was going through stuff. So like, I know what I would do. What would you do? I go,
Worship. It's amazing how active they are.
I just got. I would not do that. I would not like that because and I don't want to deal with the crisis, man. I understand why you would have another. No, I understand, but I guess. But I get why you do that, and you're making a fair point. It's like you're close to blowing your head off. Listen to this. I just got the part. No, well, my thing, I wouldn't say that. My thing was, like how you said it. It should be like, oh, I don't want to see this guy later and be like, oh man, yeah, you already got that part. And it's like, you know, yeah, it's like, oh fuck, because I know the business. This sucks, dude. This happened. This version. This is happening to me. Yeah, that's my thing. Like, Eric, it was the same part you were going out for. Yes. So that's what you did? Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said so. I said, oh man, you know what? You're not just going that. Yeah, exactly. That's I think that's what I just wanted to write down because, like, you know, that whole. Yeah. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I get what you're saying, Brendan. That is interesting, though. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, because I'm glad that he said that because I totally agree with his sentiment. A lot of people do. Yeah. I just heard the same thing, Eric. Like, you know, some of the dads can't spread out for the same team Tiger did. And I found out early Tiger made the team. I didn't say shit. Well, that's a little bit. That's there's so many spots. You know, there's 9 spots. No. But he did it. Well, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Let's say it was football and Tiger was going. I would do the same thing. I would be like, you know, you say that, it would come up on like, man, do we hear something? I'm like, yeah, if it was him, then that kid makes it like, oh, yeah, awkward. No, I try to avoid the awkwardness up front. That's all. Person, yeah, exactly. You know, that's what I'm talking about. So, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That to me, the thing I'm gonna get something. Dude, I've been there. This time. Like, why the fuck didn't they just tell me? But also, it could be like you also don't know what's gonna happen, like to the Tigers team. Like maybe the kids were so good they're taking 11 guys. Yeah. So I don't get. You know, maybe the guy was so good he got another role. So I'm not the fucking director. So I could be the one to give you bad news. Honestly, I don't appreciate you teasing that. But the time. Okay, I'm ready to pay. Last scenario, guys. Jonas, going for the safe part. All right. You're gonna get it or you're not gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
What I can do is I can defer those questions for a audition. I'm not gonna get this. I'd like to ask you to consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course. And the advantage of subscribing
biggest connection of the task is the task.
There's a lot of comments that I received from many of you. And here's your comments, here are your suggestions. This is the done by this summer. That's my publisher due date at any rate. So this is something I can offer you through my website. Right now, I'm thinking about calling it offers to researchers and publishers. It's a big deal to share.
I can just take a little break from chat with the boys here from Boston. They're doing it live in North Hollywood. Nothing says summer like long days, clutch plays, and firing up a few bets on the game.
Finally, I just want to say
You've never been on baseball before, be a guy to go yard hunting. Anderson live odds mid-game, or just ride with your squad and hope for the best. That's code Golden for new customers. Get 150 around as yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call or text HOPE-467-369. In Connecticut, help is available from 887-897-777 or visit ccpt.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Agent eligibility varies. That's expires 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or resources, ckng.co/stereo gentlemen. Okay. You still going for Nick? I really came with it. Yeah, so the third.
equally
Okay, now? Show it. And it's like that sort of edge seating. They're trying to be artsy, you know. But honestly, I haven't talked to me about the fucking kind of seating. Okay, I stand it, but go ahead. It's artsy in LA is uncommon. Okay. So I'm sitting with my buddy, and then the girls are sitting behind me, and we're almost back to back. And he's flirting with these girls. It's going terrible. It's getting trash. And it was so funny. So they she said, you know, she was like, you know, and the girl's like, she's like, hi, blah, 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 blah. And her titty, yes. Now, her whole titty happened. And I look right in her eyes. I say, your tits. Me on the same page. Yeah. Let me tell you what. Excuse me. Eventually, she's gonna notice. It does matter. If it's a tiny 5'10", you don't care. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, here's the dilemma. You don't say nothing about the titties. See my titties. If they go like this.
Especially in person, they're sitting around the table.
Oh my God. The thing too is you can't be like this. The guy came up to her and her tits were out. She was just so like, He was just like, I was like, first of all, I have a foot down.
he was nevertheless expelled.
I would just be like, dude, I got another situation. Because what would you do?
At the time,
Think about it, wait, he got not seen enough.
spending his life
And they were waiting till he
a while back, after the race that historical the world.
No, I have another one. One time I was kind of this one of the
His personal story, but of course the story.
Okay,
As I said, one of the few books that we have
I said, I was a Joe. You said, I'm in Joe. So, you know what I mean? We know what you meant. But so, you're in high school. I'm in high school.
Thank you very much.
And I look over and notice, okay, and we both notice that the teacher, she's standing somebody at the desk. Remember even in high school, I remember they were it's good that she did practice. I would have
Part of the reason I not have heard about it is actually a certain amount of
sucked, but like you don't want somebody. Yeah, no, I see. It was like must have been one young. This know what it was. Yeah, I know what that was. And I saw a guy. He said that. I was like, man, he's got a string right there. I just remember like, I got one very good. This girl, her name was Kathy Lee something. I forget her last name. But this was very, very great. Yeah, and I kind of next to each other during some project, like a thing. God, she's class. Brand size. I just carry on that line. I'm gonna talk. I'm all, hey, Cap. guy goes, this is fucking his hand, and it looks like he puts it up to his mouth. Oh. They kicked him out of the game, and she didn't come back. I mean, she's one of the best players on the court. Her fucking wig fell off. She goes, never comes to check. I don't understand. There's a fan who's making fun of her for having a wig. Like, from the he was like, at least security's in jail. You can't hear what the fan and still playing. Yeah, my thing is like, you say don't wear a wig, but I guess it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about the sport, but it's about like, you know, what's like, right? They're seeing all the money with these girls are making now. They're making good deals, and they're like, all right, let me start looking. You know, right. The whole thing. Only a few of them pulled off. That's just like crazy. Jesus Christ. I'll see myself out. Yeah, they're gorgeous. So you imagine all that. I don't even know. She's actually she's stop. That's not the point. What was it? If you're related to like basketball, like she's not LeBron, right? You know, she's a dude that should have retired.
LeBron category. Now we get the things which are.
I knew if I waited long enough, I would get
category source apply to virtually every
sat in the pocket. I would get LeBron, and I didn't. I'm just saying, like,
we could probably say
I covered this on my very popular podcast, but this. Yeah, she got suspended for a year, and she came work. She got arrested for a punch. She got boyfriend. No. It's actually really impressive. Handle her shit with mugshot showing. It has fucked up when she's talking about baseball. We all love this is a great scenario. There's other angle. I've never seen this, but the other angle. Do your job.
Thank you so much, Emma. They are hopeful that
I thought it was a
they're going to bring
what a sure shot.
more benefits to the area in the future. And so, tonight is we have to tell you also what's happening. Let me tell you about this 4-year-old girl who has been dead. Another man is released after shooting in Ohio. Southeast are under warning for dealing with
That's how you get water. It would have been more impressive. Yeah, still. Don't be confident. Do it that way. Have you seen the digital blitzer? Yeah, no, he wasn't hammered. He was sick, obviously. On stage, I think it was so crazy. First year with Rachel, we went to Spencer. Coastal Weakness. A situation where I ate something, I'm just laying in bed. That sucks. So I caught it in my hand, I jumped out of bed, and I fucking found it on my side.
Oh, big boy.
You start doing that.
Oh,
This
big
great.
boy.
For a while, it goes up to
Big stage.
Syria, all the way over
No,
to
bro,
Baghdad.
that trip went for me. I mean, it's
Right.
I thought we're fucked. So whatever you want to do, I'm gonna be fucking and throwing up and stuff crazy. Yeah, it was college education for a while. Every time you try.
Big baby.
What's coming is, you know, when you run your mouth like it's really fun.
Crazy.
Like this is like a ask us like, let's do a would you rather. What do you tell me?
Create poetry.
Yeah. Shit to even think about this shit about it, show. Thanks for coming on the show. We're trying to shit about it. That's, yeah, I mean, this is like what you're supposed to do. Like that guy, this was like, I just gotta hold this in. It's like, shut up already, get to the point, you know? Stay home break here because this episode of Light Hours brought to you by Rothschild. That's right, guys. You've probably heard of Viagra. mean, I've done that when I've gone out to get like a magazine, like when in college and shit. That's what I'm saying. So, hold on, you two are shit. No, I'm not saying either way. I haven't said that. I'm saying what you say. He's picking up. Clearly, he fucking. It's not. It's 4:45 in the morning. He's picking up a magazine and stumbled upon a transgender. I would say it's cut dry, but it's definitely not. Oh my God, it's not believable. You see some. You know what I mean? And you go, you're like, oh, yeah, it's a little conversation. There is in my world, man, I want to get a magazine. I go, I go under 19, and then I'm like, oh, shit, and then it turns into that. Yeah. In no way do I just be a good cement, you know. Okay, it was a sensitive woman that is not gay. I just right. They didn't take it. Interesting. If it was a woman in distress, I would help her. I would be my friend, but that's not how the press would.
The actual
No, you would know that. Of course, if people would. That's not how it happened. So that could happen. That could happen. It's just a
member of the otherwise lost.
So famous that it
They
just,
were
you don't always think you don't know.
Migrated early to a slot of experience and also with some other and they made their way down to the later Israel several other tribes.
At this point, I mean, I wouldn't even walk a woman to her car because I'm saying no way.
And basically,
Absolutely. Go ahead. And that's one thing they made it. This particular story, which is crazy about it, is like he made it all about,
furthermore,
you know, so yeah, I didn't even know that. I realized it's a guy, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking hilarious. All right, and yeah, what's this like? Eric Andre was telling me, I saw that story about like, so he was like, my next son, if I have a lady boy, When nobody's talking about it, you go, even if you're like, why would you do that?
Later, after
Yes.
this person
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes. Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, there is a world where you get trailed, especially now. I've seen too much first 48.
the way that they slaughter animals.
But now, those cases are first 48, and that's the one you want to watch. It's just all sexy. He was trying to get us to do something.
Send
It's
a letter
48 hours. Figure it out.
I showed up here. This is an amazing story.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like, that was the first time that but at the time, we were like, it was on the screen.
He's the real deal. That is what I'm saying. Makes us way where the fact that another tradition which is getting actual witness testimony from Hassai ben Shapur, who lived in the 10th century in southern Spain, and Al-Andalus, who also say that he was there as well.
This guy who was like, he said he worked for the Air
Gets
Force.
around, probably all around the known world,
That's about 5. I was like,
a story of the
so you go,
independent
just what you do.
kingdom of
Go put the flight.
his story as a whole, by the way,
Give me the
absolutely
number.
how a colleague were shipwrecked on the sea.
Look at
Cannibals,
this baby.
Whatever, right?
Look at this baby.
all about how he
Look
was
at this baby girl.
really fascinating.
So one time,
Solely during 6 days of the week, but nobody put on the Sabbath.
I go, well, I'm not sure how much.
Violate the
It gives me
Sabbath,
a lot of points,
so
right?
they attacked as it
As
were
I'm
by
staying, trying out the. Oh no! I was so mad. He's probably doing it. I was like, this way, you know. I said, you crack the case, come on, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And then, like, they let me go because they had nothing. I gave them the number. I had to bring. I was going to nothing covered. I was like, I had to get it. So my bad throwing all this white headed there. And so I'm thinking, I call
was actually what Eldad was saying and how much
fuck,
it
you know?
was
Because when he was just this guy, I understand what he's doing. So what I thought. What he was doing is he didn't even work for the airline. She was taking people's credit
but
card
that
numbers
brings one more question.
that are in
So there was an Eldad who claimed to be a Danite coming
for
from
herself?
the kingdom.
No, for other people. Chill is when I'm eating a burrito and
However, they disagreed with the
that's when you just chill.
Said,
Bro, it was just never forget that. And then I read
that halacha should
along
not
the airport, they just said, hey, find
which is
some
more
credit card on this. You know, and I said, why had to get my credit card? You got $50 off. That shit is, that was gold at the time. You know, Italian Southwest.
based on
Shit,
these
you know, it's like,
ideas,
you're
like for
talking about
example,
forever to call my mom.
about it, and then he described it as a place where he's really trying to stand.
You know, it's like, how long?
It's kind of like the
No,
second.
just
The third opinion, which is raised by Professor Perry from the University of Haifa, who recently wrote a book about archives, says that well, there's a third possibility that he is a true believer. He actually place called
I would have been like working
there
on a
was
sting
whatever that
operation
place
for them.
was,
Yeah, bro.
like God and Hashem. But just that there are he is how develop this tradition themselves. I hope to speak in person. Amazing.
Yes.
And it's not going to be for everybody. It's going to be I think but I want to share my research with you. I'm preparing a lecture for that.
The same thing at the
Thank you
same intensity every night. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I love it. My wife will get them 6 months ago. Rachel will be one of these. This motherfucker got my ring. You know, she could be one of them. She'll be like, man, I know that's cool. And I'm gonna be like, go on stage though. It'll be like, my neighbor got my ring. Your neighbor got your ring. We get it. At that level. I'm just saying, it's like, you know, that's not what's hard in the pandemic. It was hard to not have the outlet. It was hard. I'll talk about the same thing in perpetuity.
But they were especially widespread, and they must have been phenomenal
And
on the
I'd
economy
be happy
of
about
the
it.
9th century.
And there you go. My
Later,
wife is just,
most
she's so upset at this.
which is really just a
And
couple
I,
of paragraphs.
Rachel go, I know, you said this already. No, but you don't understand. I've got a new way of saying it. Check this out. I added a tag. Listen. I'll be in Los Angeles, Miami, Houston, Salt Lake City. Come see me, ChrisLee.com. ChrisLee.com, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm coming this weekend. 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday. I'll see you there. August 14th, I'm going to be in New York at the Stand. I do my own show at the Stand. Come check me out there. New York, people that saw me at MSG. When Matt Rife was elected. Come see me there. Hell yeah, Howard. And then I'm also going to now be, and that same weekend, the 15th and 16th, I'm going to be at Club 808 in D.C. My buddy Warren Domini owns a club. It's a little dope little club. There. Thanks for watching Golden Hour. Check out the Patreon.
Here, you'll see that
It's good.
I
think it's a cool transfer.
That's on the violet color represents the connection that
What look like. They did. They would change the whole thing. They would change the whole thing. You know, it's like, man.
They are
All right, y'all. All right, see you guys. Love you next week.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the ultimate lab TRX. $15,000 in upgrade. This one on one. You won't find another TRX on the road or a truck for that matter like
said about that, where it's like Hyderabad and New York, for example, was not so much upset with the institution of slavery, but upset with the idea that the Jews might own potentially create that was Christian, but he did not see the idea. But that was just one part of things that they found today. There are several major theories. One is that they
Hilarious. It's not him.
Southern Iraq.
You know what he said to me? This is what Donnell comes up to me and goes,
Areas make sense. I think that me personally, I'm not an expert, but I work with the location because so much.
how's your weight loss journey going? And I'm down 9 pounds.
Jewish person, that's the most environment.
There are things I was on the morning on that flight. So we're breakfast out on this flight. They go, Mr. Breakfast. I was like, wow. She was real disciplined about that's a big. When I was in Atlanta, and what I did was because I'm on the East Coast, I don't want to change. I don't need to. That's nice. You know what I mean? In Atlanta, I would. So I was made it. I was with him. Fantastic. I don't have right fucking. I'm not a wings guy. I mean, yeah, they're good. I did. They're kind of weird. No, not really. I mean, they're not what I mean in my country. What I mean is, I would never.
Damn, bitch. This is a real shit.
What about that appetizer? You know, the tuna roll or some shit like that, or the garlic calamari or something. You know, no, that shit. I don't know. Maybe it's like, dude, give me a break. You're gonna get no hummus with like, no, man. You're gonna some wings. You're like, you know what? Can I get the dick with some? Dude, that sounds like somebody that would be in this weekend. I'm gonna be in Miami, Houston, I'll be in LA, Los Angeles. I have a show. I'm at Salt Lake City, Salt Lake City, Boise. No, Europe. I'm gonna do my one date. I'm gonna be in Hyenas this weekend, guys. Hyenas is made up. What if you ever be? Oh, you're gonna be not near me. Now it's about I'm gonna be Texas. Come up with Hyenas.
This region here is what is called narrow and then slowly separated to the late center of Jewish learning.
Look at this
Especially
bear.
from the year 219
Look at
onward,
this bear.
the great scholar Rob settle there.
I
That's
fully
crazy.
think that
That's
Over in the land of
crazy.
Israel, you have a
said,
Tiberius.
you know,
On the
and she goes like
Sea
this.
of Galilee.
She would go,
Down the south, Tiberius third and fourth century. And the century following backward, correct, 2,500 years, going from Tiberius Babylon. Saying about topic A, B, or C, precisely kind of about and Talmud will have this phrase, "Asaf love demon came." When this scholar came from Israel, he told us that this is how they decided this question. This is the kind of question they asked him. So, and these are the rabbis called them long distance travelers. Will make this massive trip all the way from Israel, way up north, down to Babylon. Obviously, the reason why they don't go straight as the crow flies is because of a lot of desert across. It could be caravans, but the typical route was to follow things like that. So, okay, those who go down are those rabbis who are bringing Torah from Israel.
also not confrontational, so I would just be like, nah. That's not it, but yeah,
So,
I mean, I know,
it's still called Jerusalem.
but would you rather have that guy that's not
much
like
larger.
shit that Eric was sitting next to? Would you rather have a guy like
Some of these
that just jumps on
stores,
clone? It's fantastic. You know what? I mean, I'm of shit.
that would be the most.
You gotta sit through me out.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
then, like hardcore, like Armenian cologne. You think of Armenian without the cologne. That's what this was. So I just booked diet up here. That's actually this is back there. Yeah, all right. So I'm at the improv going through some stuff.
So,
And I
while
walk up
there
to
are
him
not
and I
that
said,
many
"Where you been, man? How you doing?" He's like, "It's been a show.
derogatory
I'm up for this show."
explores
And I said to myself,
Jewish explorers.
I'll tell you what I did. That's what no, I wouldn't do it. No, that's what I did. I'd be out right there. I'm like, oh man, I'll take it because I would feel like it's the right thing to do, I guess. But I get you're making a fair point. It's like if you're close to blowing your head off, I wouldn't say like why.
Side.
Like, you said it, you should be like, what? Like, your son got his head later and be like, oh, man, yeah. You know, and it's like, you know, yeah, it's a business. Yeah, like, it sucks, dude. It's happened, this, a version of this is happening to me. Yeah. That's why I said, oh, I said, it was the same party you were going out for?
Yes,
So that's what you did. Yeah. I said, oh man, you know what? Dude, I just go there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I get what you're saying, Brendan. But yeah. But I just had the same thing. Some of the dad's kids tried out for the same team Tiger did, and I found out early Tiger made the team. I didn't say shit. Well, that's a little bit. That's all. Because let's say it was football, and Tiger was going out for quarterback. So this is the starting quarterback. Like, he just. I still think it's different when it comes to because the dads are still inside. I'll tell you why I disagree with Brendan. Because let's say the kid is not good, but then you're going to see him, and that kid makes the team. It's like, oh, yeah, you're that awkward. I try to avoid the awkwardness later. I'm not even avoiding. I don't even. That's not even in my calculation. You can always play that for whatever it's better for that person. Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm right away. They're taking 11 kids. So I don't care if it's acting too. It's like maybe the guy was so good he got another role. So I'm not the fun. Right. I'm gonna be the way you do bad news. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking about the sideline. It's not the coward way. No, it's not. It's actually not a coward way because you are. Honestly, I don't appreciate you teasing him with the anything with the tank on the last one. I mean, the fact that he came with hilarious. It's not him, but he actually was going for this part too. You know what he said to me? This is what Donnell comes up to me and goes, hey man, I was going out for that part, but he goes, but there was a weight requirement and he just walked away. I was like, you motherfucker! I was like, it was back to that fucking last scenario, guys. Just wait real quick. Back to audition. I was once on this audition, and Brian was helping me with things. Like, you didn't get it. And this my buddy was the director. You didn't get it. And I walked in the audition room. I saw bunch of he said, you're going to get it or you're not going to get it? You're going to get it. Oh, right. Dude, this yeah, but you know what? Kid, I don't know. I mean, I've been in there. It's like famous people sitting there. You know, and I was like, oh, wow, it's right here. So, yeah. You can't think like that. I was that guy. I was the guy that was in the room. I'm sorry, I'm here. Sorry, guys. Why you're a 6 I wanted to go to
Welcome to the
One insists that Russian Jewish more than just a city, it's a unique experience. I'm sure that the expedition the worldwide experience. It's a journey
So then, you know, I was like, the guy came up. In high school, I would say nothing until my friends. What? In high school, I'd say nothing until my friends.
Really heavy flow.
It's so funny. I remember being in school. It was like must have been really young. This is like. You know what? You know, he said that. And I was like, friend. Yeah, I was like, well, that's my strength right there. I just remember, like, wait. Her name was Kathy Lee something. I forget her last name. This was in your fifth grade. So I was in fifth grade, and I finally got up the nerve. They sat us next to each other during. And I could feel it was a fucking in front of everybody. Yeah, it was huge booger right here. She never got me again. Well, she shouldn't have. Yeah, no, half the time. But that's okay, though. I mean, if you were quick on your feet, you're like, well, yeah, it's not mine. Somebody sneezed near me. There's still word on it. They wouldn't say anything. They would I would say, instead of crying and just on the car, he's just going to town straight. that snake with it didn't come down. Watch where he did. The guy goes, "This is fucking insane," but yeah, and he takes his hand and it comes up. Oh, we saw that. Also, why does girl look like she's built like Maryland?
Dedicated to drawing
The first week I saw the big last year was crazy. The already here are crazy too.
Fell off and they injected the Phantoms last week. Why? Yeah, they kicked him out of the game. They cheated her back into the game. She's one of the best players on the court. Fell off and she didn't come back to the game. And she never comes back.
You see Paul on this. What was the inject? I don't understand. There's a
The
fan.
fan was just making fun of her for happening.
Here.
what's their parentage. So Hosea,
Like from the
father
it was like close.
So the security's in chamber.
and
You can't hear what the fan is.
Officials are now talking to arena security here. So you can see.
The players are saying they made fun of her for the situation on the court.
I've never gone to the NBA game. Why would you say so? When I go to NBA games, I crowd. They know I'm making players laugh. One time I was like, millions of dollars, and these are the haircuts. You know what I mean? That's the kind of shit I say. Patronizing players, but they are. No. What I'm saying is, like, you're telling me that that's so you're different. Well, Torres Achilles heel and still playing. Yeah, it's like you say don't wear a wig, but I guess it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's me. I guess.
slaves or the
I'll see myself out. I'll see myself out. I mean, this is a whole like, yeah, it's interesting because we talk about just the differences between men and women. Yeah, looks sell. Those kinds of. I'm not so much. How you deal with. Yeah. So you know, so you. What? The things you have to deal with. Oh, you know, how they talk to you, like how they she wants to move, and then she wants to move. Yeah, so then Rachel sees this one girl, and Rachel says to me, she goes, you know, that's what I feel like. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, did you tell her? Did you tell her? Like, that we had?
Unbreak my heart, say you love me again. So, why do you always have that? That's my Scott joke from your girlfriend. Yeah, I'm not getting so okay. Even if mine is, most guys are accents. Coming up to see is not the business like this is like others treatment that you somebody says. Somebody says. That's not what we don't all smash. If you were later like transform, like right. See the world pass.
However,
Did you know
fraud is
watch it? I knew long enough to get some people.
synagogue records are especially
I just sat in the pocket. I get some people. I great. I come on my very popular podcast, but this is actually from 2022. Yeah. Wow. She's still working there?
Yeah, she got suspended for it, and she came back, and then in 2024, she got arrested for
No. It really is. She when you want somebody, if you want you're like this. I'm gonna kill it. For shit. It wouldn't be on those shots. She just fucked up when she's talking about base and all. We all love what do you do? Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Emma, for that report. Is open until August, so you can still check that out. Let me tell you about this. A 4-year-old girl is actually dead. Another man is claiming compliance after shooting in Ohio. More than 15 million people across the country eat.
I just did. Start drinking. Functional drunk. So I want this. I don't want all the time. I'll take that.
where they attempt to make a law.
I guess what I mean is on live. I don't know what I'm saying, but it's a situation where you do not want to throw up as your first kind of thing. You know what I mean? I'm trying to, you know, like, down on the trash can and I'm like, you know what I mean? For me, I throw up, I go through it, or fuck, just do whatever you want to do. I'm gonna be fucking and throw it out the shop drink because I thought I was gonna die. Oh god, you can't eat for a while. And then every time you try, you think you're okay, and then it's like, I was throwing up stuff. I didn't It's 4:45 in the morning and he's picking up a magazine and stumbled upon a transgender hooker. It's definitely not a. I don't see cut drug. Oh my God, it's not believable. You don't think? Look, it's believable that he wanted to go get a magazine. You're almost a nine. Yes, you've been hanging out at the comedy club. 2:45 in the morning, and then you see a flying girl, but then she's like, she says, hi. She goes, Crystalia. You know what I mean? And you go, you're like, oh my God. Yeah. Hey. A little. No, bro. The guy has access. I know what that feels like. At Food for Good Morning, I go like this. And I'm bored as fuck. I want to get a magazine. I go look at a magazine, and then I'm like, oh shit, a hot chick. And then it turns into that. Yes. Why do I just be a good Samaritan? That's I don't think that. But people would argue, well, that doesn't mean it's gay. No, Chris, this is also in the 80s. So that story in Ladyboy had a huge hit. Right. And you're saying she didn't move it. So even if you shouldn't do it, even if it was yeah. It's still, we know what we're doing. That's my question. Like, take the trans part of it out. Yeah. Like, he's just, interesting. Woman is 5 in the morning and you go. Like, I would, if it was first thing I'd be like, oh, well, if you need something, I'll help you. But that's not how the press would. But no, you would know that in that moment. Well, because then you'd be up here going like this. No, because she was in distress, and then you're like, come on. So like that's my point. Though. That's what I'm saying. Sorry, at this point, I'm too Because he made it all about like questioning my sexuality. I mean, at that point, he should have laughed about it. If it was like, if he was just, if it whatever, you know what I mean? Like, right. The person was distressed, and I was or whatever. It was late. I just wanted to pick her up. That's the way to say it. Yeah, I tried to help. I didn't even know it was a guy in the story with Jeremiah sucked. Like, man, I accidentally got my dick sucked by a lady. He's talking about it. You go, even if you're like, what would you do that? The fact of how he talks about it, you're just feel like he's like totally secure in his sexuality. He's like, whatever, bro, what up, dude? Yes. That's unbelievable. But like, yeah. Okay, man. Yeah, that's true. The way he explains it. Yeah. That's too much first 48. Trying to get his dick sucked. Right. What you want to watch. Just all sexy. It was trying to get his dick sucked. It took 48 hours to find out there was second to get his dick sucked. That movie too. That movie crying. Like that was the first time that America was shocked. Like, if we saw that now, it's kind of like when you look at Jurassic Park now. Oh, it's CGI. Oh, that's a dude. That's been a dude. Yeah. Like, the dick was on the screen, and we were like, it's a dude. I gotta watch that movie. I need to movie. My police for credit card. In his outfit? Yeah, he should have hopped away. Not actually a mouse. This is credit card. Let me see your mouse credit card. It's a name like so a family friend introduced us. That's what you do. Go put him like you get a number, and then I'll give you a flight. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. He said discount price. Just pay me whatever, right? I was like, it felt shady, but at the time I was like, I want to see you. All right, it's a family friend. Yeah, right. Okay. So one time I'm at the airport. Is what you believe that person. No, they weren't. Right. I didn't say anything. So I go to the counter and they're like, they're telling me like, this is your flight. This was a credit card fraud. I was so mad just because I was like, this is my case, come on, bro. You know what I mean? And then like, they had to let me go. They had nothing. I gave them the number. I was going to you ain't got nothing, cop. I was like, I had the kid, so my bags are already on. When I called this guy, I'm like, what the fuck, when he was doing this, he didn't even work for the airline. He had a girl that worked for the airline. She was taking people's credit card numbers that are in the system and buying flights. 4 others would get, so they would get the money. They would get the money. So I heard from the guy again, and the cop didn't follow. I was ready to be like, hey, you have me in handcuffs out here, and I was so mad. You need to talk to him. Oh, no, I read it. And that's criminal talk. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If you call your friend and you got you in trouble, you're like, flight. In the airport, we just said, hey, get a credit card on this. You know, and I said, what? So I had to get my credit card and get on the plane. That boy could have been funny. Yeah. So I didn't know at that time. I was like, hey, what's going on with this? They like, oh, we'll take care of it. It's just a mistake. You know? Right. Jesus. Criminal flights, man. Just criminal shit. But then, oh, I know. Dude, at the time, I wasn't making money. Like, you know, if you got $50 off a flight, that was gold. At the time, you know what I mean? And, you know, what are we talking about? Yes, Jesus, a flight with my credit card. And my mom had those like for how long afterwards? No, just that time, you know what I mean? And I never heard from the guy again. You know, see another comment? You don't even know if you got clear. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know what happened. But it was, you know what? I was too young. Yeah. If it was me now, I would have been like working on a sting operation for them. You know what I mean? Yeah, bro. Like that, you know, I want. Can I wear a disguise? Yeah, I want him. I want the girl that works for the airline. All these motherfuckers. This deep cover. I'm like, the cops are like, Mr. Griffin, it's not that big of a deal. I put on an outfit and they're like, sometimes one cop that's like, it looks great. Where's Pet Mark? I don't give a penny about something. Yeah, of course. Actually, this is a place. I think when you're a comic, and you know, because your brain works in a way where you're like, you can do the calculations in your head like this. Yeah. Okay. I understand that. I appreciate it. That's one of my favorite companies. Yes. So I want to make this. Because this is funny you say that because that's how I talk about it. Yeah. Like, when you're a comic, I can talk about the same thing at the same intensity every night. It's like, oh, yeah. Strange. Oh, I love it. My wife will give me one. If I look out the window and my neighbor got that rake I lent him 6 months ago, Rachel will give me one of these. This motherfucker got my rake. You know, she'll give me one of them. And she'll be like, that's great. In 3 days, I see him out there again, and I'm going to be like, well, you're right, though. You know what I mean? But I can go on stage, though, and be like, my neighbor got my rake. Yeah. That was hard in the pandemic. It was hard to traders specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets. I will be happy much more cheaply transported to lowering the cost. She's so upset at this. High luxury items. I'm gonna let Rachel go. I know. Said this already. But you don't understand. Check this out.
Big boy.
I'll be in Los Angeles, Miami, Houston, Salt Lake City. See me Chrisley.com. Fort Worth, Texas. I'm coming this weekend. 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday. I'll be there. August 14th, I'm going to be in New York at the Stand. I do my own show at the Stand. Come check me out there. New York, you saw me at MSG with Matt Rife. It was electric. Come see me there. Hell yeah, an hour. And then I'm also going to now be and that same weekend, the 15th and 16th, I'm going to be at Club 808 in DC. My buddy Warren Domini owns a club. It's a little dope little club. Hell yeah! So come check me out there. Thanks for watching Golden Hour. Got the Patreon and Fighter and the Kid.
Hello.
Love you, dude. You're looking good, huh? Yeah, bro. Just wait till you see when I get my fucking stuff. Yeah, it's good. I think it's a cool trans hooker.
You won't find another that matters like this truck that I built. I just want to drive fast. Oh, yes, I'm not. The
Jewish world or Hamilton by Anne Forwatcher that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. And as a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways of the previous biographers of it. First of all, one of the most useful things Alexander Forwatcher does, and I go beyond the scope of this specific book. And he defines 8 different points. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, there have been some changes in the 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements. Historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, there's the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism, a Jew. That mother was Jewish, or you can everything else, like what you do with your life, that's the basic rule. Does Jewish? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. Is according to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet. It doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's a not on the legal and personal. Communal. Do others in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity. Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it and so on. There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting the other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might
Exactly. This is huge. Okay. So now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself.
Dual sports. Yeah, so you agree. Something to say about Brendan Chop. So I'm gonna play this.
About that. It's clear in there. Marriage to not serve the law.
They comment went out to dual sports. KFC radio specifically. And she had some stuff to say about Brendan Chop.
At any rate,
So I'm gonna play this. And I'm gonna give you my thought.
So on a legal definition, that makes her Jewish. Any progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican. And he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify. So he declared himself an Anglican. But when they queried him,
The Geneva Convention, 12, 14, 15, 16.
by the way, he was working at this age,
Which,
he admitted that he
just you lay yourself
never very obviously she considered him deserving of being within the Jewish environment and the community. Considered him a Jewish worker, schools that have Jewish students. For example, not so simple to find here.
You guys ready?
18th century, like this, she had a baby in and she
Back
was
to use promo code ANTIHERO and get 15% off the best in outsider culture graphic tees, stickers, hats, flags,
memorized
and even ranger panties.
things like this, even as
FRCC, that's First Responder Cigar Company. Use FRCC 15, that's FRCC 15 to get 15% off the world's best coffee and cigars.
And of course, this episode is brought to you by GhostBed. Sleep so good it's scary. Go to ghostbed.com/antihero and get 50% off your order. That's 50% off your order or at checkout. Go to Antihero and still get 15% off your order. 60,000 plus 5-star rating and reviews, all handcrafted here in America and in Canada. So go to ghostbed.com, get yourself the coolant Cooling.
I would be upset if you got it right. I love this is my favorite part of it. Just cooling. This is cooling technology. Technology, those sheets that you can drape over yourself so you don't hang one leg out. It's cold outside, so we're cranking up our heat. They have everything, the memory mattresses, anything you need. Replace the old mattresses upstairs. Go to ghostbed.com/antihero and get 50% off. Don't forget our Patreon. We have the most affordable Patreon in the business. We have $3 and $5 levels, and it's what allows us to keep this place up and running, the lights on, the equipment. In fact, that we just moved into a new studio.
I know, it's amazing.
It won't look like it to you guys. It looks very much like our old one, but if you're a Patreon member, you'd know what the rest of the studio looks like. And we also do the Thursday night live episodes every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to follow us on YouTube and tune in there.
And we will be in Philadelphia for our live show. There was a chance that there was going to be a blizzard later. So we are currently scheduled to be in Philadelphia on January 11th, Saturday, doing a live show with Conduct Unbecoming, the Unbecoming podcast, and Good Coast podcast. Please come party with us. $5 cover live show. It's going to be amazing.
So first of all,
Let's get right in.
here's a map of
This is a
you can see where the United
follow-up
States
episode
was
to
Florida,
our initial
lying down
Kennedy
into the Gulf of
episode
Mexico.
that kind of
Just below it,
broke
we
the
have
internet.
two major regions of concern
And
to
I
us.
don't
You
think
have
it
Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, and you have the Lesser Antilles, which are
doesn't
over
surprise
here
me.
on the side of this is
Really a lot of this
generations for centuries.
at the end of the day,
Put in
we did as
place
much
to
research as we
prevent
could.
them, along
At
with
the end of
other
the day,
Portuguese travelers to the
Tim
New
came
World,
back with,
and
as we always are,
also
professional
in
doing this, but
Suriname,
that is
Curacao,
his
in
rebuttal
Colombia.
about
These are really Jewish settlements
being a
that
liar.
have a base on later settlements in
So
North America.
we'll get to some of
I
that
think,
stuff.
it's funny, you hear a lot of
And
these
so
protests
rather than
saying
making
that
more of a he
Jews
said,
should
she
go
said
back to
thing,
Poland. Okay,
we
Poland,
actually
that's
have
pretty
his
cold in
teammates,
Poland. Why don't they
which I
say,
talked
go
to
back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of
before
time there
recording
as
the
well.
first podcast.
Most fascinating little details
Really, I
of
think,
the inner cities is
as this goes on,
unusual preoccupation
Tim's
with creating
unwillingness to
sand
come clean and
floors
come
in their
forward,
synagogue. Here's a
you
picture
know, kind of
of
around
sand
these guys
floor
out of the
Curacao. You
shadows.
can see the
Guys, color is
so they have the predilection to sand
is of
Pepsi
integrity,
Cola.
force that is. That being said,
Welcome. How are you?
Here's the 3 or 4 separate reasons
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Fucking kid and you're
Again, no. We didn't cover the whole thing. Just covered a chapter. Yeah, there's more to cover in the Jewish communities where they have the higher identity. Lead a quieter, the ground force commander here with us. Traps were in the city. So much for flying down and being there in person. We also have the senior echo for that guy board. The echo is the communication sergeant. Actually, he was the senior echo with us. We have Kevin Wolf. Thank Kevin so much for joining. Was there during the whole duration as the convoy. He was there K9. Thank you guys so much. I know it's a big ask. To survive colonial region. And then on stop. You cannot stop the French. Even by the Swedes and the Latvians. One. This is now sovereign states. Their European collaborate from Yugoslavia, where we're going to stop there over Shabbos. Then we're going to go down and we're going to pass by St. Vincent. This is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton and Apollo
welcome.
And hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting series that he may actually have been collectively Jewish. Imagine that. Which allows them where everybody from Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. Really interesting where there are where they mentioned that was the where Jew who was able to re-adopt his Jewish identity. Originally came from Clermont in southern France. And the product of Amherst, which at first it was something that initial creation he figured out how to make that drink into pellets or solid, which was much easier to work. And once chocolate pellets to Europe is ready to just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially possible to imagine were it not for here. See that? And finally, we're going to resolve the genesis of that. Promises to be a beautiful series that combines natural beauty with for those of you who aren't able to join us, I will be sharing with you some of the insights that are relevant to research. I don't think I knew. Very much for that.
He gave me a call and said, "Hey man, I just had some questions about some of these accusations that Tim has made." I said, "All right." So we were talking. Back and forth, it was just the other, and I kind of saw he was just, I was like, he's trying to go script. He's just, I got it, a little bravado, right? No big deal. And probably our conversation, like, hey, I wanted this to be, your honest response. But, I've got to tell you that, hey, the dude called you a pussy. Now, of course, mission
Thank you very much.
was like, oh my God, there's no way. I'm thinking to myself, there's no way he said that. I remember that conversation vividly. And you were almost denial about it. You're like, there's no, he didn't say that. And I said, I'm reading from the book right now. Don't you remember? You're like, take a picture. I was like, say that to me. You were such in denial. That's what you were so over the top. Like, absolutely. You know, of course, it's the truth. Of course, I'll take a picture. And I remember I'll take it back. You were, because he really, essentially, he does call you a pussy, and he calls you essentially a coward, and he talks about how he dressed you down. And let's take a step back just for a second.
Yo, how are you?
What he said in the book was this
Yo. How are you? Can you hear me? What's going on, man? Yo, dog. How are you? How did you find out about me? I just saw your message. I just responded. How did you find out about me? I just responded to you. Okay, I understand you can't talk. Cool. Well, we're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
With a mother that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews.
Where he said you wouldn't drop bombs on a school. And he was pleading with you to drop since I can't drop bombs on a school. And Tim basically said, you're a pussy, you're a coward. You don't have the intestinal
What's his
fortitude. he was so
snagging doubts that we can talk about it for an hour or so. Let's look at some
I never talked to Tim
nagging
about
doubts.
why we didn't drop
So here we go.
thing.
The first
Once
of all,
you're into the AO of another team,
we say
I mean, I can
English
imagine
would be
if another
Colon.
movie
He also
came
signed his name
into
as
the bargain dog,
Colon.
they came rolling through and dropped
Italian
the bomb,
Jewish
and
name.
we were
Used
all
quite
in.
often
The
by
guys that
Italian
was
Jews
there,
who
they would have been
connect themselves to many Italian Jewish
absolute
families.
clear
There's
reasons.
well, we dispute as to whether or not there are, he refers to himself as coming from the documents that indicate he may have his last name is the first name that in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request. He would not hesitate to we spoke about him for an hour.
I feel like I would have lost a little bit of the
To nicely sure, because we only have like the ship manifest and not complete, and they have surnames, very many of them because they don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his finance but for the most part, typically they're probably going to speak several languages to their societies as a result. I'm feeling that might be
And then if they follow the story, they would have you sitting
Jews
down
to exist on the outside. In the
episode
second half of the 20th century, we got linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that. He was also very clear that Jews who had converted to Christianity
so
to the
many things
Inquisition,
wrong.
particularly the San Pedro, who was
Maturity
the
level
main
understand.
economic backers of
Aside
the
from statement and
development
define
program,
every
who
18 out
supported him
there
and made
is
crucial recommendations to allow
the staff sergeants going to run
his work.
so forever.
Landed in most of Africa,
What the hell
he
are these
needed
there, Jason?
to
And apparently
king
their
and queen.
officers.
Obviously,
Right,
Prince
because
got his
the staff
background.
sergeant not bombing a
Postal
building,
Service was
thank
not
God
too
he
great.
didn't. Then
Well,
it's just saying.
so
So
he did not address
I
those
told
to
Tom, I
king
was
and
like,
queen. He
look,
sent
man,
them
you
to
need
his
to
Jewish
correct
buddies or his
You need to
conversion
come
buddies
just
to send
and just say that. It's
there are
ridiculous.
some
Right?
really
I'm on the
kingdoms
part, and I'm letting
to
it go. I'll
back his
just be a quiet
enterprise.
professional.
Pushing
And
for his
I'll
ideas. And God sponsors, yes, from Isabel Church, and completely
people shocked,
outfitted
of course,
the
loved it.
first
Said, I'm
Tisha
He
B'Av
apologized
of
to me in my life.
1492.
And I'm like,
This
really
day.
right. So podcast, and I'm going to first
That is an inauspicious day of your journeys of any type on
So here
Tisha
I'm
B'Av.
sitting in this
The
podcast.
day after, he wanted to
He came out here, asked for
not read about
forgiveness.
Tisha B'Av.
He did exactly what I asked him to
Then
do.
we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings. Like,
Just said, hey man,
his
I
journal
appreciate it if you do
of
it. And he
his
did.
trip to
And
America,
so we
which
start
of
going
course
through
was
the
a very
podcast. He's like,
celebrated
you know, I started
began
talking
with
shit about you.
descendants on the
At that
day
time,
that
I'm
the
like, nah,
Jews
don't
were
worry about
expelled
it.
from Spain.
I just kind of downplayed it.
In the very
I
first
forgive it.
clause of the very first sentence of his journal,
the version he
references the Jews
released
and their
makes
situation
it
in
sound
the
like
Iberian Peninsula.
the
A remarkable kind of
talking
way to
shit he
begin.
did
This document doesn't
was very
begin
fake.
that
He could
kind
have
of
been
like,
behind
I
your
knew I
back.
would find land.
It could have been just venting to another.
He ends up kind of dying in disgrace.
Address your
You see on the
what
top
he said.
left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is.
What he said, there was no context
Over
to
here.
what he said.
I kind of just,
It's
I
not
knew where
part
he
of
was
the
from,
point
Rich.
on his pen.
You know, you
But of course,
apologize.
the invented ballpoint. What exactly?
Really good job.
Which
I've
reminded
been
me
shot
that
a
I
confident
will try to tell you right after this.
And it's kind of humble.
The
That actually
signing the beginning of his letter,
when you sit down with him, he's got a great personality.
swiggle,
Very
and by
likable.
this other people, it's a family thing. Perhaps I was very Hashem. And we it's not
And so
at all
at that
common. Church office.
Man, I've had it.
So it'd be terrible if
Did
it
you
was
know
on the
that
left.
he was going
Yeah,
to
baby bear.
This same letter,
Yeah, baby.
signature,
Prearranged
that
conversation.
Yeah.
He had his video guy.
for years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature. Kind of thing to do, you know, I want to sign my name
smart person.
like I sign this, and figure
Take
out,
this live
the
now.
X
It's a
on the
surprise. The wagon is on what
or just
is
for
true.
Crisco at any rate, and then
He did
turn
for
is the Greek
It was
letter I,
an amazing mission.
Y, which is
Massively
the
successful
and the
convoy
SAS
that
with
went
those
over the tree.
he insisted on written exactly like this in this shape.
And so he's done a good job of circling the wagon,
So,
but it's true.
see, so
allegations.
This is kind of like a
You know, he did
sequel to his son
do it.
that they were
Not at all.
the
That's why I
Converso
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of abilities on
through this behavior to
publishing that
remind
book,
you of a particular
nonfiction.
hypocrisy.
and they actually asked for permission to come on. And I but if you can't take 3 people's word for it, that was there, then there's no choice. So, Kevin, let's start it out. We'll stay chronological again. Like I said, we're just gonna hit the way back to reference real quick. I said we're gonna wrap this up. Just one quick thing. There are two quick things.
So, and on page 2, in here, when you do a few things, he lists some things. The first thing that he lists is take accountability for it.
What's the second thing?
Right? Yeah, I did my absolute best to cooperate, and that is their claim to fame. And I also talked to Travis, and I did polish out and him. That they talked to multiple members of the team, and multiple
Travis, did he call you on the book? No, he wrote a book. Right, you would know that. Kevin, just real quick, and I don't know the answer to this. I'm assuming you told me, but did anyone ever reach out to you? Just trying to verify the record.
No, several of the team members that I've talked to, their phones were silent too.
How many? This doesn't sound humble, but it is true. This ran throughout the special operations community and the Green Beret community.
Extent, they're not all snipers. That was really not there in some way. Talk to Travis too.
You want to bad number out there of roughly how many people you've talked about since this podcast regarding it, and
They're not relatively new for this.
your answer is exactly the answer I wanted to. Just which is the truth. Did any one of those come back wrong? Was there anything that we got wrong that was ever talked about?
No, I would say there wasn't anything. There was one additional detail that you threw out in your podcast. Which didn't make it into the first one. It was actually for me. Okay. Genesis is why I reached out to you, right, in the first place. Talking about about truth. And I know it's funny you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that. And to the original podcast, and I told Tyler, I said, hey, I'm like 98% to cut that one out until we can really, we got verification on that story, within the week of the live, and that's why we brought it up on the live. We had to record that story. But that's how, again, that's how right, we wanted to be with it. I kind of wish we would have left it in there because I ended up being right. But we couldn't take the chance. We just couldn't take the chance. And Matt, I'll throw it over to you. Did you anyone reach out to you about this? But you spent a decent amount of time in the truck with him.
Yeah, I spent a short time with them, and no one's reached out to me. I mean, I've talked with one or two guys over the course of the year. It's just maybe 2 or 3 times. I kind of, after I go service, I disappeared.
That's just obviously it's obvious. You guys I didn't.
I started looking in, and that's when I saw Travis on there, and kind of reached out to him. Say we got to talk. I think I started out with, I'm still alive.
And of course, we got to give a shout out to our boys at 09 custom built rugby gear, made in the USA, for cops, by cops, elite upgraded solutions for duty gear, including time duty. So go to 09holsters.com and use promo code ANTIHERO10. That's ANTIHERO10 Z9 and get yourself 10% off your order.
Compassion is an act of justice. Injuries are revenged. Crimes are avenged. Big pharmaceutical companies re-engineered medical curriculum and faculty with one goal, putting profit before progress. Anyone pushing back against what they carefully crafted was threatened. They are the problem. We are the solution.
I know how cool it is talking about one of our missions. Together after. I'll talk.
Just over 200 hours.
Okay.
I think initially I told you 180, 190.
So we got to 2 weeks in the book. He decides to underdo the numbers. And again, my reason for that is that this is opinion. I give out everyone's opinion. That he was, again, your guy in the comic book, didn't know the number. It wasn't that involved in the planning, or probably at all. But you'd have to tell me that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think his main responsibility was being the Illinois to the checks, which he called a company, but it was basically the infinite. Because we didn't shoot crypto with checks. So the
it kind of goes back to the first general order. I'm never going to leave my post until properly relieved. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, if you have an array of and the ODAs, they would just call that a 40. And they came with some Russian armors, things that look like rail buggies with 50 cows on the top. So they came for they brought some toys out, and it was we could hold them up or have them hold possession. Once Tim left their vehicle, which I understand, I probably would not want to meet with a coalition force in the midst of that, especially I think he was most of the time. I remember him running around in these things called dingoes. Guys like a rail open here. Okay. So yeah, going through Choctaw Pass and something like that, that would have scared the hell out of me too. I would have wanted to be able to, oh yeah, no doubt. But as soon as he took that upon himself to leave, he should have at least notified or the team that, hey, you now know you're in the blind, the checks are in the blind. To me, how he taught on the Iranians constantly. Travis, we can talk now. I got the spot. What is that would be soup? You want to take a stab at that? So if that he's coming in, they were about to iterate. Other than that, I mean, we found projectiles, EFPs, and those EFPs, just so people know, we get hit up in the comment section, like you guys talk about. The EFP is this lava of metal that can so it makes your already almost anxieties, all until briefs. Freedom fighters in any every time you made a reference. Out of the vehicle, like, where are you going? He runs back down to where we just got blown up. I'm carrying my sniper rifle this time. I don't need this overturned out beat with the line of the Taliban run across the ambush rifles. I'm holding this active body as my Keller and 50 cal 2 machine gun turret position. likewise, people caliber machine gun and shoot rounds around Mike and I vaporized this assault line. Maybe one or two in Iraq, and we still never saw. Chechen is the first thing that comes to mind. But radiance adds, and again, if this was just about radiators, if this was just a podcast over it, but it just adds to this whole thing together. It adds such ridiculousness. And it begs the question too: how did you come to the determination they were Iranians? How did you know that? Did you guys, as you guys took off from the convoy, did you guys ever get trucks down? Shake them. I'm not saying the Afghans are to get you guys killed on them and saying this is what these dirtbags were doing. But at the end of the day, they actually did their job. Was there one other two keepers out there? Possibly. That this one's for you. Like a softball now. Already established what these drivers did and did not. We have to talk about it because it was brought up. Did you them get back in the truck and make them continue going? They were trying to abandon the about it. That's the thing. Again, some like, my gosh, it would be so far in between and be such a but if this it just look like these cowboys that'll stick a gun in their partners' faces to get them moving. Yeah, here's the other thing. The trucks were the safest place to be. The Taliban were not shooting Afghan trucks. And it was very, this was like not saying the Teamsters were corrupt, but I'm saying this was like an Afghan Teamsters. trucks. It was paying, but there was a lot of hands in the pocket that they told to drive too.
Right. Yeah. Is their livelihood? This is their paycheck. Sure. And that checks out. The Taliban, the next April, we'll talk about is the chocolate's always passed is something that absolutely happened. The IED happened. And the vehicle in front of Tim, and he had and as far as I could tell, I've talked to most of them. He calls Irish Mike Keller, and Mike Goble, and him rolled the truck, and said this truck flipped. The IED hit so hard, it flipped the truck.
Right. So what happened? That was the second team RG was behind that.
Okay.
We passed. We did. It was on the and Afghan National Army in it.
Because people are not going to know the terminology difference. That's
Like a I guess if you were to see Wells Fargo truck,
yeah.
Something like that, except for a four-wheel drive configuration with a turret on top.
Yeah. I remember. And the GMPs are like the turrets on the top too. The problem with that story is that it flipped on top. Literally, like it was like the old gun. They were back in. They right on top. And it landed on there, and they had to reverse out and shake this thing off the roof. Now, that can't be true, because if it landed on your roof, there is a 50 cal gun up there. Irish Mike move up and pull the Afghans out of the vehicle, which very well. He says he runs up there with his SR-25, and he's hit this Afghan that's bleeding all over him, and he's got cuts and blood and everything all over his kid, and that he would have died if it wasn't for Mike K getting on the 50 cal gun and just
Taking a little bit of truth and expanding the truck that flipped and landed on the bumper of their GMP. It was horrific and everything that happened, and he just told the truth. It was fantastic enough. It didn't need all that extra. Tower you do too. You have a whole deal. This guy just destroyed. That happened. I saw these four Afghan National Army soldiers as we made it to like a casualty collection point just out of Chunks we passed. Everybody had their legs. Really? Everybody had their legs was blown off. And the only way that someone would have lost their legs if they had them outside the door. Right?
Everyone had their legs. He's not covered in blood, legless after. And the
other thing is it's just like the point he tries to make with you, where he makes up a story, he uses that story a point across. Units to say that we were so heartless, we would absolutely. So those Afghans got.
Yeah, there was one time where we had just a truck driver wreck, and we had to stop out in the middle of the desert and call it a medevac. I mean, there was no difference.
That was how it was in my career as well. You know, I've never seen medevac get denied for an Afghan. The next one, big one we'll hit up is after the.
Here, if you don't mind me,
Yeah, what you got?
actually, Tim knew this because the very civilians that he
Frag. I was going to get to that. I know. I was going to get to that.
they brought in a medevac for him.
Right.
So,
And we'll get to the details is the I want to talk. There was like guys out. You know, if it wasn't for the JTAC saving, he's sleeper a Humvee, and he's out of ammo. He has no ammo in his infantry. He's almost Winchester on his sniper recovery from AKs because he's so low on ammo. You guys remember this?
we were a rolling resupply.
Yeah.
For the fire base, we had more than enough for us. I mean, for the most part, Kevin, if you could probably help me out here, it was most of the belt-fed weapons, the heavy machine guns, the R-19s that were doing on the fire. We really weren't even returning fire with our own weapons. We were buttoned up inside armored vehicles. We're trying to keep them off. Yes.
Of course, that's almost that's very Afghan war. You know, heavy, which is always, you know, it seems like it's always crew serve weapons or cats that's coming in. And Kevin, that's
Who's
true.
this fat boy?
That's a great point. We're great. We'll set that just for a second because I want to stop. This is where Tim and the Czechs, it's before the run, after the Choctaws pass, where they see some Taliban out off in the distance, and him and the Czechs go on this, you know, they gun him down with M4s, the first three close distance, and he finishes off the other 9 that are in this mud hut structure with 25 grenades in this hut, and then they mow it down with machine guns after that and just make it rumble. However, ridiculous that is. So that's not true. At this point of the convoy, Matt, you are you with Tim? Tim's truck at this point of the convoy that you can remember? Yeah, that was the next day. It was the next day. At any point, do you remember seeing Tim play the same game about 40 grenades?
That was what they tried saying. Like, we don't really know. He joked and said 50. I put 50 in the book.
Right.
You know, and so they were still implying that there was a lot of grenades.
Never ran around with a backpack full of grenades.
Such a movie silly point, and it was what they got to use to go, okay, one thing we got wrong. It's like that's the lead, the valor, the purple heart, like all that's the one that everybody cares about. No one really cares about.
Right. It's just funny. But he never looked at me back and said, I was never running around with a backpack full of grenades. He just argued the number. And the pictures that we do have a backpack on.
What's this?
Travis, you guys ever seen him run around? On the run. Tell us about the cast. What do you remember about the cast that night?
So that was after the chocolate.
Just really said that.
Wasn't around all night and nothing had to come in. Kevin might be able to add some more fidelity or maybe every 30 seconds you were hearing either a chain gun or how coming up.
See that. But were any of them ever close enough to do a?
I got up, I could see anybody laying around me. The sides all around this one. I can remember it.
his sniper weapon to just, I believe he said his sea of bodies, because he had to make sure they were all dead in order to protect you guys, so you guys could leave.
Here's another movie taken. And, this is something that you made this look like idiots. One day,
You're a big fan.
if we have another Democrat
You're a
president,
fan. You're a
ambassadors,
big
the
fan.
only thing they are people who make this for now is war.
Baby.
So you can imagine these people who go into and an ambassador not having any idea what an SFT is, their little Ivy League came up and said, well, I just don't think the name I could enroll for it. So I'm doing you a favor by telling you that did not happen. So criminal.
I'd be expecting a thank you letter. The thank you letter's in the mail, just like this Purple Heart. In case both these guys have bad memories, Matt, do you ever remember that story? No, not at all. Matt, do you think you would remember that? I'm pretty certain I would have, with the criminal courts and whatnot. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm pretty sure that's a word, right? Now, you actually do ironically enough, don't you? Yeah, you jump in the back of the truck with me and his sniper because it has a scope and all. I was a red. I employed it one time and 50 either there didn't. And he kind of gave me another saying, okay. Oh, that's not gonna go well with his is fine. Like if that's the story, that's actually a funny story. Throw a funny story in the book. Absolutely. But but you can't. Yeah, that doesn't make the star of the movie. Fast forward a little bit.
Perfect
Like I
bear.
said, I would make this a through podcast.
Perfect baby.
The next thing that happens is the school in the movie. We jumped in. We're already talking about. Unless there's anything you guys want to hear.
Let us. This
Beginning of the 2nd century, and as you can see, it's massive and violent. It stretches all the way from England throughout. Significant prior to disastrous invasion, there were present around this building prior to it, although not necessarily such as, for example, Judea and after the Bar Kokhba fall, but after 3 failed wars, great over 60, the People's Rebellion at 115, 117, and the Bar Kokhba revolt at 132 to about 136. There was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly in Judea. Many Jews moved to Jerusalem and the rise of the Greeks in Europe. This area. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to the wars, and of course they significantly after the wars, and there was an entire people period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolt? Holidays, birthdays by both women, which deals with primarily
map scale, some are much larger than others, but now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the first century, Christianity was essentially a body of ideas that Christianity kind of absolutely using the traditional method of organizing calendar, which is based on citing of the
there, we don't necessarily find Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative, certainly much more well studied, but its origins are other houses of worship such as church and mosques are models created by the church. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means and developed already in the period we have, for example, from the first century before the Common Era, this remarkable notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of them, that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to proceed to the synagogue. This one is attributed to Daily the son of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how he, as a representative of a long line of people who were generous donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue and guest chambers, all kinds of, especially after the destruction of the temple in year 7, which represents a huge change to Jewish rituals. All of Judaism was so it is destroyed by the Romans. It is destroyed by the Romans. Temple allowed Jews to come together to go to the prayers and go. Many other functions, social gatherings, all kinds of elements that still memory kinds of elements that and shovel and menorah and all temple, and as well as the shofar and intro way to say Alpha 6th century, and the whole the aisles, like this also has this dramatic right up spreads the tremendous throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the west and all the way out to the east. Islam spreads to one of Israel, and over the long term, quite beneficial. One of the ironies of this very difficult last 100-odd years, better in general under Islam than it did under Christianity. That's not to say that there's not violence, direct there is certainly shall see a level of discrimination that is pervasive
some areas, certain colors will require wear a certain color, for example. These things were on nevertheless, were allowed a space.
Interject we didn't cover. We can talk about the second thing he covers that we actually did
But I didn't
make a
remember.
special one here just because we had so much things to cover. There is a moment where they're taking fire in the book from a PKM, and he gets this idea that he wants to shoot the Carl G into this cave, and this he does throw some humor in, and he goes and he gets to he sends. They only have a couple rounds. He sends one and he misses, and however many rounds he throws, he misses, and the Bravo from the team gets it, and the other guy doesn't get a hit because he missed it, and the other guy gets a one-round hit. Do you guys ever remember him pulling a Carl G on a cave with a PKM?
I don't. I can't imagine someone grabbing a Carl Gustav into AT4s in one time and trying to manage that. Not to mention where you carry the rounds from Carl Gustav.
That's I don't know. It was so silly. We had so many on
We never attacked a cave, did we, Kevin? I don't remember a cave. I don't even remember attacking a cave.
The next one is a big one, and this is where we come up to the village where the guy, the team from Anaconda comes out and plus you guys start clearing the village. Give us some context of why they came down here, why you guys cleared that village.
So yeah, they just met us out. I mean, this is their AO. You got Anaconda within the distance and this village out in front of it. We were just coming over the hill, and they want us to the village too. And we're taking orders back from the Taliban. Small arms fire, and it was just like, no, this is crazy. We can see the fire base is off to the right. It's just swing this whole thing to the right. Stay out of that green zone. And the team finally came up and
Because we're a resupply mission. That's our job.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as we had to eventually get close to the green zone because that's where it was kind of like a funnel process to get into the gate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin. And we about so we started just getting closer and closer. The fire started back and just moved down into the green zone. For lack of a better part, just trying to look for targets to hit, and hopefully just to be an intimidating force with these massive vehicles and any
You guys were concerned that the convoy had been close enough to the village that it would
just stop moving.
So they're not going to push their luck in.
Right.
Exactly.
Or that would be a good assumption.
Yeah, it is. You don't follow grenades in rooms because it creates a massive cloud of dust that does not go anywhere anytime fast. So that's right out. I go, well, just two guys on a compound. We're going to go into the vehicle gate. Everyone's been in Afghanistan. Every compound is so similar. They have a vehicle gate. They have a walk-through gate. They always have two gates.
man-sized gate. The other one's for the divisions. They have this idea to go in through the man-sized gate, and Mike Goble's on one side, Tim Kennedy's on the other side of the store. And apparently, as Tim goes to walk into the door, Mike Goble reaches across the threshold and pushes Tim to the ground. And Tim says he thought Mike just wanted to go into the door first, so he's going to get up and punch him in the mouth for doing that move. And then he realized that Mike saved his life because miraculously he knew there was a cam on the other side of this wall. And the initial fire ripped. We'll stop. So, do you remember Tim Kennedy and Mike Goble being the only two guys up there to clear this compound?
So I had,
and Mike having a sixth sense of right.
I called several people on the team that was there at the time. I came up later with RG. Kevin and I rolled up later. They were already taking fire.
Who called you up? Do you remember?
I think it was the team sergeant. I think it was the team sergeant. And am I right, Kevin? Do you remember that? You were listening to everything on that. Same thing I was hearing. We started headed that direction. Found them. The memory's blurry now. But I remember them saying they were taking fire from the Rothschild from it.
Yeah.
I looked at the pictures I had, several of them. I don't see a secondary gate. Secondly, Mike Goble was manning a turret in another GMV. Why would he have gotten off of that main gun, out of the turret, to run down there by the wall? So a couple of
that would be another abandoning your post.
Right. And I can't see Goble doing that. He was leaning forward in the foxhole. Amazing.
Now, Matt, at this point of the convoy, you're in the vehicle with the team sergeant. Is that correct? Just to know. Like I heard was it 4 guys? Was it just 2 guys? Was it one?
I've got it wrong, man. You and I haven't talked about the same, man. If you correct me.
Yeah. And Mike did get a truck. I was up there, and I asked her. While he was up there. Because when I was...
You left me to make sure someone else was on that.
Pirates because that this is how you can tell he played for the
Because if Mike would have got on real time, that means only Tim basically never happened, and that would have explained why Mike, be with them. But that make a lot of sense that he would have had to go plus up a single up against the wall.
Yeah, I do remember like the main door. One was Mike. I'm not the second one pushed on the ground. Half the team or those two GMPs just scared the right on the other side of this thing. Did the team sergeant ever get out of the vehicle? Did he move up to? Do you remember him moving up to the wall? Or did he stay with the truck? He stayed with the truck. That call, like, we need help. Yeah. So, how could you tell what compound needed help? Well, I saw the GMP there. I saw the guys on the wall. Okay. Right next to the two. I'm just trying to get on this because no one's really said it. So I'm not looking for it. So you said you saw guys get swallowed. How many guys did you see get swallowed too? You know, if there had been three there, you got that comms going off. And it was like, you know what, man, let me just use some balance of action here and just start drilling this gate. And if nothing else, it's probably going to scare the hell out of them. Which maybe that's what happened, maybe it didn't. But we had against the wall, they were just taking fire. They definitely noticed us coming to the wall. I'm sure that drew their attention, and I'm sure we experienced it prior. So one of the details of that and what he says prompted him to be quick with the grenade is that you guys, the GMB was taking direct fire and he thought you guys were in we take it where we got down and see just the swirls in the glass, the rear glass. I mean, those things. I never heard that. Did you ever hear that stuff? The vehicle? No, I didn't hear that. He says you Right.
But I'm assuming someone said yes, we'll come on out, get out, join the guys on the wall. There's and he's looking right over the rubble. He's like, hey, I think I see a machine gun barrel or something.
He wasn't this grenade throwing. Is the apex of violence and action, and just gets after it whenever
Someone rubbing the wall almost coming out.
So there's another reason we know he didn't throw it to save his life. Not only because he asked you for permission, but he went to the same hole you guys were right that day.
And I'm definitely. No. We both back from we can see this woman holding the child.
First American hand on that child. Not that he ever touched it. Not Kennedy clearing a structure. That's not how it happened at all.
Would that be to do that anyway?
Just insane. So, and you know, so why wouldn't you grab?
Coming in, still, making sure we had the position. Someone showed up.
So to the show. So you would definitely remember the evidence in his book. He goes again rendering aid to the kids, the bad guys, flee out of the back of the building. you're a small team. You know about it. Which could have been a different story, but I don't know. Fragment for a second because we didn't go into great detail about that on our original podcast. He says when you guys get to Anaconda, don't worry, we're going to come back to your actual entrance into Anaconda. When you guys get to Anaconda, he feels so unbelievably bad about just how messed up war can be. And that's another instance he uses to go on this rant about just how the tough decisions of war and how war is just so messes with you. When he's on Jack Carr's podcast, Jack Carr is sitting there telling him like, "Oh man, you were so brave to be so honest about this and so open and how war really affected you and the things you had to deal with." And you know, he goes on and on both on podcasts and in this book about how the first thing he did was one of the first things he did was go to the medic tent and hold that little girl until she fell asleep all night long. 6 hours, yeah. His arms fell asleep, his legs fell asleep. He didn't have the courage to wake this little girl up because he did this. Travis, did that happen?
Not at all, actually. As soon as we rolled through the gates of the fire base in Anaconda, it wasn't long after that we heard the inbound Black Hawk, the medevac tape. It was maybe an hour, maybe. Kevin, Matt, novelty of getting there, unloading stuff, and the Black Hawk coming in almost simultaneously. Probably 45, 55 minutes later.
I can't even, again, I have a hard time verbalizing what I'm trying to say. Like, to get into the mindset of someone who has such great detail of holding a little girl all night long, only for it never to happen because the medevac bird came in and grabbed this girl almost immediately, which goes back to our prior story. The medevac will absolutely, if they'll come rolling in for an injured civilian, you better believe they're going to come rolling in for an injured Afghan soldier. Absolutely. It's mind-boggling and it's disturbing. It just is. Before we get into you guys rolling into the gates, Matt, do you ever remember seeing dozens upon dozens and several occasions of a wrecker coming up and just throwing broken down jingle trucks off the side of the mountain to clear a path?
No, I only remember like one jingle truck. There might have been more, but I only clearly remember one that like rolled off the crappy road that we were on.
Right, and it rolled. You have a picture of that, Travis, don't you? And it was like a 5-foot, maybe kind of cliff. It would like roll off the cliff, and it sure as heck didn't get thrown off the cliff by a wrecker.
Yeah, more like just kind of slumped over.
Yeah, flopped over the shoulder. So just want to make sure. Again, it's a very small point, but it's a needless point. It's a needless thing to say. And if we'd gone with Tim's story again, it makes you guys look very unprepared. He says, Tyler, do you remember the exact number of trucks, or roughly? That's what he said that made it to Anaconda. 20-something? I want to say 30. He said 30. He said that. Yeah, but so he says 30 trucks actually make it. If 30 trucks would have made it to Anaconda, that would have been an epic failure of the mission. Anaconda would not have been able to sustain themselves with 30 trucks. The Czechs wouldn't have been able to get up and running, with only part of those trucks, making it through them. And it would have continued to be a very dangerous, possibly dangerous aerial resupply mission of Black Hawks after Black Hawks after Black Hawks flying in. So the safest thing was that massive, there's an ironic statement, the safest thing was a 200-vehicle convoy up to Anaconda. So how many vehicles actually made it? Do you remember?
I think we lost in the Matrix. I looked at it. I think we lost 16.
What do you remember losing those trucks to?
The rollovers, like Matt was talking talking about we had several just long roads along, which there's no way you can get a wrecker up there to them. It was just a single lane road the entire way. Wasn't any bad kept. I mean, it was never any more than a single lane donkey path for the most part.
So in the single road, so what do you do with the truck when it breaks out on a single road? You just tow it up to a place you can.
The record was towing for some time.
Where
I don't know what they did. We had a detachment or an attachment from HSC. We had a chief warrant officer, a mechanic was there, so I think he was bringing parts. Of course, you know the Afghan truck drivers, they between hauling. I got him to probably build the truck.
That's true. I mean, for as much as you can make fun of them for, we're talking like, these Afghan trucks aren't going to make it. But they kind of always do. Like, they find a way to jerry-rig those things back. If you give enough time, they'll get it. So you guys do successfully bring, and that's less than
We got a bunch of shit to do, son.
a 10% loss.
However, I think
Just under.
Which I think it was all mechanical or a driver error. And it was none of them because we had some things. It wasn't because screwdrivers and radiators. It wasn't because the drivers ran out to the woods because they were scared. It wasn't because they were sabotaging the mission. The trucks just mechanically didn't make it. So you guys get the Anaconda. And this is, when I say a small team would know this story, I feel super confident asking this question just straightforward. You guys would have known if anybody went up into a tower and sniped 20 dudes in 36, 48 hours. Just up there, just a wrecking ball. Do you remember hearing reports that, man, your boy that you guys brought with you, Tim Kennedy, has each other? He's up there doing the Lord's work.
There was the fire bases I was on for a couple of deployments. Never at any time or anyone was it commonplace for a security element to just randomly start firing from the tower without getting everybody up in arms. And especially as Tim alluded to, that base had almost been overrun 3 times. So if you have a tower, someone's just cranking off rounds, it's going to get everybody's attention. Everybody will roll up. Not again. Just woke up and going to the tree or something like that. It would truly know what happened again.
Right. Because everyone wants to run to a gunfight. It's what you guys train for. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Necessarily, it's like a, hey, where do I need to be now? Let's on. Let's do this. Kevin, do you remember Tim killing 20 people from the tower while you guys were there?
No. I do remember the tower. I remember the camera. I can't call it JJL for
but it was called something else at times.
I remember what Travis just said, and this would be drawing all the attention of re-ODAs there. It would not only be the novelty, but people would be running to join a fight, whatever it might be.
This would single-handedly make him a legend at the Civic Committee. If this story would be told, every class of a Green Beret that went up there and killed 20 guys with a sniper weapon in essentially one period. It's one of those outlandish. Love the outlandish. Not just what you do in this book. It's hard to pick up. It's hard to pick up.
Mike Goble wanted it just, he was the kind of guy, if that would have happened, man, he couldn't have stopped talking about it. We would have heard that.
So over and over. The other thing, again, I don't think he intentionally does it, but he doesn't know what the consequences of certain statements are, which is this. He said he had to do this, and he had the ability to get all these kills because that ODA didn't have a sniper in this place. He desperately needed one. We were lucky enough to do a podcast that we already said ran across the SF community. And guys from that base reached out to us and said, no, that absolutely never happened. It was our base. We know that. And oh, by the way, we at that base. So for Tim to say that there are no snipers at that base, and that's why it was such a target-rich environment, it's just absolutely a lie.
I talked to the team sergeant. I got in touch with him and I asked him about it. He was like, first of all, Americans did not use towers. That was the we call it ESF.
Yeah, security force. I think so.
Security said they were too dangerous to be in. So while he was telling me, he's like, man, if that would have happened, I would have known about it immediately. Somebody engaging, well,
if those towers, not to make light of it, because it sounds like I'm going to, but not. This is serious. This is a serious comment. The guy says that he has a Valor Award for every deployment he was ever on. And if you think for a second he goes up and single-handedly takes out 9 guys in a mud hut with grenades, and then, and then leaves them to the rest. If he goes up into a tower and kills, snipes 20 guys, and these are valorous actions, you would have the Valor Awards that you claim to have. But you don't have any Valor Awards. And I'm not, that's not what it's about. It's about saying that you have them. It's about saying that you have so many of them that you have one in every deployment, and that you don't. That is stolen valor. That's textbook stolen valor, especially, and that's every one of these instances we're actually talking about is stolen valor, and probably would have gotten a valor medal if any of these things were true. But it just didn't happen. And if you guys didn't see it. I only want the tribute uniforms and essentially because they're just covered and drenched in blood and guts, from the convoy, from the legless soldier. He's like, that uniform's garbage. Do you guys, on the way up here to Anaconda, ever remember seeing that and just, like, my God, what happened to you? You're covered in blood and guts.
Okay, folks.
No, you definitely didn't look like you walked out of a war. And you were there. Like, you were in the truck with him. At some point, you guys are getting together to during this trek up. This is the thing that absolutely surprised me. I think I was talking to you after the podcast. How long did it take you guys to make the Anaconda? Or if you remember the whole duration of the mission.
Yeah, so once I looked on the vignette, it was 18 days total.
18 days. This isn't a hit on the books. This was a hit on. It sounded like it was a couple days up, a couple days, on Anaconda, and a couple days back. He never says the total amount of times. That's just, it's just, by reading it. But when you find an 18-day mission, this actually reminded me, it kind of drives home the point. For 18 days, you would have seen Tim over and over and over. You would have got together, during security calls. You would have got together during briefings. You would have got together during cross-loading. Seen them time and time and time again. During clearing buildings, I've seen them so many times, drenched in that body armor stays the whole time. So you would have seen that. Pretty unique that happens. It was like how it happens. It's a different story than pretty good. Yeah, well, AJ too. You remember? Because we talked changing ACUs. When he talked about ACUs, got a uniform for Afghanistan. That's multi-camp. We're good. But man, the ACUs were atrocious uniform to go in the environment. Is there anything you guys wanted before we move? If you guys, is there anything that I didn't cover, so far that you wanted to cover, or anything?
I thought that Sean also mentioned that
anything looks like the highlights for sure.
The back half of this is goes a lot quicker than the front half, but there's still a couple things to be said. I'll go back just to mention it. When you guys, I'll go ahead and order this one. When you guys left that village, the family. Yeah, that's a part of the book where like we're killing everyone. If you look at this the wrong way, you're getting it. If you're a fighting age male, you're getting it. He just goes on and on about you guys basically are tired of playing defense, going to offense, and just give it to them. Which goes back to, well, that's a war crime.
Thank you very much.
And that's not what SF does. And that's really, you mentioned this before in the podcast, we mentioned not something you do in someone else's backyard as well. Because they're the ones that are going to have to deal with the armed men.
Yeah, and there's a collateral effect of this too. And when SF is operating in battlefields, we're always in someone else's battle space, the big army. And when I paint these pictures of us, these just tyrants running around, just slaying people, covered in blood and guts. Oh man, that presents such a huge complication for the command when you've got to work with these adjacent units to your left and your right. And they're truly their battle space, just trying to operate within it.
And this goes back to a bigger question because we're talking about it right now, so I'll bring it up. That's another, and that's a, and who approved this book? Like, I still haven't got to answer that. Well, other than
I'm going to prison before for something he didn't even do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't go to prison for something you didn't even do. You shouldn't have lied about that. The DOD didn't approve this book. How do you write a book? He's still a Green Beret.
Well, I wanted to ask you, is there any updates on the Army taking action on this?
I do know for a fact it's gone up to USASOC level. Now these guys are battalion sergeant major, command sergeant majors. They're high-ranking people as they get everybody. You also did this on podcast, the largest podcast. You did this. So it's amazing to me, honestly, that he still has these tabs.
Absolutely not. You gotta almost.
You were on podcast, you think he's still right?
Even preparation for this podcast, I told my wife about she had no idea what I was talking about. SF is quite professional.
Basically,
Writing a book.
Right. Yeah, and not to get off topic, I'm completely taken back to some degree. Two things. One, as we said time and time again, the amount of people who did read this book, like the only people who truly combated this book never read this book. But when we did the podcast, and we were the amount of other social media, great platforms, podcasters like just did was crazy. Right now, you guys, what do you think about that? By the way, you brought your name wrong and no, my name. And then I know exactly what you're talking about. He broke down original podcasts. It's like, this is beginning. And then, he broke down your interview with him. And he's like, well, he's got to bring in receipts. But it goes back to the receipts he brought. Or it was him circling the wagon. It's like, things that did happen. Right now, that's not bringing receipts. Like, he did anything that we brought up. This is bringing enough about it to say, hey, we'll correct the record. This is bringing receipts. I'm truly he's lying. I don't care if he's lying. You're not going to said they talk with teammates. How do we know that?
It's Justin Jefferson's son.
That question. Let me just make one comment. I've talked to track down everyone except for two guys. That's Irish Mike and Boros. The other 18 haven't been able to track them down. Everybody is so frustrated at this account. Not that anybody was looking for credit, but it was just like, it's almost sitting in its perfect form where no one saw it, no one knew about it. At least with the team, it was amazing what we pulled off. Truly, this was the best finish you could ever imagine.
Oh, no.
I'm interested now.
He's going.
Look into this. So they found you. You guys accepted Kennedy.
Well, they said they did. And for our hair, they said they talked to their team.
It's rebuttal about like the major. It's just it's just not true. Again, all you guys have already said. There are people on this podcast that couldn't make it going, no, they're just haters. That's the Tim's book is correct. They're just being haters and trying to tear down a little bit. So if someone's looking for receipts, I don't know how to get forward that.
The tear down thing is something that people say when they're financially tied into Tim Kennedy, and they have to say something. The tear down thing is essentially a go-to.
After you had the first podcast, I was talking to I was begging, you're going to be the first that they targeted for justifiable reasons. But just to, man up and come over here and just explain it. I said, face the news, no, he wouldn't do it. He said, no, if I come over there, it's going to bring them more of an audience. If I come over there, that's all it's about. I was like, tell us not, man. I'll be honest with you, when I was first talking with him after you spoke with me, and we went through a lot of this stuff chronologically to build up to the one-on-one. I was in such a selfish mindset because I was just concerned about recovering this whole state that he called me a pussy. And I was letting everything else off the peripheral, right? But after some time came out, and
It's a pretty personal attack. I understand why you focus in on that. It's no one else. To be fair, no one else got attacked like that as personally as you did. Kevin Keys, not even close to it. But Kevin, he talked about Kevin like he was a junior, officer that didn't have very much combat experience, and that couldn't be further from the truth either.
And, you know, at least in some way, and it's going to be that healthy debate between NCO and officers, and that's what I saw it as. But I'm like, dude, you just can't go out there and say stuff like that. Coming up against each other and keeping it just a healthy rapport, right? But the problem is, there are plenty of real instances you could have found or used. Officers are just like it. And listen, they're people. You're gonna have good ones, and you're gonna have bad ones. The unfortunate thing about officers when you have bad ones is they're in charge. So it's a lot easier to be really mad at them because you have to do what they say. True. You get mad at your senior bravo all day, but at the end of the day, he doesn't really run the ODA. So does happen. Driven thinkers out there. There's all the blow smoke up here, but well, that's not true. I don't even know if I had to ask. This is just a unique, needless line. It goes back again to etiquette. As soon as you guys leave the gate, that he knows trouble's brewing because he sees this fighting age male, a little bit older, but military age male guy, meat mugging, has a radio within arm's distance, calls it out, takes a warning shot right above the guy's head. The guy doesn't even flinch, just stares back down. He's like, oh, we're still in it. But that's not something you would do in someone else's battle space. And so I can't remember which teammate I talked to. One of the teammates said, yes, I remember that happening. Mike Bill made a call about that, but I don't remember anyone shooting. I don't know if you guys remember. I remember the call, but I never shot. But his teammates said
Oh, what's going on? How are you? What up, Moloch Mo?
Fine.
Excellent. How's your day going?
On this good day.
Programming.
Okay. Okay.
What about?
I'm chilling with my
How are your friends? Very well.
Good.
Here.
I'm exist.
Thank you so much for being so sweet. Danke Shane.
Bitteschön. Und ja, okay. I'm coming in the next day. Then my times go out in 1 minute.
Please do. I will see you.
Okay.
Take care, my friend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was sweet. Just like baby. You're a baby. You're my baby. I wish you're not my baby, but you're a baby, and I'm babysitting for you. Mm. How the fuck could I do this better or more efficiently?
I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spent most of my time. But I think that's sort of like is that you know when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other, and tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically in the Jewish community, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling
You're
right
a
now,
baby.
the situation in the state of Israel,
You're a baby.
those minor differences
You're such a good boy. You're such a good baby.
where people will come together.
Everybody loves you.
And I would like to think that
You're such a good baby.
which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be welcomed as long lost cousins, long lost siblings, and that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharians I'm not as familiar with, but our history much more closely, second volume of my book. Question here. Hold up. And was Jesus a rabbi? The short answer is basically no. Term never appeared
gets it.
Fine parentage, because you wouldn't call him son of a physical person if he was. In the rabbinic literature, definitely we have no evidence that he was rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia, but there are others, and he definitely followed many of the teachings of the great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the Pharisees, but he does not seem to have actually received that level of coordination, at least among the Is it possible? Omitted in the record, not impossible, because the texts that I'm citing for you right now were written 200 years after his death, so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but it's argument on silence. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone will put it in the chat if there was no respect. But he was certainly regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi is basically boiled down to teacher. It really means more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like he was, capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? No question. Had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime, as you can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time, whatever distortions may happen in the historical record. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Okay, what do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landy, a mentor, a licensed arbiter, Furman, the first emperor, and Anthony Yahoo? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books.
It's Mike Goble that happens to be there.
I do want to address
when you're sniping 20 guys in a short amount of time, Mike Goble is the one who's there.
Why? Melissa Martinez asked, why
Travis Little was unique about that. Why that fires me up.
Yeah, that fired up everybody in the team too. I mean, there's a few guys, if you would have had on this podcast, who could do it. You guys are still active. They would have probably been flipping this table
I would not
over right now.
Because Mike Goble's not with us anymore.
Yeah, it is. It appears very. I mean, it really appears that that's what he was doing was just being advantageous of. Sure enough, to expand the story, which there was no checks and balances.
And he's done it. And I'll say it. I think maybe for the first time. So what really fires me up about it is he's done this 3 times now. He did it with Mike Goble. He did it with Sergeant Major Fernandez from the SIF in his rebuttal video saying he told me that I could fail so they could.
what that is referring to.
Sergeant Major Fernandez is no longer with us. So it's really convenient again to pick that guy, witness, the shoot in for Sodic, because you have teammates that went on that video. On the comments, and I say teammates, I love Sodic teammates, and said, Tim, I was at Sodic with you, but you failed. You failed the very first unknown shoot that was like 2 to 3 weeks inside the course. Don't use, a dead sergeant major to be your sole witness because we were there. We were there with you. We know you did it. And the third time he did it was in his book. He says a guy quit. So his teammate, his partner, his sniper partner in the schoolhouse, quits in the middle of the stalking lane, gets up, and the instructor's like, well, I guess you failed Sodic, because it's like, I didn't quit, my teammate quit. And before his teammate quits in his book, he's like, the reason why this guy quit is because he wasn't he didn't have the drive, he didn't have the ambition, he didn't have the focus, he didn't have what it takes to be a sniper.
18th century.
As a SUNY graduate, SUNY isn't that hard of a school. It's kind of a gentleman's school. Like, it's not a hard school. The standards can be hard, but no one quits over stress. And so, of course, I wanted to look that guy up and talk to him. I think I
Some
could
of
talk.
them
He's also good. This is the third time that he's done this. That doesn't drive crazy. It wasn't enough. I don't want that one really gets me. So we're going down the convoy. At some point, the next big thing in the book is the tick you guys get into. It's some A-10s come in and save your ass on some danger close. I'll have you walk us through that.
Yeah, so we're leaving the fire base the day or two before. We tried to provide or pull off a feint. Before we started, we had everybody kind of saddle up, and we took all the ODAs out. We just kind of moved to contact. Back down the route we came. That's the way the battalion initially wanted us to go, but I think everybody was pretty clear, come hell or high water, we're not going back to Choctaw. And
Only once.
Local hill, and there was this pathway, come out of Anaconda and take a left instead of going back. And we think the trucks could make it. I'm not sure.
We had to try.
We had to try. And so we hook left coming out the day or two before we went out, moved to contact.
Guys, you're not telling me this. It's a two. Well, it's all the way up to 200 vehicle convoy. There's just no
A little bit less. The cargo trucks were with us. We dropped all checks off the Afghan National Army.
It's still massive.
Absolutely. All the trucks are coming back.
We're talking miles long. Like, how long is this convoy stretch for?
Well, every now and then, Kevin remind me, we were looking at the Air Force tracker and see the rear ODA, and just with the accordion effect going up and down the hill, some ramping down, we probably stretched out a couple of miles sometimes, just a shot in the dark. What you think, Kevin? I remember when we left Anaconda and we started the trip. We were the same for leaving, and the last trip would let us know what this was like. Maybe 45 minutes later. So,
There's no hiding. Nothing you can do.
So that was probably one of the most amazing close air support encounters we had in the mission. One, I've never had anything like that before. It's like I was telling you before on the phone, there's three types of gas, right? There's pre-planned, there's on call, and there is divine intervention. And to understand how those A-10s came over to us, it was just, as I was talking to Matt at JTAC, he told me that they were up in the air, and I think the battalion had stopped. They were expecting the worst, because they could make assets take a couple A-10s were in there, and I guess they heard the the airspace, and he checks in with Matt, the JTAC, and he's screaming. From my understanding, screaming for the JTAC. I had talked to the JTAC, their TS, don't care they are that bad. Immediately just send that to the pilot, what they have for minutes later. And that's what he did. He made the call, and he gave them my initials, and all of a sudden it was just, we came out, I remember Kevin, that little smoke trail went across the hood of an RPG, and we blew up a wall next to us. Afghans in front of us are bailing out of their high losses. They were in it. Right. And almost immediately, it was like, what I can imagine is like a cheap mattress in a hotel 1,000-pound vehicle. And I'm like, what the hell is this? An earthquake. Yeah. And on the left side of us, above this high mud wall, is a studio of sand. You know, it was watershed. This that's what happens. Tail comes up, and I'm looking over the hood of the vehicle. Or was that casket? It was 20.
That's a really good point. You needed the height of the vehicle to even see anything over the wall. Why would you come down to ground? That's what a trained force does. And expose the nodes.
Had to run off left and right.
Yeah, but Tim's on the death. So he goes up to the medic. He says, hey, man, you need to look at him. He's not getting off the earth. Guys, I'm sure you remember seeing all that.
I have no recollection of this. I remember seeing him at times on the rest of the mission. I don't recall any injuries to his neck. And the medic in our vehicle never mentioned him. The medic that he talks about called him and said, hey man, I'm coming on the show today. So we had two medics. I'm just going to say it was one of the two of them. Over his so he said there was body bags being put in the black hole. Dana, who was hurt, we were out. I was right there in the we were putting him there. And now it's kind of like Dana hey sir, can I stay? Initially asking, he's like, can I stay? And I'm like, I just saw his hand. Like, yeah.
It seems like an insignificant, sort of thing, which it was.
absolutely nothing.
You're right. It's not that he's got the bird right now, like for life's sake. And me throughout, kind of history. If you look at that's what that's from is my injuries. That's where I got you. And Tyler, you found for a weekend. Yes. And then he turns and it's this right side. Yeah. And there's nothing out back. Even though I knew the story, I still went back for these old fights and see if there's anything maybe happened that he could try to sit. You were on TV with your shirt on. Gonna go on. That's another one that really, gets me. That's another massive stolen valor. And one of the men for it, or didn't take care of him because he was just an attachment. Matt, I want to talk to you for a second. As a handler, you were attached to the team as well. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. This team, I think for a cap and an award, even the team sergeant, financially, awards, but the team sergeant trying to develop me as a leader too. Give me some education. Are capable of putting you in forward attachment, but apparently they were in order for taking care of him. You should have been a prosecutor, brother. I wish I was that smart, but like this isn't even hard to uncover. It's that bad. The biggest thing I want to cover, I think one is probably should hit on the hard one because that should piss off everybody. If you're not mad by now, you should be mad at this one. And it's the final village, and this is so weird story. And they say there's a dead guy hanging from the tree, and it sounds like a scene out of 300. Is rotting corpses with all this emotion, chaos, almost losing his life from the close air support, from all off his shoulders, uncontrollably. This is where he has this human moment that anytime he goes to the unusual, because usually it's in the great detail, like, oh, well, that must have really happened. I looked into that, and that's actually what narcissists and liars, they
these details where you're like, that are on them. This is where the picture was taken. This picture, yeah. The very end of the whole thing, he's in.
So,
Not
historically speaking,
you know,
there are
but got some body hanging off of this kid from close.
there are
Seems silly, but I gotta ask you, because you guys were there. Do you remember this village that he's talking about?
I will say, I do remember a village that was just peaceful area. Do you not remember Gallows? Do not remember kids coming out to watch one of our enemies off of us. I don't remember.
This is a personal question. Did you write down uncontrollably and cry that?
No, I didn't.
But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are
Maybe just a little.
identifying
Yeah, it was there. It's an opportunity. Exhale. Thing.
You know, like I said, and I've said this, like, this is a couple miles away. So, unlike what Tim said, if there will be draft stories, and you know, you ask 3 guys, you get 4 different versions. I've never got a different version from any one of you or anyone else that I've talked to that did this podcast. I may have different and a different. Yeah, when 2 people remember the same incident, never got a. And then
Look at this bad.
Tim getting washed or the local villagers giving us baths. So no. This is gonna sound bad, but it's just it does make me laugh. Did you cry? A little. I think Kevin said it best. Yeah. But man, I get that feeling of this is what we feel like we've been putting our lives on the line this whole time, and for once in 3 weeks, I don't think I'm gonna die here, and that's gotta be a good feeling. He was talking to the village elder at this time. Some tells me he was a ground force commander, and the team sergeant would have also been there, because usually the KLE is just that key leader engagement.
You said he was talking to the village elder?
Yes. If you were a key leader,
It was, I think we ran that village was in the Gosney district. It was a Zora village. There's no one hanging from a tree. I'm just so out of place. I mean, you actually, the children were around. Were just everything was so clean.
was really based out of because he was a softball out. And I'm certain his job was to stand up and give the last 24, next 24 the job for the checks.
Really excited.
To get out this with you guys.
Translate that.
They told me I had to go with the medic. And they checked Canada for it. Absolutely. Guys can take that any amount of shrapnel without giving. There's some stories at the infantry, and there's one last question that I'll ask Travis. You can take the final answer on this. In this book, or the embellishments of this book, and tell the American people something like, hey, take it from me, some guys on the ground. This is something you should know. What would you tell them?
Yeah, I thought about this quite a bit, and Jordan's tweet. This was an extraordinary mission on its own merits by itself, and not everything needs to be made into a TV or movie.
That's a common thing. There was enough danger they didn't have to make up more of it. The true story. Actually, just tell the story right. What do you think about that? About that question?
Yeah, I enjoyed what that said. So, and one of the things that I really want to had air cover, everything was set up for success. It wasn't a situation where a lot of those embellishments never happened.
The teammate that summed it up for me. Really true. He's like, a Valor Award. That's kind of good. He was a Ranger back for years, and he was at the end of the surge when they got a career G1. And he goes, you know what? Getting that plan or adjusting that no one ever had to do without us because we
absolutely true. Sometimes more means everyone did their job.
Travis, we got one on you now.
American public, this is not how a great team works. Maturity level, we just don't go around throwing encouragements or this kind of a line. Really, it just intends to sacrifice everyone in the units that are kind of the quiet professionals. They're not looking for the limelight. Like you said, it's tough to come out. I would be remiss if the American public were to
He's the one person who makes
and it did not happen.
I do, because of wheelhouse, I got to do all this research on these calls.
Welcome.
You got to be on all
How are you,
these
Brandon?
podcasts. You got to hear now, you know, it's
Really tough.
your thoughts
You're like
on
in here.
this book. And the story. How this is so cool.
You know,
That was a great book. I said it before. It's a great book. It was fiction. My biggest
band.
with all the people that have financial ties with Tim Kennedy, and they are heading down in this, and they're going to wash over, and more people are, don't think it is, and I really wish people would just go, hey, I had no idea. There's no shame in that. You should have looked into it a little bit more. It seems a little crazy, but, if Sean Ryan said, hey, I didn't do my research, my bad. Tim Kennedy, I would have told me. Right. Those types of people, I wish would step up. One way and one way only. I told the super chats 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago.
So, flying down, it was, oh, stop it. Your little princess Anna. I mean, gosh, man, never in my life. Brother, when you did that, so I'm doing you a favor. Telling everybody that did not happen. So then,
Which works, but you have to make it to where crime doesn't.
There's a lot of things that you can't figure out work. Making more money, being more successful. These are all things. Kennedy.
You know.
I was Rico. He's right. You're right. It's very vivid. Yeah.
Kennedy.
It's the most weird thing to lie about. It's the most.
Fat boy. Little baby. Everybody loves you. You're a baby deal.
Act like it didn't happen, although we all.
Welcome back to the Anti-Hero Podcast. Delta Force Park. Counterculture Inc. Threat.com. Use promo code anti-hero. Save 15%.
And I'm Brent Tucker, coffee company, and now past company, FR1RCC.shop.
And of course, this episode is brought to you by Human Performance. Go to hp-trt.com. Use promo code HERO and save 20% not only off your initial purchase of testosterone, include that, and the win less. So hp-trt.com. Use promo code HERO and save 20% on your testosterone.
Of course, don't forget about our Patreon. If you're letting us, Patreon is the way to do it. We support you back with things, footage, also ability course, Thursday Night Lives for the boys every Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time until we decide to call it. So whatever, it goes longer and longer, the better. So don't forget that. I think hot minute. I think everyone's kind of been waiting on us to in a perfect world. The first episode dropped 8 months ago. At this point, it's about right. Actually, it caught fire. We got a lot of pushback. We got a lot of you're a hater. We got a lot of how dare you tear down veterans, and they said it to themselves. Saw it with it like, oh my gosh, it immediately had an effect to some degree. And I really thought Tim would have seen that. And thank you to the veteran, podcasting community and news communities that also picked up the story, continued running with it, and then kept this thing alive. Was the chapter of the book that we covered, Afghanistan, Rothschild, now we had a small army of anyone up to this point. He gets finally made another never said I had a Bronze Hour of Valor. And it's been proven time and time again since then that he has had a Bronze Hour of Valor. Forces him to do another his military career, but still doesn't really get into a frenzy. Almost the same amount of scrutiny on a half-ass apology as Yahoo, Business, and TMZ. You name every of them basically ran with it and was like, Tim Kennedy admits to stolen valor. So if you're going to take that type of hit, go ahead and apologize. You can get it all over with. And then you wouldn't have written that band off there. Right. And if you'd have done it 8 months ago, when we told him at the very end of the episode, he said, hey, come clean, this will all be over. It'd be all, I think 8 months later, if he'd have done that, it'd have all been over. Like, people have a short memory. Behavior is often. Not only did he refuse to do it, one of the real reasons that I decided to do another episode is because he pivoted. He pivoted outside the tactical community. After episode, he was no longer welcome in the tactical world. All of his tactical sponsors dropped him. And so he moved over to the political world. So, and that, I think, was a very selfish move on his. He is now latching on to people and to good people. Not everyone in DC is bad. There are some people in DC who do good things and try. Now, they don't know any better in the world.
Doesn't seem like they're touching people. All right. Anyway,
I'm sure by now that they have selfishly attached to them for recognition out of this slump that is in because he just won't. I think him transitioning to DC, apologize fully, he won't fully come clean. I think we have enough people like that. Indeed, we need another person like that in DC. And so here we are. We cannot have people like that pivoting into politics or getting in a appointed position with real power. And this isn't. I will do my best to do this whole episode just saying the facts, and that's not I don't believe that's a mean thing that I'm saying. It's just a fact of the matter.
to let you determine who represents you. Beautiful thing about this country.
But that's and it's. With another episode that like the person we only covered one chapter of the book exactly is the deployment to Iraq and the Afghanistan. Sure that they were if we wanted to go with just lies that didn't happen, we'd be
Really isn't the veteran community that was made. I don't want to say made a fool, but because they were.
it's part of narrating and it is part of disappointment. Like will finally came out. I don't need this. We don't need this. But a lot of people finally came back. Come to find out everything.
Astounding amount. And it wasn't they come to us at least on their, because I saw a lot of that. A lot of his not necessarily come to us. They did, in a way, distance themselves from defending.
And I've taken some to apologize about that. Because doesn't matter who they are. But yeah, a little bit to realize I don't do the same thing. If I knew a person for a long time and I only knew him in this light, this aspect, and he was only good to me and had no reason to think otherwise, there's a chance maybe I would blindly offend my friend and them, they're human like anyone else. eventually, if it doesn't go away, it didn't go away for a reason. And if only more information got brought to light, it's probably worth. I don't think I can defend them blindly forever. Let me look into this. And they did. And I give a lot of credit for it. I appreciate it. So here we go again. When I reread a few things, and looked at a few things in a different light, there's one thing that actually stuck out to me about the so International Airport be worthy of your sacrifice. And as I was before this got out to me, he said, purposely said, I'm going to spend the rest of I will spend the rest of my days trying to be worthy of your sacrifice. The book was like ingenuous or what, like you could have started by rewriting the book at that point. People, and then page after page after page behind that, like embellishment or I'm interested to hear his answer, but Joe Rogan actually beat me to the question. Let's see what Tim's answer was. What Joe asked. There's nothing worse than somebody that lies. That's lying so you can put money in your pocket at the expense of human. Foreshadowing. First episode, which it absolutely could be a real offense. I just always. As a first responder, His first job was an EMT. And October 20th, well, this happened. 14 passengers were like, this would have made the news, and it sure did. Isn't that the reoccurring theme here? Like, it was enough the story that really one of the worst car accidents you responded to. The only thing you had to do was tell the story right. That of the story, again, it was a church man. Middle of the night. In this book.
I just turned 19 years old. Been on a few calls already. Nothing up to this point would prepare me for what I'm about to see. As I step off the truck and my boots hit the ground, I can already hear a movie motive. The thing that immediately catch my eyes, I can hear the acrid smell of blood, urine, and pieces. I now hear the whale have been thrown from the view. The whales are not screams. When people are screaming, they have their faculties and are generally aware of the inside a person. That they happen when one's body is so broken. Said Ed when he says the radio operator understands and confirms. Complex the radio back in its proper place and hops out of the truck, and as he strides past me, he says, "Pick one." That's something my Anthony and Star already disappeared in the
Is to see this bad. Right out here in a second. How many critical incidents do you think you cannot stop them all? So they're going to happen. And you really have these events because it's designed by first responders for first responders to a map to see where they are. You can drop them where they need to be. An Apollo-based application to just download it. Androids, it works with iPhones. Apollo, make sure. Like that. So if you want to learn more about them, scan the QR code and ensure your department ready to react to any crisis in as effective and efficient manner possible.
The boys over here, they lowered everything on their website more than half the cost. Now, you're going to get even more because they took each item, they lowered it more than half, euro 10%. So now, when you go anti-hero, promo code is reduced. So go to ghostbed.com/antihero and get 10% off those extremely reduced prices. These guys are awesome. These guys have been they were our first sponsor. I talk with them all the time. They're big supporters of what we do because you're gonna save money and they help us out so much. They're part of the anti-hero family, just like me, just like you. Cans of pre-workout. This is our new. It's a lot more convenient. You have to keep home and do some shit work. I keep my duffel at work with all my meals in it, and it's just creatine helps your endurance levels and it helps dramatically with recovery. Creatine is powdery. Is really annoying too when you're mixing your water, and then of course if your water's not warm, then it doesn't mix well. Fallen into the night beyond my vision. One is wandering the sea in shock. I arrive at the first later across the road. His entire body is covered in so much blood I can't make out all of it. And I start running through my memorized checklist for trauma assessment to begin master care. I'm working on the body for maybe 2 minutes, and I feel someone hovering over. I look back and see that Tom has left that person as well. It didn't make sense. I've watched too many television shows where things always work out the way they should. Tom knew that. Tom knew what I didn't know. There was no way.
obviously, but doesn't bother. There's 14 people in this family. Until you walk by 12 out of 14, you don't walk bodies. But there's only you'd be working on bodies.
So when bodies are, I mean, it says there absolutely was 14 bodies out there, but they're not walk a scene from one point to another. Really, and see 12 out of 14 because the violent
outside to make certain the calls that I see.
between the sights of the wind, I've lost the ability to process all of these people are hitting on us, and I am overwhelmed. I don't know enough. I can't partition my brain and do a real I'm in point in my life. I thought I understood X. I did not. Not scream. It's not taking thought, reminding us that lives are hanging in the balance. I don't have the reps. I don't have the training. I have that's taken a lot right there. I should tell you a lot about it. Frustrated to be like, the time, perfect as crap. Find the kid, he quickly command after what seems like a lifetime, but it's probably 1 or 2 minutes. I literally stumble. I take a sharp breath. It's going to be okay. I tell her, trying to that it was true. When I realized Tom Wade already here. Find someone else. I've got her. He says, you're Grimsby. He said when he left the first guy, take a couple steps away. He isn't leaving. He's working on her. Thank God. Tom thinks she still has a chance. The next patient I moved to was we gave a top. Runs back to the truck and shuts it off so we can at least hear better.
Interrupt. No, here, but something just hit me. Inspection responder who showed up to the car crashes. You normally find victims by
out. Never, even if you're a day shift cop, you might have to go into a structure that's completely. Never go anywhere without a light. Anything in my military or law enforcement career without a flashlight.
I know, again, it may sound like we're being a little nitpicky right now about little things, but don't worry. I'll tell you why all these things are important.
The night becomes a blur, challenging the boundaries.
And everything got better when Keith got on the ground. He was the very first one on scene. And when I asked about first on scene, and talking about like insert whatever word you want to use, the level of narcissism, derangement, I don't know the word I want to use. To give details about being the first on scene.
Thousands of different calls, probably in their career, but a lot. And we all go to different types of call, not every thing. But I've never been to a mass casualty event. It's never happened to me. I've never heard anybody. I think Jurgen's
goes to great the people who show up first and set up the cordon, set up the triage, and they're like, hey, we have to find out this while it's at its work, which is no information, no step-by-step of sorts. Like when things are already starting to flesh out, and you just gotta plug yourself where you're needed. So instead of giving the first responders who responded first credit, he was first on scene and had to go by body to body to body, and Tom has to go work on this person, go somewhere else. I talked to Tom. I said, Tom, you remember this? Tom said, I'll never forget it. It was a horrible scene. And Tim had to deal with that. The story was a horrible thing that young man had to deal with. I didn't give credit where credit was due, and body to body, and Tom had to tell you, not this one, not this one. Tom was like, no, by the time we got there, there were already people there. even help. And they worked on that girl. Put her behind on these survived. So tell the story that I've seen and all these egregious details just aren't true. You told the truth. I bet there were still some details that weren't there written, but you didn't. So I can't even give you credit. That's not what you said happened.
And the details are so important because, I mean, even some facility. That's calling a chief 300.
Monica. He was super about. He was. I'm 6'4". Let me tell you, I never been 300 pounds. I'm no fat ass. He's like, that guy called represented Tim. And so he's like, I didn't read the book. So he goes to the boat. It's for another story chronologically. But to me, it just starts. It goes. I mean, I can go further back, but it's super short. So we'll start there. We still can't believe that he didn't give credit where credit was due. That he embellished his whole first on might have dead bodies. It's crazy. I mean, everything was where it upsets me. It's the truth. So he goes from being an equal certification firefighter, and he gets fired, and he's open about this. Let's go through his firefighter career. And as he mentions a guy and he says, I won't name his name. His name's like name. But he won't name his name. He thinks this guy. Or that. Fired for being a firefighter. And he said Mike McCain had years strike one. That started this is the man with the knife in it.
Yeah. So I'm just getting I'm off duty. I look at it. It's a medical call for the address. It's right next to it. Given that the incident is happening inside my apartment complex, I walk over to see if there's anyone that needs help. As I walk up, I see the fire truck parked out front. I wait. Some firefighters are setting up a staging area to provide any aid once the police have people. They're going about their business oblivious to the apparent danger that is on scene, and she is tired myself and asks if there's anything I can do to help. She explains there's a man inside who may be armed with a knife, ready to kill him. As her present, she is going to it alone. I look at her again, 110 pounds soaking wet. I look at myself, 220 pounds, riddled with muscle. Trained in MMA to just do stick fighting and knife fighting and sword fighting, I was literally just sparring with Chuck Liddell. The should ever walk into a dynamic and dangerous situation without backup. One of the things my dad always did home, we never know what can happen. When it happens faster and more violently than you expect. Hey, do you want me to go in with you? The other show up, I ask. I see you're bathed and really. The second I suggested, if you know what would be amazing, leave me alone. He said this, but he said something just to a man truly committed to what he said. In my expert opinion, he doesn't want to kill himself. He's just having a bad day. Police officer gently closes his door. When I'm cut off, I can smell the alcohol on his breath. Do you think I give a fuck? Firefighters we do not wrestle knives away. That is not our fuck up. If you want to be a cop, you should go to the fucking police academy to be a fucking cop. Yeah, I know. I plan to go to the police academy the second I turn 21, you piece of shit.
So, yeah, we heard stories of them dressing down disappearers before Travis Warlock. Yeah, not being the case. He's been doing it, or fake doing it, is a life. I go and require me, like, some things don't sound right about the story.
No, we bust their balls, but it's
Out at a stagnant station and a half year ready, half load, get out here. So the firefighters show up first, and this one female shows up first. Yeah, that's odd to me. Not the least of the oddness about this being that only in Tim Kennedy's life does an armed man show up, basically that Anita felt next door to him in his own apartment complex. What are the chances?
you see it.
When you're Tim Kennedy, who lives with danger his whole life, according to his book, it's just another day of being Tim.
This story, although this probably takes place in over 20 years. This female is probably retired by now. So I can't really give my opinion on how a suicidal person would be helped today because it's nothing like this. That being said, police work was a little bit more complicated back then, so I can't discredit the story. However, I mean that he's able to be the knight in shining armor to this little petite woman. You know, it's just kind of like, even if it happened, like, you know, his
of cops and firefighters telling me that female cop gets on scene first. The rest of the cops that show up on scene, great, that's Tim Kennedy. Makes no sense. Now, if there's a crowd of cops out there, that means there have been a crowd of cops. Here, enforcement's a lot more trained professionally in their job. You disarm or use force against people, right? But there's also a liability. Only anybody in the world, you're not allowed to go detain. You're not allowed to put your hands on people unless it's the same reason why Joe Schmo on the side of the road can do it. It's for public safety reasons, use for himself. But they're not like legally allowed to do some of the things that cops are allowed to do. And although everything we're talking about right now is opinion based, who it's his 3-strike policy. I said, this was strike 1. He says, yeah, never heard this story in my life. Don't remember it. He goes, I remember that. Like I remember that. He's like, well, I know it never happened. So I said, okay, to strike 2 we go. Yeah, so it kind of this part of it just runs right into his scene, almost like a lot of the introduction of it was cut. But he's at a look, it looks like again another traffic crash that is now off the ravine. Yep. The victim in the car. I look over the edge of the smash car. It's beat to fuck. We were first on the scene, but the second engine has since arrived, and the 5 other firefighters are all exited, breaking out all kinds of ropes and pulleys and shit to do a technical rappel into the ravine to safely get the driver. Which isn't that steep, and what they are doing seems dumb and a waste of time. I climb shit like this all the time. Shit out on the road, arguing the merits of different anchor points. They're discussing who will 40 feet. I get to the bottom, I see that there is a middle-aged woman inside. There's no time to wait. The other guys, the door is busted in, so I use a house, pop it open, and use a tray to rip the rest of the way. Mind you, he is dead serious. I undo her seatbelt and they apply pressure to the wound to slow the bleeding. Luckily, she reacts well to the pressure, and there's only a trickling coming out from either side of my hands. I look up. They're all setting up their contraption. She 100% would have bled out if I hadn't. We're going to need a splint and a tourniquet, I yell out. They look down. They see me at what can only be described as Hell's Playground. One would think they were scaling K2. I kind of chuckled myself because it all seems so ridiculous. They do their thing. She to head back to the dock using a winch and intricate system of pulleys.
props to the team because as humorous as it was watching them climb down, they did a good job. But in 3 minutes, we're back on the road. It's already here, and as soon as disconnected from our line, the paramedics take it. In less than a minute, she is safely in the back of the ambulance to take her to the hospital. Great job, guys. Return. I ruined their dopey run, and they are mad at me. You're stupid. Who gives a fuck? If I hadn't gone down there, she would be dead. We returned to the station. The fight is not. Did you go to the ravine without safety with pillows? Well, I wouldn't call it a ravine, more like a tiny hill. But yes, I climbed down myself, I replied. Did someone tell you to do that, Kennedy? Yes, knowing the answer. No. She would have bled out if I hadn't gone down there. So we're taking forever, I fire back. And what if you had slipped? If you'd be a fucking bleeding out, and you would have been a fucking liability to the team. Then what? He asked. I know he's not expecting an answer. To provide context. Right. The intruder. Why is he written the first time? Zero. Because he's too aggressive. He's too good. Like he's too much for other people to strike two. He's too good. He's too aggressive. He knows too much. Like we're gonna go. Life needs saving right now. That doesn't. He's right now. That's what he's doing. A lot of powers. If these guys decided to set up ropes, it's because they needed ropes. And you kind of can't have it both ways in your story. You can't hills, but then say like you scaled the cliff. Yeah. Well, which one is it? Are you scaling a cliff? Or world again. Do you think these firefighters? How long do you think he'd have been? Do you think there'd have been a strike three if he'd have called his fire chief drunk and fat? No, no. The same way he didn't
I don't remember, because I don't remember, yeah, because thing for to react to, like, how we don't recall it at all. I said, strike three. Strike three is a structure fire, which, you know, I'm not even kidding, it's every firefighter. Like, and their customers are saving an average of, and it could save your budget this summer. Call now before it's 889-8121. That's 866-889-8121. Or visit American Fire. I was here last year, exactly a year ago. Check it out. Holy shit. If you have that being set up, you need to try table. I tried big rates, and you guys probably remember my shit looked like a flea market, right? I got and the whole goal of this is to build a store company. Just like, I can already feel the heat of the fire raging through the house in front of me. I am on the hose. Allen Linear is right over obstacles as we push forward during heat. That is a house fire. Hot air moves just like ocean water. It finds the slightest crack in the hose. Watch it licking the skin. It's beautiful. Evil at the same time. Or to die. It's beautiful and evil, and it is time for it to die. Time dimensions and driving. Dragging Anthony with every once in a while, a drop of water now boiling hits the back of my neck. It hurts. But I push forward. Yeah, towards firefighting. But I also hear strange popping sound, thousands of gallons of water into this home. I'm not backing out now. I only have to retake the ground. The popping is coming faster and more frequently now. It must be because number 5. Final room, even more aggressive.
gas in my stream of water, instead of reducing the ash, they have now become into wet soot. My job. I keep hitting. Finally, when I'm certain I didn't realize at the time, but as I was backing out, I noticed we moved almost higher length of the house. I did even more than I thought. As I looked at when we hit that night air, with near boiling water in his arms and his pissed. Fuck off. You need to back the fuck off.
I'm lovely. How are you?
Because you pushed too hard. My hand bangs against the mast that separates oxygen from fire. Only my helmet
So,
was literally shield had the quarter-inch mast did to less than a millimeter.
When I talked about this a lot of structure fires, because I remember like just like now when people don't remember that, I still don't remember it. That's knowing about that. At least he didn't have to dress down his fire chief during this one in the story. So save.
You're right. He's trying to. Kind of like Tom Cruise. He's trying to be Maverick.
No one is as aggressive as him, and even at a young age, he's just always been. That guy. He's always been the man. And don't understand why they. Trust me, everyone that worked with you, understand. Choose to do it anyway. That's what bravery is. And there's no bravery in that. You're stupid. It's the appropriate question.
Like we talked about earlier, Tim can't just be the UFC Green Beret Special Forces guy. Like he has to come in and now take first responders roles. Like I was a cop for almost 10 years.
Like, everything at this point. He gets into a fight. He gets into a fight for the right reasons because someone was throwing his friends. So single police department. And so you were a cop, you never worked for a police department.
Maybe say you risk you, they risk their record and training you to become a cop. But they'll tell you like there's no guarantee you're hired, but it's good to be captain.
I didn't even put in an application for those people cops. Because they want the police academy. Drew had a great analogy of it. That's never in the pulpit and saying, yeah, I was a pastor. Just because you went to seminary doesn't make you a pastor. You got a certificate that allows you to be one. When we talk about him being a cop at the very beginning, he was never a cop. His words, and but when he said my background we're never so yes, two different women pregnant. Like the character's arc is at way to disprove by Tim's own mouth and some other ways. The story I'm talking about is pulled down his podcast, which says a lot. Jocko pulled down his podcast of Tim Kennedy. So let's see what Jocko has to say about this part of Tim's story.
There's not like this linear line of an early 20-year-old boy who has made a bunch of bad decisions and he feels hopeless. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where, and I'm doing something that's very, very dumb and dangerous. Could be the end of my life. But I didn't have an intent. I'm not trying to kill myself. There's no cognitive. There's way more efficient ways than swimming out in the ocean. I definitely kept swimming. That's a big takeaway. That is, not at the end of the boat. There's not that adage. That's here's what you should take away from this. Is I kept swimming because my balls were essentially up inside my body as I frozen to death. And it still doesn't make sense. The Coast Guard said that somebody called. This is pre-dawn. This is
free cell phone. There's no way that any all day on the north side of the breakers on the north side of the rock could have seen me, and there's nobody in the parking lot when I got on the water. So I'm not saying there's like a divine intervention, but it doesn't make any sense how somebody called the Coast Guard station and said they saw a young man take his clothes off and swim in the ocean. You know, it's a swim time like 20, 30 miles. So an hour into this, the time the Coast Guard said.
So just real quick, and we'll overlay with the book. And this, I don't know how he knows that that's an old lady. Let's just that will really make this crazy story. It's already admitted nobody could see him. It makes no sense. Well, who's Coast Guard over that? Like, it's no sense that they would.
I've been swimming for just over an hour, so I'm 2 miles out. 2 miles out past the mark. And I went to the Coast Guard station. They throw the door open. They're like, "We're listening to Joe Rogan's podcast, listening about this right here." They have a logbook. Darkest, hardest moments of my life. I have a single log tag and a date time group. Like time, date, captain, boat, remarks. That's it. That's it.
It goes back to only in Tim Kennedy's life does the guy with the knife next door in the same apartment complex, happen. Only in Tim Kennedy's life does he show up to the Coast Guard station and they're watching Joe Rogan and him talk about this exact moment, the exact moment he walks into the Coast Guard station. It's crazy. He talks about the logbook that he could physically open, could read, go down, and see what happened. Well, there is a Coast Guard station at Morro Bay, and they weren't hard to find. They weren't hard to call. And you know what doesn't have a logbook at the Coast Guard station?
The Coast Guard doesn't.
The Coast Guard. That's right. You got it. I get it. They're like, no, we don't. This isn't the 1980s. Things have been digital for a long time. In the mid 2000s, the Coast Guard was that they had on the counter to log their what? Yeah. So I asked him, I said, how long have you been here? And you ask someone who's been here a long time, maybe they converted from the 1800s to the 2000s and went computerized. They're like, no one here has ever heard everything's on. Just another quarter was like, okay, that's not just another thing. Here's another thing that's crazy. I'm not saying that he can't. He's a professional athlete. I did triathlons. For him to swim a 25, 30-minute mile for 2 miles for an hour straight, and he's in 50-degree water. What he said, I looked it up, and he He's from there. He knows all the water. For him to be in that water, he says in the book for hours. I'm not going to fall on that sword. He says here an hour. He says in this book not hours. And those are a little bit irrelevant to me. But a naked person with low body fat, 50-degree water, definitely not an ideal situation. We'll just leave it at that. Anyone else who's been in that scenario? That's it's not a recipe for survival, but not hanging my hat on that one.
What became like a moment where I started to make right decisions is a single line written in pencil in a logbook of the Coast Guard shop. One. Down to that.
That could have been it too.
Yeah, that last remark line, hold an idiot out of the water was hold a dead body out of the water. That's it. The only difference.
And look, divine intervention or whatever. You're trying to recover a single swimmer at sea on a 5-19 miles out. Here's where Jocko's not dumb. Jocko's not dumb. I mean, he's Tim's friend. But Jocko's like, this is crazy. And Jocko's a SEAL, so he knows about foggy waters, recovering people, trying to find a low. Like he's understanding this story. Going, hold on. This is where Jocko actually does a good job throughout this part. Asking, he's not questioning the story, which he should be. But you can tell, like through that lens, he's like, okay,
This makes sense.
yeah, Jocko gets it. Keep going.
Crazy.
Not like you plan to do that. You got an IR stuff.
Yeah, holy shit. Rabbi Rothschild, holy shit.
He's like, hold on. This was a low seal in the middle of an ocean with no visible strobe, no IR strobe. He's like, this is an impossible. He says this is impossible.
Thank you, Rabbi Rothschild. Dog, why didn't I fucking do this earlier?
Thank you for at least, recognizing that. But Jocko continues to let him go. Which I'm glad he did.
Not for miles. The fog is so dense, and it was padding sound like any kind of waves. It does really weird things to light. There is barely any light at this point. No starlight, no moonlight. I've just been swimming for an hour. And when this pulls up, I think I'm losing because they just have it idle. It's crazy. The captain has his feet in the front of the boat. He's just like sitting there with his feet. He's like, hey, what are you doing? Swimming. It sounds like you're cool. It's so cool. He's like making fun of you, right? Yeah. What are you doing? Swimming. No shit. Like even now, even currently, you're like this. That was the first indication to him that he was going to take a different approach, I think. And he's like, so what's going on? And like, give him a summary of what's happening. And he's just like, yeah, I was thinking about pulling you out of water, but maybe you stay in the drink.
There will be more about this. Let's continue to paint a picture of ridiculousness. It says he finds him. He's been swimming for an hour, finds him in an hour. Let's just go through the motions here for a second. Not that I believe a woman saw him in a moonless, starless night. Not that I believe that a woman was scarred. You guys understand and start to piece this together. The amount of time it would take for that to happen, for the Coast Guard to care enough to put a boat in the water over this, to move a boat over that location, and then to find it. It would boat was, it would take hours for the boat to do a find this person. So it continues to be a miracle that everything lined up. And essentially, the boat would have had to drive right to his location for this. The boat would have already been launched and moved right to his location for this to even be feasible. And then you find a guy 2 miles out from shore in 50-degree water. What do you think the Coast Guard's first thing they're doing to this guy is? Removing him from the water. Damn right, that's exactly what they're going to do. But no, this Coast Guard guy has his feet finger off the boat during the search, and then starts a conversation with this guy in the water, and wants to continue to let him be in the water for 5 or 10 minutes before you can have that conversation with the boat. You were sent out to rescue this guy. Now you're just gonna have a conversation with him. It's an odd conversation. Let's continue this. And it's cold. And then he doesn't help me. He throws a cargo net down the side of that ship, and he makes me clamber on the side of that boat. I mean, I couldn't use my fingers. I could feel it. About an hour of 53-degree water. Also, I had to have kept swimming pretty actively. You have a minute use of your fingers, digits, and then an hour is kind of the threshold where you start losing control of your body.
You're
And that's a threshold. He goes with the cargo net on the side of the boat, climb up. You know, I'm helping you. You did this. You know, show me. Film me. Coast Guard. He didn't say anything besides there's not going to be somebody to do this again. It's all he said. 20-minute boat ride back in. Had to go back on the log, come back into the beach, go to the Coast Guard station. Dog, not a word. Just sat there. He asked if I was good. I had to walk from the Coast Guard station back to my car with the log. Did you feel what you felt? Every step, I was trying to get close. I had a blanket. That's right. You say what? It's like green. Yeah. And it is, it's sandpaper. Yeah. Is that what you use? Why not have real blankets? I don't know what they have now, but all right, let's go over this for a second. So the rescue's a guy who's essentially suicidal, and admittingly suicidal, on the brink of death. On the brink of death. Doesn't help him get back up. Makes him climb up a cargo net to get up. Pretty sure I was on a easier ways to go. This Coast Guard tour to the Coast Guard station does no sort of evaluation on in the Coast Guard. That's what do I always say about lives, Tyler? So when he's in this podcast, he wasn't Rick. So he gets off script.
Oh, that's
Look, like I said, the book's hundreds and hundreds of pages into all the details you want. Podcasts are for the time frames all the time. You go to page 97 on this book and read about. Oh, by the way, the looks that they skip there, but guys in the boat, like the Coast Guard guy, starts making fun of his dick. I don't see a professional military treating a guy that way and then making fun. And it goes back to he's trying to tell
you're gonna get it.
this story, right? He's trying to entertain
naked with a crappy blanket there from the back of your car. Is that the Coast Guard? My alarm drove out.
Need to get it dragged into my car. That start. See, maybe go back and leave. Oh, that must have been the other guy.
So in his book, he doesn't go back to the Coast Guard station. He goes back to his car and he will full time to make sure he's good. And then they drive off.
Because one, he can't fall. Oh, I was scrambling. Make sure that this. He then can't say, well, on Jocko, I misspoke because he went and owl, which again, that is those crazy details that he contradicted details.
And you can tell, like, Jocko, I hope, and he has this moment because he's gonna two reactions to this. I knew his final thought because none of it made sense. Or he's gonna go, damn, like.
That's
Literally has the book in front of him. The book, at some point, he's got the book though, at the end. A different story.
You're still using it because I was still using mine. But I've been we teamed up with Cloud Defense. And held lights. Go to clouddefensive.com, put in promo code anti-hero15 and get 15% off your order. Cloud Defensive, pushing the boundaries in illumination.
Over a century ago in 19, the Flexner report funded by D. Rockefeller and our foundation re-engineered medical education from operations. This compartmentalized approach under the guise of specialized medicine. They shut down or consolidated homeopathic and chiropractic medicine, replacing it with symptom management and synthetic drugs. Allopathy is more than just rooted in fear. Stimulating science, disrupting veterinary medicine, resulting in over-vaccination, unnecessary surgeries, and manufactured food, just like they did for care. But it's predatory and based on ability. Trump. Compromised immunity, chronic inflammation.
I've been monitoring you all week, by the
So
way.
is your power to do this.
Oh, yeah. All week.
All targeted formulas
And I
by
could have filled out the proper.
and restored. We are the correct candidate.
Jealous.
And of course, we got to give a shout out to our boys at 09 Holsters, custom built weaponized duty gear, made in the USA, for cops, by cops, a Leo and veteran owned small business. They upgraded solutions for drug use. Body cameras, tourniquets, everything. It's crazy. It's just like I said, Coast Guard station pretty big stories that if I had nothing else to do. Military career going into the Army, all the course. There's a lot of controversy about him saying when he joined, when he said he joined. This is where it just
You gotta get it.
and what he has to say about special forces. The cadre in the way it's trying to catch people that don't rather hear it. What did see? They would Beret who's there to make sure only you have what he's talking about is land. He's talking about navigation.
Bro.
On it, so with a 50 to 60 pound rucksack on. Now with that on there, the Green Beret cadre selection, and you have a 50 to 60 pound rucksack on your back, you can still outrun them. Amazing. Selection. But again, what you really did was a bunch of dummies and let the new guy completely outsmart special selection process.
I don't know why.
Everyone is fired up and ready. We got a special permission to miss training, which is fine because officers rarely take that chance. I gotta stop for this. They're going to course. More qualified to get the breath. Jump for a year until this starts. This isn't your job. Okay. Let's talk about his jump.
Can you hear me? Did you hear about me? Yo, dog. Do you speak? You don't. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Care how you get to the ground, and also the danger of having so many people in the air. Specifically, a static mine hit you in the arm and rip your bicep on the way out. If the guy in front of you is lazy, a guy can steal your air by moving below you. You can bounce off the side of the plane, exit force. Your shoe might not. Jump master stands up and gives us just the command to hook up. You connect your static lines to the wire running the length of the plane. Land in the right spot. 1 minute. Shout. Shout one after another. So it separates from me and I don't land. There's a whole skill to it. But it always you let always
That's always vivid over. They're supposed to do that. They're not proposition. Lie about. It's the most weird thing to lie about. Here's what's even funnier about that. The truth. When truck driver infill and the truck driver instead of dropping them off at the hill point, they drop them off of their route. It's the heaviest rock I've ever probably carried that distance. And I did actually missed that opportunity as a truck driver.
When the week of training years of 10, the cavalry show up in the middle of the night to row us out of our G-base to disrupt I'm 100% we have to lead with an intelligence. They forgot we are self-focused, plus we have friends, support duty inside the Cadre's call. For some reason, the Cadre trust
trusted. You're telling me you struggle them to an exercise. They may have during the field exercise, like I blow your friends out at 2 a.m. out of there with mom.
There's some guy waiting to get back in.
He's gonna ruin his chance too. The things you don't forget. I think like, if you were part of this team, you're like, hey. Even if he doesn't know there's a cell phone. He says they had all the heavy stuff back. Even like how smart the Cadre. I was like, do you remember that? He's like, because you were like, you know what's going on? You don't remember that. He's like, he goes, I actually don't even remember getting blown out of our Jeep. He said that. You know what? We got blown out of our base a lot. They're small unit tactics. He's like, I remember getting blown out of our Jeep. I'm not saying it's impossible. No one ever is blown out of the Jeep base. What I'm questioning is,
You're
weird thing.
so sweet.
This is even so children. So go back and watch the last one. You'll understand. If this is the first time you heard this or heard us say this, but what about? He's not done with this shenanigans. We see the captain standing around bullshit waiting for the mission. You got my man back. That's all. All right, here we go. Rejected for 6 and no one saw or heard it. The next morning, the caddy show up. Our pissed party. I'm wearing a black diamond headlamp that belongs to one of them. When they arrived, we would light all of our shit back, including but not limited to my black diamond headlamp. Says looking at his headlamp on my head. Our Sunto watches, a Casio G-Shock watch, our Surefire flashlights, our deep jerky food dip, and a teddy bear that belongs to one of our kids. Finishes with a look of amused judgment. This will have to be negotiated, my team says to him. Indeed it will, I add, smirking. Oh, this was my favorite one, actually. So, for people who haven't been from this age, it is a loaf is very creative exercise. In order for that to happen, they give very strict movement timelines because they want to make sure they know when you're gone, when you're here. We've had people killed at Rothschild's age. That's a whole long story, but it's true. And so they're very about control. You can't have guys with fake guns. You know, they're all working and shit. You can't have just guys with around looking like a roving gang and not having some sort of oversight on this. A good way to get kicked out around this age would be to, I don't know, leave your G-base the night before the mission just to go do these shenanigans. This alone would get you kicked out around this age. Your team leader, the whole team, like your team leader would lose his opportunity to be a Green Beret because this happened on your watch. Like it's so dangerous for one. And so unheard of that anyone would be like, yeah, I'm willing to lose the Green Beret I've worked so hard to get just to be going F with the cadre. Just right off the bat.
Yo, what up, Pimp?
Don't deserve great
Can you hear me, son?
or it's a lot.
Yo,
One of the things
Chris Carbone.
I have to
Chris Carbine.
charcoal and axle
How you
grease.
living, Pimp?
What is this, the dirty dozen? What are you doing? How about the face paint you brought to the exercise?
I'm glad that you're here.
You brought face paint. I guarantee they brought face paint. Why are you putting axle grease on your hands and face? Just use the face paint that's in your 120-pound rucksack. So we'll just go in. I'm going to go on a limb. I wasn't there. We're going to go on a limb on that lie, number one. And instead of messing and doing your job, you're like, all right, we're going to go out the night before, rise. But when we go do this, we're going to do it so we can make our stage mission even better. What we're going to do we're going to go steal from the this will be fun. And the things they steal are, they steal flashlights. Where do you think their flashlights? Everything they need to trade and to do their they left in the truck during it. Time. You stole it from them. They're not your friend. To make hardened Green Berets. This is during wartime, right? Like, you know, I mean, there are two wars going on. They owe it to their friends. And so, instead of doing their job, this sabotage mission, they decided to screw with the cadre. The cadre is going to come in the next day and be like, all right, just give us back up, and we'll be good. And then you can assassinate back and be like, that'll happen. That's not what this is. This is a very serious war game. That's exactly. Capture the flag and the cadre. These are your lies or what you did. Either way, you did deserve This is absolutely insane, and they haven't done it yet. And I don't have a lot of confidence that the Army's going to do the right thing. But don't worry, our isn't done. That's just Robbie saying. The last thing he has to do is go to SEER. And so it's page 130. And SEER, while you're looking up that, it's survive, escape, resist, evade. It's an exercise that all Green Berets have to go to for that type of survival resistance that they should train.
We came out here before the course at various places along the course. I hit enough MRAs that our 12-person force 5,000 calories per man, and it for the entire nation. Cheating got us this far, and we are not putting it in this year. Well, this is your best. Assembly line is no longer visible. Cash spots. We move out. Always 15 years later, I think I can still navigate. You have zero confidence in your abilities, which you don't deserve to be a Green Beret to pass this board. Another proud cheater, and you're going to bury Maurice instead of doing the right thing. So either a liar or you have no integrity. Campfire. Oh, for sure. That's the stores. So I'm not saying stores like this don't see that very difficult. Here's part of the problem with that story. There's different teams get different evasion teams. Because if we don't assign teams to give them block, it's like that evasion layer. It's like that makes no sense. Problem. If they got caught doing it, like I would know about it. That would be a huge.
Raw. It's cool.
That there were no loopholes. Never happens. It would be very memorable. Zero patients. I think you start beating the crap out of them. They understand why they aren't trying to murder isn't like slapping. They beat you up again. As soon as the pain of the kicks off, yes, you start. We're gonna go back to City. Mr. Honest Air. guy, the Air Force guy he's talking about, that hates him. I think this integrity violation. MREs.
So there's absolutely. So there's an Air Force guy on his evasion team. 98% of the guys that go through during this time were Green Berets. Just right off the bat, the chance of an Air Force guy your evasion team is 0.0. Never heard. So I don't even know what an Air Force guy is doing in your SEER school. Anyway, but this supposed Air Force guy, let's say somehow this gets through. You're telling me this Air Force guy is the only one with integrity? Because according to the story, when he pulls it out, they all start he's like, this is a right. I'm not doing it. I won't eat. I won't eat. You're telling me out of all these Green Berets, the only person with integrity is the Air Force guy? Get out of here. It sounds like the only future Green Beret part of the group was with him. He was there. And then he blames me for having his integrity and telling the truth. And it's just, he'll go on to say, since that's random, finding out about this because the Air Force guy tells on him. And now he goes in the book to say, hey, SEER just got real for us because we have to maintain the slide and use these SEER techniques that they just taught us to get away with this real life plot. Talk to other guys that anyone on the SEER evasion team. Other guys, again, if they're all hammered for this event, the whole SEER school, Green Beret buddies, would have known. They'd be like, it's a big story. Like, it just doesn't go unheard of or unnoticed. And everyone I talked to that SEER class was like, news to me. News to me. Never heard. So, I spoke to Sim, because before that, I was like, you don't deserve a Green Beret. So, you cheated in selection, you cheated in Robin Sage, now you cheated in SEER. You think you deserve a Green Beret? I'll pull a Jameson Travels. What do you think about that? That sums up his Q course debacle. I'm going to stay in training, even though this happens. Iraq deployment. I'm just going to stay in training here in a second. We're going to talk about his sniper school experience. This one, go to page 181. Let's talk about Tim and sniper school. While you're looking at that, another one of Tim's lies. This I can't confirm, but Tim said it just for sure. Whatever it is, I'll give it to you. And his rebuttal was when he failed to shoot in because I go get married. So, although we haven't really tell the truth a whole lot, against my better give you that. So that's one time he failed sniper school. But he fails to, he omits that that's not the only time he went to sniper school. Failed that too. What's supposed to is when you fail SOTIC, you have to sit out of class. Seventh group calls. minds might know this is a true story, was running so it, at the time, well, the rule is he has to stop. If they're asking me, like, there's no real reason, like, he needs to sit out enough, but I assure you, I'll let him back in, but he has to earn it. I'll let him back in, but he has to. Watch it. They said that's fair. It's a fair deal. Twice. One hit. That's two. He doesn't. No. Always back. Inch by inch, quietly over a matter of hours. I have an easy shot at him. I can virtually hit all the shot. We're taking it. And that's yes. The range.
direction. He takes a moment and gives me the ring. It's terrible fun. I know it's not. Range is long and he has called to win in exact direction. If I fail to hit the target, I cannot take a shot without I whisper, hey brother, can you check that again? I think the wind is in the wrong direction. His eyes fidget. He looks at the target, he looks at me. What are awesome
You stalk by yourself. Yeah, you shoot. I'm not saying you shoot. You have for him is sniper team that came from an ODA. So one guy that worthy of it, another guy that had a guy that's just sitting there in the field. But the shot is a fake shot. It's a blank because you can't take a real live shot. Something so traditionally it's how you can have do it. Stressful if you feel like you're not doing well. It's a little nobody just so these guys are Green Berets. So I know Marine cyber schools like a rite of passage, treat them like crap. You know, maybe someone puts that. You've already done the hard stuff. You're here to remind you.
I have the high one right temperament to trade himself to B1 and is dealing with post.
I tried to reach out to Bradley Keys to see what really happened in this story. Halo accident.
I mean, how did I get? I mean, I'm not
In the stock lane because that means you're 8 football fields away from your target. from the stock plane to the live fire shoot. But you can't do a live fire shoot at 800 meters. You don't know the distance of the targets. You have to mill it. You have to figure it out. You get a reshoot. Tim was the shooter. Tim failed. When you get his team was doing really well. Because if I remember right, his team was the best course of fire. You know, when you fail I believe there's 20 targets for that event. You don't just go pick one target. And right. And the cadre sure as hell doesn't get to pick the target for you. You know, well, okay, here's the retest. I'm gonna give you one bullet. I'm gonna pick the farthest one, and I'm gonna randomly pick a guy. And if you pass, you pass. And if you fail, you're both. You see a lot of the story. Yeah, Lover helped them pass. He passed away before. Bradley Keith, I was waiting for this back. I knew something was amiss, but I went to survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. That's what SO stands for. His obituary, it says he was a correct. That's a tough one. State professor, because that one gets. He goes on and does his first tour in Iraq. About some of the Sephardic stuff. That's also an issue. I have to explain this to people because Tim uses people's lack of knowledge of special operations and how to get away with things. School, that Sith team have to go on simply. Okay. Hey, let's get these guys combat experience. And so what they did was, we're going to take another SF company, and we're going to put the whole company through Sephardic. And so that way, when the real SIP company goes to Iraq, still in SIP company can maintain the same capabilities while they're gone. That was part of it. Here's the problem. Sephardic has an attrition. Not everyone passes Sephardic, so they half the company not making it, not having enough people to do it. So And with that, from the outside of buildings. So hopefully he met him in the street.
I was working for the American government, started how he's having his henchmen that drill their hands to the wall, they cut off their eyelids, and then rape them.
I love you, Sean. Hard on him. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I saw that. And he presses from the
from the insertion to get in that room. It's funny. Full
details about it. What's the first story he tells? Was it Israel? Watch this. Falling down. He uses
early 2006.
the basketball one question.
We're going to what we thought was a BBI target. And operation were still combat arms were still dynamic entries. We're doing as deliberate as we possibly can. After some houses get blown up and there's booby traps, and we're doing a
it, and when we finally go to assault and clear the building, as we come in through the front door, and you find a couple of kids raped and murdered. Really good memory, and I journaled the whole entire time.
He's able to use, like, dealing with it. He's able to use it to try not to insert too much about my own other experience. All three combat theaters, multiple times, I ran something crazy. And so I just heard a lot of new stories, you know. I'm not saying that they haven't done terrible things, but for what they would have to come out from the house and tell me. This never happened. On his first kill, 144.
And as we're approaching the front door, each man is standing there. There is an AK on the other side of my stack on the right hand. On the right hand. It's just it's weird because maybe years were and from the right hand side of the door, you can see the gun, and we can see the guy. From the left hand side of the door, you couldn't see the gun going to this guy, and the right stack, and military age man. One guy's him and the gun. The two guys on the left, it says that their names being used in the book are Hanlon. Yeah. We're set. The number one man Al pulled the door open. As the two men
see a guy sprint past the door or turn.
And the Sean Ryan show, they were split stack. On the door. They were calling him to stop. And they shot open the doorway. Now,
He tracked over in the red dots on his chest as our owls shot. Take a breath and make an athletic movement. I hear Al switch his weapon from the semi-round rifles. There are 5, maybe 6 bullets stacked on top of each other. As far as Al's rounds in the iron. At that moment, I'm actually
good news. Because you weren't in the house.
oh man.
No one wants to say that down, and he falls on the gun. Is that what he said to Sean? Is that what he said? And they wait while he picks up the gun, and he's turning around. He gets slowed down. Story. It's not like. Here's another thing. The split stack on it, I can't remember the third guy's name.
On targets. Our top priority. The access to that house. Target tag. Every with the main 25mm cannon. Target. close enough to hear even though how many times really back from the go back and you feel just like he's like, what do you say? When I say, what do I rap? It sounds like, I just know the sound it makes when it kills. That night, things were going. He's trying to came back. It was Tim was at the base. Didn't even leave the water. Dual source report from as part of the op, or maybe even on a different. He said no. All we did was have QRF ready and assault force ready in case things popped off. And when they announced that many times you reload his mask. That's how we know the exact number. Evaluation, which I intended to. It was 3 hours. I've tried to maintain, but we hold people accountable. But being professional, what we uncovered, it's so much more lifelong. It's a career long and lifelong embellishment and lies. Tabs doing an investigation right now. What are we going to do about this guy? Army better be doing an investigation. It's been all over the news, and now we're here to give you next week that it has time. Green Beret. A current Green Beret. United States Army, SWIFT, Maryland, putting the law on his shoulder. SWIFT,
punish anyone wrong when you have this, our reputation. Whoa, don't worry about that. This guy's done all of this, and the same. Before we cover it, you can actually apologize about things before you come completely clean. People will accept you. It doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't.
You got a week to do it though.
But it does have to be this way if nothing changes. If nothing changes, we have an obligation to continue pressing as long as there's things that need to be said. And there's been no
So let us begin with a very basic question. We want to look at the history of
Kennedy.
It's just the most weird thing to lie about. It's the most weird thing to lie about. Try to act like it didn't happen. Also, welcome back to the Anti-Hero Podcast. All truth. I'm Tyler, owner of Counterculture Inc.Countercultureinc.com. 15% when you use promo code Anti-Hero. You get the best in counterculture. Rhapsodies, stickers, tea rooms, flags, hats, Ranger fans, hoodies. We got everything. Countercultureinc.com. Promo code Anti-Hero. 15%. I'm Ray Tucker, owner of the First Responder Cigar Company, Coffee Company, and now Cask Company, FRCC. Use promo code FRCC15 and FRCC15. Get 15% off the world's best bourbon. Go to www.frcc.shop. And of course, this is brought to you by Human Performance HP-TRQ.com. Promo code HERO is 20%. Not only off your usual purchase of the costume, but every single month after that. 20% HERO. And if you got your blood drawn over the last 6 months, go to HP-TRQ.com. Of course, it don't check like that. Yes, based on the way to do it, we support you with discounts through all our sponsors, behind the scenes footage, also the ability to DM us directly, done for fitness forums, zero forums, you name it. They are the great place to be. It's literally like my kids around here. And of course, Thursday Night Live for the boys every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time until you decide to go until whenever. It goes longer and longer. It gets better and better. So don't forget that. Waiting on us to drop another episode. We've eased it. The reality is, I didn't really intend. I should say intent. I should say I didn't want to do it. In a perfect world, first episode. And actually, it caught fire. A lot of out there union veterans that are being themselves saw agreed with it, like, oh my gosh, I didn't know how bad it was. And we had to stay to some degree. And I really thought Tim would have seen that and apology corrected. And that was really, my intent. And what best case scenario, what I noticed the same part as we know, he made a really bad apology that he dropped on to. I'll shoot him down and he'll probably
what's this thing?
To some degree, like that's a meme, like just put it off, let it go. And they found out more than the chapter of the book that Afghanistan evacuation brought some with power, fake injuries, like quarters of the internet or the house and eventually get you guys up. At this point, Maryland National Guard seeking out some sort of investigation going on with whether it be use of software swing, United States Army, and forces have finally made another part of the where he at least have a broad sour valor. Even before that, he said he had a broad sour valor. And it's been proven time and time again that he has had a broad sour valor. Forces him to another he accidentally may have mistakenly misrepresented his military career, but still doesn't really give an apology. But that apology, at least admitting that he did something first time, said the news organizations into a frenzy. But I think he ended up getting almost the same amount of scrutiny on a half-ass apology as if he would have a real apology. Because Yahoo, Business Insider, TMZ, in every MMA and sports magazine basically ran with it was like Tim Kennedy admits to stolen valor. So, and then you wouldn't have that banding off there. Right. Months ago, when told him the tactical community, so he was no longer welcome in the tactical world. All of his tactical sponsors dropped him, and so he moved Islam is it because he responsibility for it. He's just going to transition in DC, and so here we are. We cannot like that pivoting into politics and appoint petition with real power. We can't have people with real power that don't have integrity. We can't. This isn't. I will do my best to go this whole episode without representing the country. Yeah, but that's in some aspect. Was absolutely that's why we led with it. It was the most famous. Wasn't all. And this episode, you'll see more of the book and cover a lot more topics. So we're going to cover this one earlier career called paper school, his deployment to Iraq, evacuations, where a lot of ground. Try my best not to. Any topic to make sure that they were, because if we want to go with just what's it's I think people feel the same way I do. I think it's part infuriating, and it is part. Like I have no ill will. This is personal, but I really hope this is the last episode that we have to do. And he's going to have to face this. I saw a lot of that. A lot of disconnected. They're not necessarily going to come to what they did in a way distance themselves from defending. At first, I was a little upset. Just worship. We have, for example, this
where
And if only more information got brought to light, it probably works than I saw it when they did this. About the book, it's in the beginning of the book, and the dedication of the book. So it's 360 special operations personnel we lost in the last 13 years. 26 August 2021. That was been arrested. I think that's the first time I read the dedication. Actually, it jumped out to me. Could have started by rewriting the book at that point, and not writing a book dedicating your life to being worthy. What did you think about people that lie for money and fame? Lying about profit, lies, expensive human life. It's a dark lie. Oh, foreshadowing. No, don't be so hard on yourself. See that? And that's exactly what he did. Ever since that,
so where we see that
guess what? I absolutely. Was it EMT? And October 22nd, 1999, I was like, well, it's happening. 14 passengers were in this van, 7 of them died. I was like, this was it's a isn't that the
I now hear the wailing of people in pain, seemingly coming from their faculties, and are generally aware of pain and injury. Whales are worse inside that they haven't. Body is so those whales are Anthony and Star all night. As I sprayed the dust storm, I suddenly realized it had a miracle.
Have a nice
Yeah.
You're a baby bear. You're a baby bear.
To react to their situation. Right now, really, whether you're a fire department, EMS, law enforcement,
And now we are at the eve of
events. see if it works with iPhones. Make sure. Water's not more than another thing as well. These things, the definition of is right there. The bright color for future 15 gummies. This one's blue raspberry. I prefer beyond my vision. One man is wondering the scene is shot. Anthony, entire body is covered in so much blood I can't take it. I'm working on the body for maybe 2 minutes, and I feel so hungry. My shoulder again. I need you to break. Sun goes back. Crazy. Seriously. I watched reality television shows. What I did, there was no way. Probably started as a high-pitched scream. It's just my head and God, that's a kid. I went to the sound of it, and I played it. So it's just a little unusual numbers. Worry, even though I'm dissecting this, we're not dissecting in this family. You walk by a couple out of 14, like all bodies. There's only 4, there absolutely was 14 bodies out there, but they're not. Really, it's violent way that they go from school. These are things that I started listening to the story. Just makes me want to
Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, but although
Between the sites I can't provision. He knows you can handle what? He knows I am a total you expect me to save the hardest pieces and a bridge to the park. Calculus, this man is, I don't have anything that he has necessary to make what he possesses mine. I already
prophetic about what
statement alone right there should tell you like a lot of that it
or
was true.
wrote it to my
President
paragraph
War broken
says,
limbs, probably multiple ruptured organs, and massive hemorrhaging. She is
do you
going
in
to die.
favor of the escape? Question is civil and
The
religious
toddler,
rights
a Gumby toy, and
existing
let him
prior
just
to the
bells.
mandate period where
I
the
can
British
pick up
would
California back line that will never heal. 20 years later, all I have to do is think about this day and the smell fills my mind again with a vengeance. Even if I am halfway around the world, it's forever part. We still can't see. We're using sound. My story had been brought back to the seems like every time it's a reveal, it's part of the story of the officials were having communication. The part of the story, but surprise. Many people like myself have been obsessed with the fact that we have the changes to it. It does sound it's not the I thought that now it changes to the story of the very regular tweets and Jeffrey Epstein. Look, for years you've been trying to Epstein from Mar-a-Lago because Epstein harassed the daughter of another. This apparently all happened in 2007, and it sort of symbolized the how the president couldn't have been involved in this. After a while, you kick someone out from being never go anywhere without a life. If you were somehow involved in all, not necessarily coming from our president himself, expounded in Scotland about the real reason that Jeffrey Epstein is put a fire on like a structure fire. So we really are. Vision is besides sight, and I think he's just trying to push that. So there it is. Rather than a bigger response, it seems like instead it's from another word. Immediately after this thing stolen came out, it was clarified that he specifically talked about the murders being challenging about his spouse. I embrace I put people in touch with their blind brain. It's 4 guys.
We have to push it. The initial 4 guys, he's a part of it. We're trying to save everyone. So therefore,
The ambulance arrived. Now there's the ride. I think she was happening.
Now Trump is saying he not only knew about it, it's one of the reasons that he kicked out Epstein. Apparently, people come clean about Epstein.
It was the very first policy. And when I asked about
And the reason it matters is because it completely changed our timeline. We had heard that he kicked Epstein out for being a creep in 2007. Now this places us way over in 2000 when we're first hearing complaints from the state that Virginia Giuffre has a very clear timeline for court documents. And she was terminated in 2000, when she would have been a minor. She met Ghislaine Maxwell, not Epstein. But it's also in everything because it's not until 2002 that there's the famous quote from Donald Trump about Epstein saying, I've known him for 15 years, terrific guy, he's very fun to be with. He even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them are on the younger side. So if he's already had a falling out over stolen workers, he's still in a later trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. Claims if you know about this, it makes this way that problem previously leaking out or finding out about this happened in 2007. It's been known about since 2000. So it's a lot of because obviously after this thing said, it's just the it is crazy.
So tell that story. Tell the story when this massive, great detailed person on the scene having to decide who to work on and who not just isn't true. And that's from the people on the scene. You work first on scene and all these, egregious details just aren't true. If you told the truth,
itself is silly.
because
That's called a
the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another. Well, there's a lot more to say about this, but
So
I
that was a conversation we had before this. Oddly enough, he was more upset that his first on scene, moniker was taken from. He was super upset. He goes, Brett, I'm 6'4". But let me tell you, I never been 300 pounds in my life. I'm no fat ass. He's like, 200 pounds. Like, he's super upset at him. And so, he's like, no, I didn't read the book. I just read that excerpt. That was enough. I didn't want to read anymore. Talk about another unnecessary lie to give people motivation. Unnecessary lie. The most unnecessary lie, and he was mad. There's some bad lies in this book, and that might be top 5 most unnecessary lies. The excuse me in the back. That goes in the list as well. So he goes from being an EMT, and this story is both. It's first because it's chronological. We could have went with another story chronologically, but to me, it just starts out how bad the embellishment and how far back it goes. I mean, I could go further back in the book with other embellishments, but it was nitpicky and super short. So we'll start there. Because that embellishment also kind of meets the threshold. To me, it's just, I still can't believe that he didn't get credit where credit was due, that he embellished this whole first on the scene by passing dead bodies. It's crazy. I mean, the recurring thing was where that obsessive is true was good enough. So he goes from being an EMT, he goes to firefighter school, gets a certification as a firefighter. He gets fired, and he's open about this in the book. He talks about being fired as a firefighter. So let's go through his firefighter career. And as he mentions a guy, he says, I won't name his name. His name is Mike McCain. I talked to Mike as well, and I said this guy fired me. That's what he says in the book. He won't name his name because he thinks so little of this guy. Well, apparently it's no problem naming real names. It doesn't throughout the book. I guess it just doesn't want to make him famous. I guess he really did not like this guy. But here are the 3 reasons that will save you. You don't have to read the book. Don't worry, we're here for you. Here are the 3 reasons that he was fired from being a firefighter. And this 3 strikes you're out policy that he said Mike McCain had. Here's strike 1. That started the whole road of this short. So Tim, this is the man with the knife. I'm just getting back to my apartment after work out of the day. My pager goes up. I'm off duty, but I was getting a medical call for a potential suicide. I see the address. It's right there. Given that the incident is happening inside my apartment complex, I walk over to see if there's anyone that needs help. As I walk up, I see the fire truck parked out front. I wait. Some firefighters are setting up a staging area to provide any aid with police have the all clear. They're going about their business, oblivious to the apparent danger that's happening inside the building. Right after I see them, I see a police officer. She's the first officer on scene, and she is trained. I identify myself and ask if there's anything I can do to help. She explains there's a man inside who may be armed with a knife, threatening to kill himself. As the only officer present, she is going to go it alone. I look at her again, 110 pounds soaking wet. I look at myself, 220 pounds. Riddled with muscle. Trained in MMA, jiu-jitsu, stick fighting and knife fighting, and sword fighting. I was literally just sparring with Chuck Liddell. This is a no-brainer. It is dumb for a 110-pound woman to walk into the house. Frankly, it would have been dumb for me to walk into the house or anyone. No one should ever walk into a dynamic and dangerous situation without backup. One of the things my dad always hit home with us is that you never know what can happen. And when it happens faster and more violently than you expect. Hey, do you want me to go in with you? The top show up I asked. I see your big is in relief. Can I suggest if you don't
don't mind, that would be amazing, she replied. Of course. I know you do the same for me. We walk to the door of the apartment and knock. Go away, comes from the man's voice inside. The officer reaches for the door handle and it's open. So we're coming in, she shouts. As we enter the room, we see a thin, average-sized man with brown hair. He's holding a knife that is clearly under duress. How's it going, sir? She asked. Hey, man, I'm Tim, I chime in. He looks back and forth. I don't need you here. Leave me alone. He said this, but he says it without the gusto of a man truly committed to what he said. In my expert opinion, expert is being quotation marks, but he doesn't want to kill himself. He's just having a bad day. While the officer uses her soothing, feminine voice to calm him down, I slowly close the district. She does a phenomenal job, and in no time, he isn't even looking at me. I pick my moment and lunge forward, grabbing his wrist. The second I make contact, he drops the knife. He absolutely does not want to hurt me. When I am sure of this, I slowly walk him to the police officer who gently cuffs him. It's going to be okay, man, I assure him. And with that, we begin to leave. What a day. And I think I almost didn't respond. As we exit the door and the man over the police who have now arrived on scene, I notice my fire chief is next. In fact, there is a crowd of firefighters and police officers. I see him walking over to me. I expect he's going to pat me on the back for a job well done. What the fuck is one of my firefighters walking out of a building with someone in handcuffs? I quickly begin to explain the situation to him, and I'm cut off. I can smell the alcohol on his breath. Do you think I give a fuck? Firefighters do not detain people. We do not wrestle knives away. That is not our fucking job. If you want to be a cop so badly, you should go to the fucking police academy and be a fucking cop. Yes, dickhead, I know. I plan to go to the police academy. 721 piece of shit.
We've heard stories of them dressing down disappearance before, Travis Morlock, not being the case. Apparently he's been doing it, or been doing it his whole life. I go over this, I want to say like things that stand out to me and require me to some things don't sound right about this story. And it makes me want to reach out and verify things. This is just a database. Like, these are just like the red flags. And it's firefighters join first. Generally speaking, what's in the door? Firefighters. They call them first responders.
No, and we bust their balls, but it's really because the cops are already out. That's why they're always
Right. They're already on patrol. They're already out. They're not at that stagnant station. And that has to get ready to have to get out there. So the firefighters show up first, and then just one female shows up first. Yeah, that's odd to me. The least of the oddness about this being that only in Tim Kennedy's life does an armed man show up, basically, that Anita felt next door to him in his own apartment complex. What are the chances? When you're Tim Kennedy, who lives with danger his whole life, according to his book, it's just another day of being Tim.
This story, although this probably takes place before the 20s. This female is probably retired by now. So I can't really give my opinion on how a suicidal person would be helped today, because it's nothing like this. That being said, police work was a little bit more cowboy back then, so I can't discredit the story. However, I can say that it's very fortunate for Tim's story that he's able to be the knight in shining armor for this little kid. It's just kind of like, even if it happened and they were like, his ghostwriter's like, so what about this guy? This cop actually.
Or how about this? When they get the guy and he's escorting him out, I'm going to the cop is escorting him out regardless. Then he shows up to a crowd of cops. Crowd of cops and firefighters outside. So you're telling me that female cop gets on scene first, and the rest of the cops that show up on scene just wait like a welcoming parade to Tim Kennedy. Makes no sense. Now, if there's a crowd of cops out there, that means there have been a crowd of cops in the room with them. They went to him.
If you would know that there's a cop alone in a room with somebody somebody with a knife. You're not just walking up there, you're running up there, you're pushing. And obviously we know firefighters do it want to see it cleared for multiple. One of them is safety. Law enforcement is a lot more trained professionally in their job and disarm or use force against people, right? But there's also a liability. You're a firefighter. The only way you can put hands on somebody is if anybody in the world is doing it. You're not allowed to go detain people. You're not allowed to put your hands on people unless it's the same reason why Joe Schmo on the side of the road. If it's at the public for public safety reasons, you just walk down the road and put your hands on somebody because you can justify it. I had to put my hand on because it hurt or itself. But they're not like legally allowed to do some of the things that cops are allowed to do because there's more law.
And although everything we're talking about right now is opinion based, and this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. We're telling you all this because these are the reasons I decided to drill down on this. But this is what's making me question this story. And so when I talked to Mike McCain, who fired him, it's his three-strike policy, I said, this was strike one. This was the reason. This is one of the reasons you fired him. Do you remember this story? He says, no, never heard this story in my life. Don't remember it. And I would be, he goes, I remember that. Like that's, I remember that. He's like, my knowledge never happened. So I said, okay, so strike two we go.
Yeah, so it kind of is, this part of it just runs right into the scene almost like a lot of the introduction of it was cut. But he's actually, he's at a, look, it looks like again another traffic crash that is now also redeemed the victim in the car. I look over the edge of the smash car, it's beat to fuck. We were first on the scene, but the second engine has since arrived, and the 5 other firefighters are all exited, breaking out all kinds of ropes and pulleys and shit to do a technical rappel into the ravine to safely get the driver out. The ledge isn't that steep, and what they are doing seems dumb and a waste of time. I climb shit like this all the time by myself. Hell, I climbed shit like this all the time when I was 10 years old. It's only a few months after I get yelled at the first time I violate the rules, so there is a voice in the back of my head warning me that I should just wait for the guys. The voice gets interrupted. I hear crying down below. I look at them. They're busy laying shit out on the road and arguing the merits of different anchor points. They're discussing who will fell down and in what order. While they're doing that, I walk around the vehicle, grab a halibut, and start climbing down the ravine. It took me less than a minute to scale down to 40 feet. When I get to the bottom, I see that there is a middle-aged woman inside. I can tell she has a broken femur and she's bleeding profusely from the leg. There's no time to wait for the other guys. The door is busted in, so I use a halibut to pop it open and use my gorilla strength to rip it out the rest of the way. Mind you, he is dead serious. I undo her seatbelt and pull her out of the vehicle, laying her on a ledge a little away from the car. I immediately apply pressure to the wound to slow the bleeding. Luckily, she reacts well to the pressure. There is only a trickle coming out from either side of my hands. I look up. They're all sitting up their contraption. She 100% would have bled out if I hadn't come down. We're going to need a splint and a tourniquet, I yell up. They look down, they see me. At this distance, I can't see their glares, but I can definitely feel them. A few minutes later, they were held down for what can only be described as part of a child's playground. One would think they were scaling cages. I kind of chuckled to myself because it all seems so ridiculous. Three of them arrived with a stretcher, a tourniquet, and a splint. In no time, they do their thing, and she is strapped to the stretcher and ready to head back to the top using a winch and successful pulleys. Props to the team, because as humorous as it was watching them climb there, they did a good job setting this up. I grabbed the bottom of the stretcher and climb up as the guys who are strapped into the lines grab the top and either side. Up is obviously a little harder than down. But in 3 minutes, we're back on the road and the patient is safe. The ambulance is already here, and as soon as the patient is disconnected from our line, the paramedics take it. In less than a minute, she is safely in the back of the ambulance as it pulls away to take her to the hospital. Great job, guys, I say with a smile on my face. They aren't super smiley in return. I ruined their
understanding of
Did you go down a fucking ravine without safety equipment? He goes, well, I wouldn't call it a ravine, more like a tiny hill. But yes, I climbed down myself, I replied. Did someone tell you to do that, Kennedy? He asked, knowing the answer. No. She would have bled out if I hadn't gone down there. The ropes were taking forever, I fired back. What if you had slipped and fell over your own fucking leg? Then you'd be fucking bleeding out. And you would have been a fucking liability to the team. Then what? He asked. I know he's not expecting an answer, but clearly I needed to respond to provide context. First of all, I'm not drunk or fat, so I wouldn't fall down. Second, everyone is just mad because they didn't get to save the day using the fancy ropes. How is he going to come back from that one? I was written up a second time.
And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map that shows the West Bank and Gaza divided
He's written
into
the first
various
time.
areas.
Why is he written the first time? He's a hero. Because he's too aggressive. He's a hero. He's too good. Like he's too much for other people to accept. So here we go again. Strike two. He's too good. He's too aggressive. He knows too much.
In other places, they would take care of security, but the idea
We're
was
going through a bunch of opinion-based things based on what he wrote. Don't worry. If you think we're being nitpicky about the story,
was a somewhat
wait, there's a reason why none of this kind of matters.
abandoned in 2005
So
by Israel.
he's the most junior guy.
But while Palestinians may look at this map
If
and
the
say,
senior guys are setting up equipment, you don't think those firefighters know if they can go down and save a life or not? Like they're just scared to go down and save a life that needs saving right now. This is what he doesn't, I think, understand. He's building up these stories about himself. He's putting other people down. That's what he's doing. He's calling them cowards without directing. He's calling them cowards. If these guys decided to set up ropes, it's because they needed ropes. And you kind of can't have it both ways in your story. You can't call it a child's playground and call it like rolling hills, but then say like you scaled the cliff. Yeah. Which one is it? Are you scaling a cliff, or is it rolling hills? And if it's rolling hills, you don't think those firefighters would just walk down there with you? It's just, it's crazy. And the thing with these firefighters would be mad. Let's play in this Nintendo world again. You think these firefighters would be mad that you ended up being right, that you saved someone's life, and then they're like, how dare you save someone's life? We were wrong and you saved someone's life. You're going to get written up over that. And once again, there he is, dressing them down as fat and drunk.
Contemporary protesters as
How
well.
long do you think there'd have been a strike three if he'd have called his fire chief?
The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building
The same way he didn't. The same way he never said anything to Travis. He didn't say he's this guy. How do I know? Because I talked to him. And I asked him about this, and he goes, he said the same thing. He goes, oh, I don't remember that. No, he never talked to me like that. Nor would he. That's where I got the. He wouldn't even be a strike three. That's where I got the. He wouldn't need a strike three.
This led them to something of a
I don't remember
false sense of security
like
that
that.
would be broken.
Because I don't remember. Like I would. That's a pretty significant. Because like
And here we're now
our
already
station
in
to react to. Like I don't remember that.
so
Because I don't.
certainly truncate to a
Because I
certain
don't
degree.
remember. I
Because
don't
we
recall
will pick this
at
up
all.
next
I
week.
said, okay.
Gaza, of
And so I
course,
said,
under
oh wait, there's more.
Jewish control,
Hopefully we go 1 for 3 here. Let's see
Six-Day
if we can
War,
remember
but
strike three.
sparsely populated by
Strike
Jews,
three
Jews
is
settlements, about
a
5,000
structure fire,
living among
which,
about a
you know,
million.
is, I'm not even kidding, is every firefighter. Like,
In
bread and butter, this is
2005,
their favorite call.
a very, very painful move which divided the country.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments into your pocket and finally getting a little
From
relief.
Gaza,
It's
and
possible when you call American financing
from an
today.
entirely
If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. We've all been there. Most Americans are paying these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it can save your budget this summer. Call now before it's too late. 866-889-8121. That's 866-889-8121. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/anti-hero. What's up, guys? So we teamed up with GoGo Panels, the best in the game when it comes to setting up your vendor. I was here last year, exactly a year ago, and I saw one of the vendors had a booth like this, and I was like, I have to see what they got. I went and looked at the thing that said GoGo Panels. I went and checked it out. Oh, shit. If you have any type of vendor booth set up, you need to go with GoGo Panels. And I'm not even just saying that. I promise you, I tried everything. I tried tables. I tried the great city. You guys probably remember my shit was at the flea market, right? I go to GoGoPanels.com. The best customer service. I talked one-on-one with them. They made sure I knew how to do everything. Although it's super simple. This is just plug and play. It's like a giant set for children. You just put it in the connector. There's no screwing. There's no hammering. There's nothing. And it sets up. There's no stands. And the whole goal of this is to build a store. You want to build a store for people to come into. And I've literally built a store with GoGo Panels. Guys, I know all you guys have companies just like me. If you're doing vending, considering GoGo Panels as your go-to for your vendor setup. I can already feel the heat of the fire raging through the house, but I'm on the hose. Alan Linear is right behind me. The twins are behind him. Anthony Dornetta is way back, constantly clearing the hose over obstacles as we push forward. As we are inside the arch of the front door, I feel myself baking, even under oxygen, with a mask on. Nothing prepares you for the oppressive, sweltering heat that is a house fire. Hot air moves just like ocean water. It finds the slightest crack, the most minute crevice, the tiniest imperfection, and floods it. The heat hit my neck and ears, and I felt it dry my eyes as the seal of my mask was the slightest bit off. Adjusting the mask to fix the problem, I pushed forward, instead of jumping. This is the second time I mentioned it. I can see the heart of the fire. I watch it licking the ceiling and crawling up the banister. It's beautiful and evil at the same time for it to die. It's beautiful and evil, and it is time for it to die. I open my hose wide and revel in the basic water hitting the wood, creating steam, but delivering the first death bomb blaze. Excitement and adrenaline roll right through me, and I push deeper and faster in the house. Third time he mentions him dragging Anthony with me. Every once in a while, a drop of water now boiling hits the back of my neck. It hurts, but I push forward.
Number 4, did he forget to put his protective gear on? Why is boiling water hitting his neck?
Yeah.
Board shorts and a face mask? What are we doing here?
He wore his firefighting polo. In addition to the hiss of the wood, I also hear a strange popping sound as the water penetrates the wood. There's something incredibly fulfilling about it. Every one of my senses is working overtime. I feel Alan, my team leader, pull on my back. I ignore it. The fire is shrinking rapidly as I pour thousands of gallons of water into this home. I'm not backing out now. I only have to retake the ground. Only to have to retake the ground again if we let the fire spread back here. The popping is coming faster and more frequently now. It must be because the wood is even hotter. I drive forward, number 5. Into the final room, even more aggressively. I watch pieces of wood disappear as my stream of water hits them, reducing the ash they have now become into wet soot. The popping sounds like popcorn at this point. The pulling on my back is more insistent and more urgent. Why is Alan being such a pussy? Let's get this done. I say it until the fire in my quadrant is. I stay with it until the fire in my quadrant is dead. It killed the fire. At some point, the pulling stopped. I'm happy Alan finally found his balls and let me do my job. I keep hitting the burnout walls and floors with water, making sure that they don't reignite. Finally, when I'm certain I have done my duty, I begin to walk back. I didn't realize at the time, but as I was backing out, I noticed we moved almost through the entire length of the house. I did even more than I thought. As I looked at all I had conquered, I felt completely vindicated. I beat that fire. When we hit that night air, my neck feels cold. got hit with more water droplets than I thought. It felt like a bad sunburn already. What the fuck was that, Tim? Alan yells at me as he rips his mask and helmet off. Before I can answer, I see him. He looks like shit. Any exposed skin he has is red as fuck. As his helmet comes off, his neck looks like a red ring, almost like he had a choker on it. He rips his gloves and jacket off. They are soaking with near boiling water, and his arms and hands are red. He is pissed. The other guys look equally pissed. When I tell you to back the fuck off, you need to back the fuck off. You were spraying us with boiling water the whole time because you pushed too hard, too fast, and we already were burned to shit. And we're all burned to shit. And you also almost killed yourself. Look at you. Look at your fucking mask and helmet. I have no idea what he's talking about. But to humor him, I pull off my helmet. As it comes off, my hand bangs against the mask that separates oxygen from fire. Only now do I see what he was trying to tell me. Inside, my helmet was melting. It was literally on fire, and I had no idea. The edges are melted. It is now an odd shape. Worst of all, though, the quarter-inch mask shield had melted to less than a millimeter. It was like the top of a perfectly scorched creme brulee. It looked perfectly fine and stable, but the slightest touch and it fell apart. I had no strength at all. It had no strength at all. That popping sound wasn't wood. It was bubbles forming in my helmet and mask that were popping as it melted. Alan was watching my safety gear bubble and disintegrate, and he was trying to save me. If that mask had failed inside, I would have passed out instantly. My face would have been burned. They would have had to drag me out. I would have been a huge fucking liability. For once, I had nothing to say. I loaded my gear in the truck and stripped down to my waist, realizing my whole body was covered in soot. I was written up again. Third strike. I'm out.
When I talked about this one, he said, because we didn't have a lot of structured fires, because I remember them all, especially the short period of time that I was here. He goes, like, just like the other ones, don't remember them. Just don't remember it. Remember, yeah, he's like that. That's not what happened. He's like, I just would have known about that. So at least he didn't have to dress down his fire chief during this one in the story. So save that. And the overarching theme of this, which is, I believe he has a character development going on. Rather than just telling a true story, I believe he has a character development happening. And great writing. You know what? If this was a fiction, I'm telling you, great fiction book. Great. He could be a writer. Well, Nick is a writer. That's wrote it.
You're right. He's trying to kind of like Tom Cruise. He's trying to get
Yeah.
You're dangerous, but he's dangerous because he saves lives.
He's too aggressive. No one is as aggressive as him, and even at a young age, he's just always been that guy. He's always been the man. And anyone who's been around people that are fired and don't understand why they were fired, trust me, everyone that worked with you knew why you were fired. Knew that you were dangerous, not dangerous in an aggressive way, in a way that you're doing things you don't know what you're doing. It's much different to be when you're heroic. That means you're taking risks that you understand and you choose to do it anyway. That's what bravery is. If you're taking risks that you don't understand, there's no bravery in that. You're stupid. You're just out there making dumb decisions that it'll get you fired. And so there's a reason why Tim had a very short firefighting career. And if you think his firefighting career was short, we're going to move over to his law enforcement career, which that is the appropriate question.
Like we talked about earlier, Tim can't just be the UFC Green Beret special forces guy. Like he has to come in and now take first responders roles for them too. Like I was a cop for almost 10 years. Like you weren't a cop, stop.
Says it at the very beginning of his book. I was an EMT, firefighter, cop. You know, And according to his book, at some point, I just have to question everything at this point. He gets into a fight. He gets into a fight for the right reasons because someone was throwing a rock at him and his friends. And so he runs down the car and he beats the guys up. The guys that he beats up is a powerful person in the area. Basically hits him with a felony charge. The felony charge eventually gets dropped, but because he had a felony charge on his record, nobody would hire him. So he never worked for a single police department. And so, can you say you were a cop if you never worked for a police department?
Maybe say you were state certified. Like the state lets you off if an agency was willing to hire you to risk their reputation and training you to become a cop. But I mean, police do that all the time. There's all kinds of police academies you can go to, and they'll tell you like there's no guarantee you're going to get hired, but go to the academy.
That's right. There's a lot of people that didn't even put in an application. Are those people cops? Because they went to the police academy? Drew had a great analogy of it. That's like going to like theological, going to seminary, never being a pastor, never giving a sermon from the pulpit and saying, yeah, I was a pastor. Just because you went to seminary doesn't make you a pastor. Same thing. You got a certificate that allows you to be one, but if you didn't do the job once, you weren't. So we talked about him being a cop at the very beginning. He was never a cop. And he alludes to that. He's always very gray with his words. And but when he says, yeah, my background, first responder, cop, is that you were never a cop. So I don't even really have a category for this or a section story. To put this in. Yeah, this is a fun story. Yeah, it's just a fun story. So he was never a cop. So which leads us to the next part of his book where everything's going wrong. Is like, he's fired as a firefighter. He can't become a cop. He thinks he has HIV he has 2 different women pregnant. Like the character's arc is at a low point. And this story in particular always intrigued me because it's one of the hardest stories to prove or disprove. And I think I'll find a way to disprove it by Tim's own mouth and some other ways. And the story I'm talking about is Dip Into the Ocean story. And even though Jocko pulled down his podcast,
Says a lot.
Which says a lot. Jocko pulled down his podcast of Tim Kennedy. Thanks to Reddit, I was able to still find it. So let's see what Jocko has to say about this part of Tim's story.
There's not like this linear line of where's depression, where's suicide, where's mental health. What you have here is an early 20-year-old boy who has been making bad decisions and he feels hopeless. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go next. And I'm doing something that's very, very young and dangerous. It could be the end of my life. But I didn't have an intent. Like, I'm trying to kill myself. There's no cognitive. There's way more efficient ways than swimming out in the ocean. I definitely kept swimming. That's a big takeaway. That is, not at the end of the book. There's not that adage. That's, here's what you should take away from this. Is I kept swimming. I was frozen. My balls were essentially up inside of my body as I frozen to death. And it still doesn't make sense. The Coast Guard said that somebody called me. This is pre-dawn. This is pre-cell phone. There's no way that any of the houses along Laurel Bay on the north side of the breakers on the north side of the rock could have seen me. And there's nobody in the parking lot when I got into the water. So I'm not saying there was like a divine intervention, but it doesn't make any sense how somebody called the Coast Guard station and said they saw a young man take his clothes off and swim in the ocean. My open water swim time, like 20, 30-minute mile. So an hour into this, by the time the Coast Guard
insanity.
So just real quick, and we'll overlay with the book. And this isn't the book we got here, but in the book he says an old lady calls. I don't know how he knows that that's an old lady. Let's set some preface here that he'll say a little bit later that will really make the story. He started it, nobody could see him. It made no sense. This was, he'll say later, he'll talk about it was a moonless and starless night before the sun comes up. So, and it's heavy fog. You tell me if this is before the sun comes up, still dark, moonless, starless, deep fog. No one's up. No one can, he already admits, no one can see you. No one's in the parking lot. So even he admits this is a crazy story. Yeah, it is a crazy story. Who saw you? And just because you see someone go into the ocean for a swim, who's calling the Coast Guard over that? Like it's the beginning of it already. How do they even see you? Fog, moonless, starless. Makes no sense that they can see you. Makes no sense that they would just call the Coast Guard. Why is the old lady's first thought is not to call the police, not to call 911, call the Coast Guard themselves? That was odd. I've never thought about calling the Coast Guard when I thought someone was in trouble at the beach. But that's where it starts. It only gets worse.
They got the call, and the time they found me, I'd been swimming for just over an hour, so I'm 2 miles out. 2 miles out past the rock. And a really cool thing I discovered when I went to the Coast Guard station, and they throw the door open. They're like, "We're listening to Joe Rogan's podcast, listening about this right here." They have a logbook, and one of the most darkest, hardest moments of my life, I have a single log pad and a date time for time, date, captain, boat, remarks. That's it. That's it.
It goes back to only in Tim Kennedy's life does the same apartment complex happen. Only in Tim Kennedy's life does he show the Coast Guard station and they're watching Joe Rogan and him talk about this exact moment, the exact moment he walks into the Coast Guard station. It's crazy. He talks about the log book that you can physically open and read, go down, and see what happened. Well, there is a Coast Guard station at Morro Bay, and they weren't hard to find, and they weren't hard to call. And you know what doesn't have a log book at the Coast Guard station? The Coast Guard. The Coast Guard. That's right. You got it. I get it. They're like, no, we don't. This isn't the 1980s. Things have been digital for a long time. So you're telling me thousands, the Coast Guard was relying on a leather-bound book of saves that they had on the counter? The log their rescues. Okay, it's not yet. He's a professional athlete. And he's in 50-degree he's from there. He knows all the water. What became like a moment where I start to make reference is a single line written in pencil in a logbook of the Coast Guard shot to that. Yeah, that last remark line. The mine intervention or whatever. They were trying to crazy. That is not like you plan to do that. You got an IR strobe. You have to go like strobe. You have to freaking swing your tail light above them. If they had thermal, they didn't. I mean, if they didn't, America. If I got a call that hey, some idiot got me, maybe 500 yards out, maybe 1,000 at the most. There's no way someone could be two. Like that's crazy that they found on the south side of the block where the breakers are in the entrance to Morro Bay. There's a fog. I couldn't hear the fog. So John goes, he's like, hold on. If this was like the middle of an ocean with no iron can like the break, IR throw conditions. He's like, this is impossible. He said, this is impossible. Yes, you're right, Jocko. This is impossible. Thank you for at least, recognizing that. But Jocko continues. This padding sound like into the waves. It does. No shit. Like even now. Like this. There will be more about that. Let's continue to paint a picture of ridiculousness. He says he finds them. He's been finds them in an hour. Let's just go through. Miracle that everything lined up essentially, and then Coast Guard's first. This Coast Guard guy has his feet dangling off the boat during the search, and then starts a with them. It's an odd conversation. Let's continue this.
He doesn't help me. He throws a cargo net down the side of that ship, and he makes me clamber on the side of that boat. I mean, I couldn't use my fingers. I could do an hour getting you deeper into the water. Also, I had to have gotten swimming pretty actively of kind of an active use of use of your fingers, digits, and then an hour is kind of the threshold where you start losing control of your body. And that threshold. He throws a cargo net on the side of the boat. I'm not helping you. You did this. You can help. Show me. Coast Guard. Yeah, just say anything besides there's not going to be somebody to do this again. That's all he said. 20-minute boat ride back in. You had to go back all the way around the rock, come back into the bay, go to the Coast Guard station. Dog. Not a word. You sat there. He asked what good. I had to walk from it back to my car. Did you feel what you feel? Every spine to I just get you close. I had a blanket. I had a blanket. Sorry to say one of those old beach. Yeah, it's like green. Yeah. And it is, I mean, it's sandpaper. Yeah. Is that what you use it for? Like, but I have real blankets.
Well, I don't know what they have now, but all right. So the rescues a guy who's essentially admittingly suicidal
On the brink of death.
On the brink of death. Doesn't help him get back up. Makes him climb up a cargo net to get up. I'm pretty sure this. I was on a dive team. There's easier ways to go on the boat. But this Coast Guard gets hard. It's real. And it takes him back to the Coast Guard station. Does no sort of evaluation on him. Does no sorts of let me feed you, let me help you, let me give you some clothes, let's just be a normal human here. Let me give you you've had a hard day. Let me give you a ride back to your car. What do? They let him keep the blanket and basically tell him leave. And naked, bare mile back to his car. Doesn't seem like normal thing. That's where it gets weird. What do I always say? Because the book, like I said, the book's 100, and I was just making it to all the honest book. And read about, oh, by the way, I don't see a professional military treating a guy that way and then making fun of his dick as well. Like, and it goes back to he's trying to tell this story, right? It's an entertaining story. But what he's actually doing, if this was real, was making the Coast Guard look like a bunch of jackasses. If the Coast Guard finds you, they'll make you climb into their own boat. They'll do almost nothing to make you warm. They'll make fun of your dick. And when they get you back to the Coast Guard station, they're going to make you walk naked with a crappy blanket barefoot back to your car. Is that the Coast Guard we have? That's the Coast Guard Tim Gary just explained. But what does he say in this book, Rabbbi?
You want me to read the big part?
No, you don't have to read the big part. I just once he gets in the boat, where's the Coast Guard take?
He brings me to shore. I get my clothes and I dress. It takes me forever. My arms will not work. Make sure I get to my car, and that is then he leaves. What? Oh, that must have been the other time.
Must be go back to the Coast Guard station. They take back the shore. They drop off at shore. He gets dressed, goes back to his car. They do more Coast Guard.
And here's the thing: they're
I was scrambling. Had all the time. Even goes, I didn't find out. Damn, like I should have known better. Like all the clues were there, and I was like, that's crazy. Because they're friends. John expect a good friend, which is just him asking him questions about the book. So John, he's hearing his point. He's got to look at the story and what he's just heard and went, oh, that's different. Yeah. Let's cloud defensive illumination. Over a century ago, John D. Rockefeller and the Carnegie Foundation. Engineered medical education ballistic body approach, which appropriately treats the body as a compartmentalize the guise of specialized. They shut down marginalized people. They call it, but it's predatory profitability. The truth. Chronic inflammation. They're engineered. And so is your power to break our turn the body to homeostasis. Defense and detox, defend, and negative corruption. We are vengeance. And of course, we holsters custom built. Made in the USA for cops, for portable radios, body cameras, tourniquets. Starting that, he talks about selection under the big point. After there, I hit my Rothschild number and moved quickly. When one did see that, you and all your friends cheated the right way with integrity. He gives more like odd lies, like so you're telling they're cheaters.
Do you like Jews?
I am one. Yeah, I love Jews.
Uh-oh.
How are you? How'd you find out about me, Kyle Rittenhouse Jr.?
You ever heard of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah, he's the guy who was acquitted from that shooting in Wisconsin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he lives in Austin, Texas now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. He hangs out at Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership. They're pretty close.
I don't know. I'm a goyim. I don't know all these goy words.
What words do you need me to explain to you?
Shekel.
Okay, well, I haven't used that term. So
Okay.
that's not a word that we've used currently. How'd you find out about me, Kyle Rittenhouse Jr.?
I don't know. I think I was in some kind of server, and I think you were laying in your bed.
Okay, very cool, man. Yeah, that's probably true. All right, well, we're just watching Jewish History Podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
Man, if a cadre cheat that catches finds you doing this, you're gonna tell me he's just gonna give up? That a Green Beret who's there to make sure only other Green Berets get the selection is scared of running through
Hello, my little
bush
Israelite.
Let's dig another.
What up, Tim? How are you? It's amazing.
Point to point,
So the big guy.
on the map, finding another point,
Guy.
hitting
I
that
got
point,
guy.
another grid coordinate, another point on the map, going back and forth. It's so much. And you do it with a 50 to 60 pound rucksack on. Let's add that on. You're faster than
If I was a civilian, I'd be like, man, this is great. Lazy. They have a bunch of dummies who can let new guy completely outsmart them. That
one works me up a little bit, but let's go. To Robin Sage.
his wife just gave birth to this training, which is fine because all rarely
Alright, stop there. There goes Bash. It's an odd line, but it goes into another really odd line. Basic training. As you got the selection, you got the phase 2, you got the course, and everything. You had the jump days. The Q course, they jump. I jumped several times to get just for pay. They were always on status.
Oh yeah, I guess you don't know. If you were qualified and on airborne status, you have to jump every year to make the state by getting that.
Right. And if you didn't jump for it, but you would have been able to jump into Robin Sage. So just this isn't your sixth jump. Okay. Let's talk about his jump in Robin Sage.
Military jumps are weird. They sound fun, but they never are. You're carrying 120 to 140 pounds between your legs, so you have to waddle. They always take your foot up, and by the time you're jumping, it's so bad.